Well, hello everyone, good morning and welcome back to the Brscc Summer Race Weekend here from Croft. Now we're up in the northeast, but it's been rather warm this weekend. Yesterday was an absolute scorcher. Today here on Sunday, nearly forgot my days then, it's a little bit cooler, but still rather warm in there, particularly if you've got your Nomex on, your race suit, your helmet and everything, and you're out on one of these unbelievable machines. Now we're kicking off today's action here, of course, with the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Championship. They'll be the first heading out on track this morning for racing. Actually, I say this morning, it's nearly 1 o'clock, John. What am I talking about? Out with the Audis first, then it's the Modified Ford Series for their first race of the day. Then qualifying for our PBS Brakes SUPERSPORT Endurance Cup, as I'm about to get run over. Thank you, cameraman. And then we'll crack on once again with everything else once more. The TTs, then the Modified Fords, and then again for our 2-hour endurance race to finish off the day. Let's see if we can chat to a couple of drivers here in the Audi TTs. Let's head on down to this sort of side of the grid. A couple of drivers that we spoke to yesterday, of course, after race number 1, looking slightly less sweaty than they did when we spoke to them yesterday. Good morning, Mr. Stilp. How are you? Are you well rested after the evening?
Yeah, you could say so. Yeah. I feel like that cold's got me a little bit more today, so no, it'll be good. The adrenaline will kick in and we'll be fine. Hopefully today will be nicer. It's a lot cooler, so hopefully we'll be a little bit quicker. The cars will stay on it a little bit better. They won't go off as quick, so hopefully it'll be a little bit more better racing, and it'll make it interesting for the final race. Okay, cool. Well,
you've got no... I'm not going to believe you on the cold front because you started in second yesterday and won the race, so an amazing drive whether you had a cold or not. Starting pole for this one better. Do you think it was anything yesterday starting on that side of the circuit that helped at all, or did you just get a better launch?
No, I just think I just got a little bit lucky. I got a good start, and then Matt didn't get a great start, and then I think he made it a little bit worse, and yeah, I think he missed a gear as well when he went into third, but by that point I was already beside him, so yeah, so hopefully it'll be interesting. It'll be a good race. Hopefully this time it'll be, like I say, a little bit more people involved in it, and I'm not really complaining. If I get a gap, I'll be happy.
All right, cool. And is there any, of course, you've got 2 races today. Yeah. Is there any sort of planning, like, right, we need to be a bit careful here to make sure we get through to the next one, or is it just, we'll think about that later?
Yeah, I don't think I ever think like that. I think to myself, do you know what, it is what it is, just do what we can do. Cool. And whatever happens, happens. I don't ever really think that too far ahead, but I'm looking forward to it no matter what happens to the final one. I enjoy doing the reverse grid because I think it makes it interesting, throws people around, other people are on the front, and yeah, it's good. It makes it entertaining.
Sweet. Yeah, look forward to it. Well, race winner yesterday, pole sitter for today. Best of luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Mate. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, both of us getting a bit sidetracked there. We just had a crash down at the first corner while we're having that interview. So some drivers out for the practice sessions getting a little bit too feisty out there. Let's have a chat then. Good morning, sir. Second place on the grid for this one. Yep. You've relieved yourself this morning. You're feeling ready to go for racing action?
Ready to go. Yeah, a bit lighter. Feeling ready for it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, yesterday was frustrating because I feel like I did have the pace to sort of do something with it and get a win. Today's a different day. I still had a great result yesterday, and yeah, I'm going to goal was the same. Try and win the race.
Now, of course, you're championship leader, at least coming into this weekend. I think there's good 30 or 40 points between the two of you, the driver starting alongside you on the grid. Does that mean you come into the race in a sort of different way to him? Maybe he might be a bit more aggressive to try and gain some points back and you're maybe holding back, or is that complete rubbish?
I think at the end of the day, we both want to win the race. Right, discounting the championship, we're both out there to win the race. I think I have slightly more breathing space. So if I have to sit in second and take a second place, I can afford to do that. Whereas I think for Jordan, it's a bit more crucial now for him to start banging in wins. So I think it does play a small part. But at the end of the day, we're both out there to win races. So that's what we're going to try and do.
Of course. Now, I was chatting with him as well about the race start yesterday. That's where he got you. Yeah. And then you were struggling to get back past. Everything was overheating. It was so hot yesterday. Is there a different plan going to start today? Or was there something key that you messed up yesterday? What happened?
I think the car got too hot. I think I sat in a slipstream. Every single time was going down that back straight. I was sitting in the slipstream thinking, right, now I'm going to do him. And the next lap was like, no, now I'm going to do him. And the whole race I just sat there with the brakes getting hot and the tyres getting hot. And I should have sort of done a better job of keeping the car cool. And I think that would have given me a better chance at the later stage of the race. So yeah, I think it was a lot cooler today. So hopefully don't run into those issues. But yeah, I think if I can keep the car cool and keep them under pressure, I'll stand a good chance.
Okay, cool. Yeah, cooler, but still pretty toasty. How are you keeping yourself cool as well? Just drinking lots of water?
Just lots of fluids, lots of water. Some of our mechanics got these, the blowing devices to keep the engine cool. So in between sessions, it comes in the face.
Is that the official term for it?
I think so. I think as a technicality, that's what it's actually called. But yeah, that's what we've been doing to keep cool. It's like you said, today's a little bit more milder. So yeah, no aircon on these things, no windows down. It's too slow with that. So yeah,
no point in wasting power.
No, not at all. Not especially when racing Jordan. Need all the power I can get.
We look forward to seeing you two do battle again. Best of luck, mate.
Cool, thank you very
Cheers,
much.
thank you very much. Right, let's see if we can chat to Mr. Rogerson, third place on the grid. It was a good race yesterday. Did well. Moving that into today, same sort of thing?
I've made a lot of changes overnight.
Okay. To you or the machine?
Both, really. I feel a lot better today. I was just heat-soaked yesterday.
Yeah.
That was just too hot. And I allowed it to get to me. I wasn't hydrating enough.
Right.
And to be honest, I don't think I drove enough. I looked at the lap times back and we just fell off a cliff, like massively. And they were just gone. And I was like, sat in there and go, all right, I'll just sit here then, shall I?
Yeah.
So, like, you know, I've gone away tonight. I've got to think about a few things. We have made a few adjustments. Probably shouldn't have, but what have I got to lose? At the end of the day, you know, we're all, like Matt was just saying, we're all here to have a race and have a good time and have a win, basically. So, yeah, see what we can do in this one and get a good start and yeah, see what happens, eh?
Sweet. Let's see what happens.
It's a bit better, isn't it?
A little bit cooler. Yeah, I mean, you got bloke on pole position has a bit of a cold. Bloke on second place is feeling too hot.
Oh, good.
Maybe you could side through to the win.
Yeah, happy days, yeah, good. Oh, bless George, bless Matt. Hope they're all right. It'll be fun, be fun.
Look forward to watching it. Good luck. Cheers, mate. Well done. Right, we'll see if we have time to chat to any other drivers. We'll talk to the gentleman on fourth place, Mr. Budd. Sorry, I'm going to have to force you to take your ears back out now to have a chat to me. Sorry, I'll make it nice and quick before you jump back in. How are you feeling ahead of this race? You feeling good? Talk us through the race from your perspective yesterday as well.
The feedback was try harder. So yeah, we're going to take that on board today, mate, and give it a go. Get off the line and see what happens. It's very difficult to overtake around here in these cars, but yeah, I lost a few places off the start yesterday, and that wasn't ideal. So.
Okay. All right. Well, plan of attack then. Have a bit of a better start today, and then jump into it a bit quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just about trying to be consistent around here, and once you're in front, it's difficult to overtake. So if we can make those places up on the start, then we'll see what we can do.
Okay, cool. So aggressive at the start then. We watch for you.
Absolutely. Andy's my friend, but not on the track. So it's all right.
Of course, no friends on the track. Best of luck, mate. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, let's see as well. I wanted to see if I could chat to Ross as well, because Ross had a bit of an issue in the race yesterday. Of course, a driver we're used to seeing nearer the sharp end of the order, starting down on the back row of the grid for this one. I'll see if I can chuck the microphone in. He's got the window open, trying to keep cool. Hello, Ross. How are you doing this morning?
Warm, but frustrated at our results yesterday. Hopefully we've found the issue and we can make some progress from here.
Yeah, I was going to say, because we're used to seeing you up near the sharp end, but had a bit of an issue today. What exactly happened? Can you talk us through it?
We were having an intermittent electrical fault where the car just suddenly lost a lot of power. It happened a few times during the race yesterday, most notably on the first lap, and then a few other times, and then I just had a total loss of power. So hopefully moves on from that and we can get into the top 10, then be pole in the reverse grid, and that's the plan.
Nice. I like that plan. Yeah, that's less than ideal. Total loss of power usually doesn't really help things. Like you say, coming from the back of the grid today, we didn't see a huge amount of overtakes in the race yesterday. It seemed quite tricky. I think maybe you can put that down to the heat, particularly. You thinking it might be a bit easier to make some moves today?
I think it's just challenging in the championship. The cars are all so closely matched that you really, you have to have a good run on people. But I think I can make some forward progress, so we'll see where we go.
Okay, cool. Well, your beautiful Martini-style livery on the car's got to be worth a few tenths, right?
Definitely.
All right, cool. Best of luck. Cheers for chatting with us. Thanks, Ross. All right, great to hear from Ross. I'm not hearing any chattering in my ears, so I think we're okay to continue to talk to a couple of people. Let's chat to the man alongside him on that row of the grid, Mr. Savage. Good morning, sir. How are you feeling this morning? Literally every single person I've chatted to has gone, yeah, I'm way too hot.
Yeah, it's pretty warm in these cars, but actually today's really nice. I'm actually not sweating, which is great. So, yeah, looking forward to this. This is going to be a really fun race.
It should be good fun. I mean, you said you're not sweating. I might just correct you and say you're not sweating yet, I think is the key thing. Only 15 minutes, though. Not a crazy long race. You can get out there, give it your all, and then get back in and get some hydration back on board.
Yeah, definitely. The thing with these cars and racing with these guys, it's intense from the minute the start goes. It's so close. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's really enjoyable. It's great. It's great racing.
Yeah, it looked fantastic from the commentary box. I'm a bit gutted I'm not out there with you guys. How did that race go for you yesterday? What were the takeaways from it?
Yeah, I was racing my races with Blake at the moment. We're at the similar time pace, and we had a great race, just battling all the way around. You've got to get a bit of momentum to overtake on here, or get off the line really quickly. So yeah, it should be good fun. it is going to be close at the front. I think with Luff and those guys, they are so competitive. I love watching them race. So, but I'm at the back. I can't see that. I have to watch the live stream back.
You have to hear my annoying voice when you watch it back, so enjoy that, sir. But yeah, what is it? How long have you been racing for then? Are you just getting to grips with things, learning the ropes in these cars?
Yeah, so I only started racing about 5 years ago. I started in the City Car Cup with the Brscc, and then a couple of years ago moved to the TT. You know, I learnt my racecraft with the City Car, and now I'm driving this. It's a learning curve. You know, these are massively powerful cars. I'm in a really competitive field, so my driving's improved. But yeah, I've got a long way to go.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a serious bit of power difference between the City Car Cups and these, so quite a difficult beast to tame, I imagine.
Yeah, but the great thing about these cars is they're nice and stable, and you can progress through your learning. You know, if you watch Matt Luff, he's drifting around the corners. He keeps the power on. It's really controlled. I'm still learning how to do that. I learnt my racecraft in the City Car, but they teach you about, you know, close racing. This is about control, power, you know, and just building through. They're brilliant cars. If you can have a go, guys, get in one. They're brilliant.
Well, there you go. Vote of confidence here from Mr. Savage, but good luck. Thanks for chatting with us, and yeah, we'll see you out on track.
Thank you.
Well done, mate. Cheers. Thank you. Well, there you go. Great to see as well. Drivers graduating up and through different classes within the Brscc space. Of course, if you're watching the stream back at Anglesey, we saw those City Car Cups cars out and battling really well. A little bit more challenging these. We'll see how it goes. I can see the 30-second board up, so I better hand back up to yourself in the box, Mr. Richard John Neal. I'll be up there in a few moments' time.
Very much indeed, John, and good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to our stream. Welcome to everyone that can hear us on the PA as well here at Croft. We are doubling up, so you'll excuse us if we do some sort of non-stream moments as well. And those of you at the track will, I guess, excuse us if we're talking about things you can't see. But it may fill you in on what's going on around on the circuit. But thanks to John Ratcliffe for opening up for us today and some good interviews. The second one, almost a carbon copy of one we did this morning, a pre-record, which you might see on the stream a little bit later on when we have the PBS Endurance Championship. The only difference is you'll be able to see what Paul Savage looks like, because we did it without crash helmet earlier on, but similar questions. But obviously John wasn't to know that as the cars head out onto the track for the second of 3 races this weekend. Normally it is a triple header for the Audi TTs. Alton Park, by virtue of the way the race days are arranged, our race weekends are arranged, tends to be a one-day affair. So Alton Park was a 2-race meeting for them, and that was our second event of the season, which kicked off at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit and saw a brace of wins for the current championship leader, Matt Luff. Matt starts in P2 on this one, and you heard Paul Savage talking about Matt. You've got Jordan Stilp at the front end as well. The third race winner at Silverstone was Bradley Burns, the former Clio Cup front runner, who very sadly has departed these shores now. So a bit of a pity that Bradley has disappeared. But more of that and on. Let's take a look at the grid. Jordan Stilp, yesterday's winner on pole from Matt Luff. Andrew Rogerson completed yesterday's podium. He's next from Charlie Budd. Sam Meagher in 5th from Ryan Edgecombe. Then it's Paul Luty in 7th, and David Robb, fellow Scotsman there, completing row 4. Jonathan Williams, our Masters class winner yesterday. An interview with him hopefully coming up later on. He's 9th from Luke Jennings in 10th. Ian Dowler in 11th, ahead of Patrick Booth. And then Sean Smith deputising for his daughter Ruby this weekend. James Blake, 14th on the grid from Paul Savage, the man we just heard from. Another driver we heard from as well is Ross Macker. Ross having issues yesterday, which we heard about as well. Let's hope that those electrical gremlins are sorted for Ross Macker. He was the top driver the first year. This is the 3rd season of Brscc Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Racing. First year was a series, and Ross Macker, had it been a championship, would have been the champion. He was the most prolific winner. Very modestly, when I spoke to him last year, said that, oh, I don't know about that, but take it from me, he was. There were other drivers that dipped in and out over the course of that particular year, but Ross Macker was very, very quick indeed. And it'll be interesting to see, I'm guessing as well, for our spectators on the bank today, we'll be very keen to see how Ross does. He's in the 73 car lining up at the back, so issues yesterday, and it'll be worth following the progress of the Martini livery 73 car from the back of the field. We'll certainly try and do that for you on the course of the stream. We've got a number of the Martini livery cars actually on the circuit as well, but he'll be the one that will be trying to work his way through the order. 2 separate classes. We've got the class for the slightly more mature drivers, the Masters class. That, as I said, led by Jonathan Williams, who took, goodness knows how many wins he's had so far this year. I did try and count up yesterday. He's won at every event bar Snetterton. And he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it was his 8th win yesterday, looking for win number 9 in the Masters class. And it was nice to catch up with him in the paddock a little bit earlier on. Green flag is there at the back of the field, and it is Jordan Stilp, who is on the front row of the grid. Left of shot as we look at them. Matt Luff is alongside, slightly further back on the staggered grid. And we wait to see for lights to go out and see how they get away, whether it's going to be a good start for Jordan Stilp. It is a good start for Stilp, who comes right the way to the outside line. Andrew Rogerson makes a good start from third, and he's jockeying with the lead. Trying to look at the inside is Rogerson. Has he got momentum to do it? Well, someone who has round the outside goes Matt Luff, who read the battle between 1 and 2 very well indeed. Off on the dirt goes Charlie Budd through the gravel at Clervaux. Will he keep it in? And, well, Charlie Budd probably waving goodbye to the chance of a podium. But it is, after all that, Jordan Stilp who comes through in lead position. Matt Luff did make a good start as they go up towards Tower for the first time. So already a couple of lead swaps. It won't show on the lap charts as they come into Tower for the first time. But we know better, having seen it through the first few corners as we go through the big sort out. There is Sean Smith in the 21 car going on the outside at Tower. Now they head down through the very fast. Jim Clark-Hess is here on the first lap. Look at this shot. These cars, absolutely amazing. We've only got 2 more events left. 2 races at Brands Hatch and a triple header at Silverstone, which I think is in September, and that wraps up the season. As things stand, this is your last chance to see them on the stream for this season, unless we can persuade someone to get involved as a sponsor. Going up the inside there is Patrick Booth in the 33, the Martini livery car, and Patrick getting stuck in and having a bit of a look at Sean Smith, try and get higher up onto the Masters podium, see whether he can make progress there or not. Sean Smith running with RBR, Rob Boston Racing as they go across the line. It's Jordan Stilp looking to make it a double here as he completes the first lap. Matt Luff in second position. Third place, Andrew Rogerson, who got the better of that start. Charlie Budd is still going. He's down in 6th after his moment in the gravel at turn 1. Charlie Budd, but is there as John joins us. This is where we see how fit John is. Are we out of breath, John? Are we all right? I would be fully out of breath and in a wheelchair, probably.
My goodness, it is quite the walk back, isn't it, from there? Wow.
You've done well, fella.
We're good. Luckily, it's about 10 degrees cooler than it was yesterday, so thank goodness. I was keeping an eye on the stream as I was watching back. It seemed like it was a competition of who could kick up the most dirt on that number, wasn't it? All of the leaders heading off the track at some point, but battles continuing on. The 69 straight down the inside of Tower Bend there on the 44.
Mainly that 44 car, Charlie Budd, who had his moment on the gravel and kept it in. He kept his foot in, which is the right thing to do. And he has come through in 6th place. Charlie Budd is a podium finisher earlier on in the season, and he will probably, well, he'd love to maintain that, as Jordan still gets the pressure from Matt Luff, the championship leader. In terms of championship points, first to second, the gap is only 3 points. So it's a 20-point gap coming into the meeting, so that would have come down a little bit yesterday, but Matt Luff still has the upper hand. You do drop around, but you're not allowed to drop anything at the last event. So that's to encourage the championship runners to turn up as the race leaders go into the hairpin then for the second time of asking. And Jordan Stilp looking fairly comfortable. He looked comfortable being interviewed yesterday after his win, and he said he was pleased to finally get the win number 2.
He was indeed, yeah, even with a little bit of the sniffles, a little bit of a cold. He still
he did, didn't he?
Yeah, out there, absolutely rapid. He still says he's been a little bit under the weather.
Did he
today.
get the night nurse or the paracetamol? Do we know what that was yet? Or
yeah, I don't think. I think as in true bloke fashion, he's done absolutely nothing.
But he did whinge. He did have the moan about the cold.
Classic.
So
we have to.
A man cold, man flu.
Exactly. Well, it's not affecting him, is it? At least to our knowledge, anyway. Here up in the commentary box, again leading off at the start well. I thought Luff could make that move around the outside, aggressive attempt, but couldn't quite get it done. And have to sit and watch the rear end of your race leader once again of the 92 of Stilp.
It was an interesting start. You know, Andrew Rogerson looked the quicker of all of the cars, to be perfectly honest, as Charlie Budd tries to get back on terms there with Paul Luthi. Lovely to see Paul Luthi getting some racing under his belt, and he gets stuck in, does Paul, and there's a little bit of a tag between the two of them, a little bit of smoke off the tyre as it rubs on the side of Luthi's car. Paul Luthi will take no prisoners. I asked him where his little mascot, he had a little mascot bear, which I can't go into the name for politically correct reasons, but it's not in his car anymore, but his daughter's got it now, which is a nice thing.
Lovely, lovely. Great to see these cars back out. Of course, we thoroughly enjoyed their racing action yesterday. Already one race done. So if you're looking to support someone in the TTs and you haven't caught that up, of course, the live stream ready to watch at your leisure. But of course, don't go just yet. Watch the live stream here first and watch that back later. You just pointed out Ross McCarr. He's had a great start in this one. Only a couple of laps in, already up to 10th place.
Yeah, Ross Macker doing a great job coming through the field. He said how difficult it was going to be to overtake. And this was my tip for everybody watching on the banks to see how far he was going to get up the order. We might not always necessarily see overtaking with the front runners, but when you've got someone like Ross McCarr at the back, he's got to do with the Masters, and he's very much used to doing that. Is Ross. We did try and go down and grab a word with him this morning, but he was away with his youngster. There's Charlie Budd in the 44. Paul Luthi has made up 2 places on his start, so Luthi running well and up into 5th. Paul Luthi is starting to get to grips with this car. As I mentioned last year, ran with the Tunnocks caramel livery and very gratefully supplied us with lots of biscuits last year. This year, not sponsoring him, which is a great pity, but if anyone from Tunnocks is listening, we would love you to be involved with us again.
Basically, you're saying, please bring more biscuits to the commentary box. What you just
of the
there.
chocolate variety, yes.
More battling there between the 69 and the 44. Again, Bud looking for it. But Luthi doing a great job here, managing the pressure, keeping the 2 drivers in behind, and not getting shaken up by the pressure being applied by them. He's doing a lovely job there. Still sat in the top 5, just about. But Bud clearly having the fire lit under him after that little mistake down at the first couple of corners, trying to find his way back through, but not able to do so just yet.
Paul was a little bit wistful yesterday when I was chatting to him in the paddock about how he's not actually in the Masters category yet, but it'll be a few seasons before he winds up in that group of the, I think it's over 45s. It varies from championship to championship. But he was saying that, you know, he can't keep up with the youngsters. And I was saying to him, in a lot of the other Brscc championships, we've got Masters drivers winning outright. I mean, you only got to look at last year with the Fiesta ST150s, where Mike Blackburn, who's one of the greatest club racers in the UK, won that trophy against a lot of young drivers coming in. So he said, maybe I'm in the wrong formula then. But Paul Luthi is a great driver, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does close down on Sam Meagher in 4th place. And we've got a lot more to see out of Paul Luthi in this championship. I hope that he has the budget to do it and the determination to do it, because I think we can see great things of him. If he has a good run to the end of this year, he's going to be for sure a front runner next season.
He's been cracking on well in this one, hasn't he? And like you say, loads of different Masters across different categories and championships, all doing really, really well. I mean, we saw a few of them out yesterday in the Fun Cup. Of course, the Fun Cup paddock absolutely littered with Masters drivers, because of course they get extra points, I think, so that's they want to get an older driver involved. But you never see one really crazy off the pace. They're always right there, scrapping it in with the young guys, even when Ted Bradbury and people like that are all coming through, still right in at the sharp end and battling well. So great to see more of that, of course, here in the Audi TTs. They are absolutely still nose to tail. There's been no respite here for the 69 Paul Luthi. Keeping Bud behind, and then close in chase as well is Ryan Edgecombe. Looks as though we got, is that dust or smoke there down at the double right-hander? I think it must have been a bit of dust. It's all clear as they get to the exit.
Yeah, so Paul Luthi trying to get away from Charlie Budd at the moment. Charlie, of course, a very well-known mini racing family over the years, done a little bit of Legends cars recently. I think there's a young Bud coming up through karting as well, and I can't remember if that's Charlie or his brother's son. So need to have probably done my research correctly on that one. But the Budd family will be racing for a good few years to come. So by the time you're my age, they will have their sons as well, as we go side by side here. Look at this battle that we've got going on, very much on for the lead as Matt Luff trying to deal with Jordan Stilp as they go down into Clervaux, now out through Hawthorns. Little mistake there for the 72 of Matt Luff, just kicks up a little bit of dirt, but Jordan Stilp under pressure here, and this is what we want to see. Not that we don't like Jordan, we love Jordan, but we want to see him under a little bit of pressure and have an Audi TT Cup race. But for Matt Luff's point of view, he wants to be back on the top step of the podium. Just having a quick look back, and Matt Luff, he did take race 3 at Donington in the last round, which I think was the same weekend that you guys were at Anglesey with Fun Cup.
I think so, yes.
So he didn't have a win at Alton Park, Matt Luff, had 2 wins at Snet and 2 wins at Silverstone as well. So he's not going to be able to do a 100% venue winning record, but he wants to go away here with another win and negate the championship points. But there is Jordan Stilp. Oh, still up front. Oh, there was Jordan Stilp.
He's gone off. Straight off there. That's down at Sunny, isn't he? He's gone straight wide as the 92, and he looks maybe like he's pulling over.
Yeah, I think Matt Luff got through before when I was busy looking at paperwork. So that is a shame for Jordan Stilp. It means that race 3 is going to be from the back of the grid in the Rob Boston Racing. See the RBR livery there. And he'll be having a look at the driver's book of excuse. If it was down to him, he could blame the cold, but it looks mechanical.
It does, yeah, sadly. Just look back to that as he was already pulling off. We could see he's up and out of the car already, and he's having a little look round. Yeah, bonnet straight up. So I think we can definitely assume something has gone quite catastrophically wrong there with his Audi TT. Sadly for him, like we were saying, it was a great battle on track yesterday between Love and Still, the two drivers at the front, Love and Still. But sadly, that's been stolen away from us here today. They were so close on pace, it was nip and tuck between them the whole way. It looked to be more of that in this one. Sadly, car gives up the ghost.
I was hoping that was going to shape up well. It does change things around. Obviously, we've got Sam Meagher now, probably on for his first podium, which is going to be a nice little moment for him when we get there. But is Paul Luthi going to close down on him and get a podium on his return? We look for the white and blue finish line livery on the car, and we pick up on Sam Meagher there in the number 5. So Sam in a podium position at the moment, having a good run. Paul Luthi not that far behind, but this is really comfortable now for Matt Luff, who's also got the fastest lap. So Matt's got bragging rights on that as well now.
Yeah, I think he can be, well, as relaxed as you can be driving an Audi TT round Croft. But with a good 5-second or so gap, he can sort of just let it off a bit, keep putting in some good lap times, and just manage this one all the way to the finish. And of course, we'll try and be saving a bit of tyre life and whatnot as well, ready for the race later on this afternoon. But a bit of a shame for Luthi, like you were saying, they're in 4th place now, only 1 position off of the podium. But they'd spent so long, Luthi has spent so long thinking about Bud and Edge coming behind, as Bud was continuously trying to re-attack him and retake the place, that now they've lost that bit of time to Meagher and Rogerson ahead. Just means I think they're going to struggle here. Only 4 minutes left to go. That gap is going to be a tough one to close, barring any serious issues for the 2 drivers ahead.
Just having a quick look back, it is, you're right, having a quick look back to the Masters battle. We've got Jonathan Williams, who is actually clear of Sean Smith. Sean Smith in P2 actually looks closer on the timing than it does on the track, but Jonathan Williams looking for a 10th win in the Masters category, ahead of Sean Smith. As we said, Sean deputising for his daughter Ruby, who we gather is not too well. Wish you well, as we said yesterday, Ruby. Look forward to seeing you back on track either at Brands or Silverstone for our last 2 rounds. Masters podium at the moment, Jonathan Williams, Sean Smith 2nd, and a little bit of a gap back to Patrick Booth. In between Sean Smith and Patrick Booth, we've got Luke Jennings and David Robb. Only other drivers I've not name-checked, James Blake and Ian Dowler. So we're giving everybody a little bit of a shout-out at some point now as Charlie Budd gets stuck in on the outside run, having a look at Paul Luthi, and this is going to preclude Paul from moving forward because he's got to use his mirrors now and be aware of where Charlie Budd is. And Charlie is a handy little racer. Look at this, side-by-side in the Audi TT Cup Championship Shield Trophy.
Well, a position has changed, but sadly it's Bud losing a place. Through goes Edgecombe then. We tried that inside line down at Tower, it didn't work. He tried the outside line, it nearly worked there, but side by side through the S is always a challenging one. Bud was the one that lost the momentum, and up and under when Edgecombe stole that position.
It's my Eddie Waring up and under again. You're going to have to Google Eddie Waring.
I'll have to.
Rob Lewis knows Eddie Waring, don't you? Yeah, he does, yeah, just about. Just about, he said, yeah, nobody's quite my age in here. But a big thank you for John to bring the up and under phrase back to me anyway. It goes back a long, long while. So, Matt Luff, 2 minutes 25 to go. Matt Luff is the leader. Andrew Rogerson up on the podium again, a strong. It's 7 seconds down, though. He won't be pleased about that, but he'll be happy about P2. Sam Meagher 3rd, Paul Luthi in 4th. Ryan Edgecombe now, the driver, trying to close down on him. And there is Charlie Budd, who went for that outside line. Faint heart never kissed a pig, did it? He had to have a go around the outside, but it left the door open for that man, Ryan Edgecombe, to go through in the 4-5-4 car. Just having a look, Ryan probably on for one of his best finishes of the season as well. Wasn't with us at Donington Park. Prior to that, a brace of 6 places, straddling the meetings at Alton Park and Snetterton. As Luthi comes under pressure from Ryan Edgecombe round the outside. Side by side they go. Who is going to come out in front? Edgecombe really doing what Charlie Budd did earlier on, and it could leave the door open for Budd, but Edgecombe has just got ahead and takes the place and achieves what Charlie Budd couldn't quite finish. So Edgecombe very definitely underlining his best result of the season, shy of the podium, which is a pity. Shame he's not in the Masters, because we could have grabbed a word with him. But it is Edgecombe up to 4th place. Paul Luthi will be a little bit disappointed, but again showing much, much better than he did last time. Remember, he had an engine failure after qualification. Last time we saw him making the long journey down from Scotland to Snetterton, and at least getting 2 decent finishes, as it would look at the moment. There is Luthi in the 69, the former MG driver. And here he goes, Paul Luthi making a move back on Ryan Edgecombe. Dives down the inside as they go. Beautifully executed manoeuvre by Paul Luthi, but Ryan Edgecombe is hanging on to the outside line, and Ryan for the outside there, converts the inside as they go down into Clervaux and gets the position back. Great bit of racing from the Audi TTs, and Edgecombe read that superbly. So did Paul Luthi going in, and Luthi's trying around the outside now to get the position back, and he might get the inside run out of Hawthorns and into the chicane. He's done it. Brilliant stuff for Paul Luthi. Charlie Budd has to straight line the chicane. He wanted a bit of that action as well. They might have to visit the clerk of the course to sort that out, particularly maybe as far as Charlie Budd's concerned. Nothing untoward necessarily about Charlie Budd. He wanted to take the straight line to avoid any unnecessary contact, but as the man starting behind, he might have to cede the place back, and that might happen in the results, but very good determined racing from him. He was reading that very well indeed. But it's Matt Luff still out front. The clock is down. We're on the last lap of the Audi TT Cup Championship race, the second race, and then we've got another one coming up a little bit later on. But we look out of the commentary box window, the battle continuing for Paul Luthi in fourth place. But here is our race leader, and it is Matt Luff, who is going to feel a little bit cheated that he didn't have a proper long race with Jordan Stilp, who started on pole, but he'll take any win that he can get, and the fact that he's got bragging rights with that fastest lap. Checkered flag ready, down across the line. It is the win for Matt Luff. Wins again in Audi TT Cup. Andrew Rogerson will take second position in the 13 car, a few seconds back. Sam Meager brings one of the Martini cars home in fifth place. Talking Martini, let's have a quick look. Ross Macker got up into the top 10. That's as far as he could get. Paul Luthi confirmed in fourth, Charlie Budd fifth, and then Ryan Edgecombe sixth from Jonathan Williams. Sean Smith in eighth place. David Robb next up from Ross Macker. Then it was Patrick Booth. Luke Jennings 12th from Ian Dowler. James Blake, Paul Savage, and sadly non-finish for Jordan Stilp. So Matt Luff, I was talking about the championship scenario and the fact that he had, coming into the meeting, a 20-point lead, which was negated by some 3 points in race number one, now adds further to his tally and will extend it back over 20 points. But remember, we have drop scores to take into account, and Matt Luff has some serious scores to drop. The number 72 car, his lowest finish, 7th position in the championship thus far. Here's the result. Matt Luff takes the win and fastest lap. Andrew Rogerson P2 from Sam Meager and Paul Luthi. Charlie Budd in 5th from Ryan Edgecombe and Jonathan Williams. Sean Smith takes 8th from David Robb. Ross Macker in 10th. Patrick Booth 11th. Luke Jennings in 12th place from Ian Dowler, and James Blake wrapping up our top 14. Paul Savage next up. Issues very sadly for our poleman Jordan Stilp, and just to confirm, fastest lap for Matt Luff, our driver who took the race win. Having a quick look to see where the cars, we managed to rattle through the results. I try and do that quickly. Apologies if you're keeping a written record, although we don't have a race day programme here for race fans. I know some of you do write stuff down and do so at the track. The luxury we have these days is that you can go and look at TSL afterwards and write them up on a Monday, and I know a lot of people still do that at the racetrack, so apologies for rattling through that quite quickly. I'm coming to the reason why I did that. It's so we can get a good lengthy interview in Parc Fermé or with our winners in Victory Lane, but I've actually done it so quickly the cars aren't even back in the pit lane yet, so there was a motive for me doing that quickly. I can tell you that our race winner Matt Luff heading down pit lane now, where John Ratcliffe will be ready to do the honours. Second interview of the weekend for Matt Luff and Andrew Rogerson, and I think a first podium for Sam Meager. Might have had one in previous seasons, certainly the first one for this year. Sam Meager making his way down just behind Andrew Rogerson, who's making podiums a real habit now. As you get past the halfway point in the championship, you start to think about the drivers that are now beginning to come good at this stage of the season. Drivers like Paul Luthi, who's getting some regular finishes behind him, getting some pace as well, getting up towards the sharp end. Andrew Rogerson obviously grabbing his first 2 wins last time out, and we think about how they're going to carry that through for the last 2 events of the year and into next season. If you're thinking about racing a great looking race car on a good programme, you could do a lot worse than come to the Audi TT Cup Championship, sponsored by Demon Tweeks. And the championship coordinator Andrew Schofield would be delighted to hear from you if you want to find out more. Probably a good bet is to come along to our Brscc event in November, driven by Racing. It's our strapline, but it's also an event that we, the club, run in November at Silverstone. So nice central location where you can come down and try the cars, talk to the people, and actually just have a great day or a couple of days out with us down there in Northampton. Well, I think we're doing the honours down in Parc Ferme, and we'll get the nod from John as soon as he is ready. Obviously, it takes the drivers a little while to derobe. There'll probably be some handshakes and so on and so forth going down there. Haven't got the pictures from Parc Ferme yet with Martin, our cameraman. Thanks to Martin for doing great work with us this weekend as well, with all the rest of the Alpha Live team. Right, I gather we're ready, so I'm going to hand over to John down there in Parc Ferme.
Lovely, thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, you joined me down here in Parc Ferme. Car's rather warm. I think driver's rather warm as well. Let's see if we can have a chat to a few of them. I've seen your race winner headed over here to come and chat with his team and family members and whatnot. Let's come and grab him. Matt, I spoke to you before the race. Looks like everything went to plan. A win and a fastest lap. Doesn't go much better than that.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy. I mean, it started very similar to yesterday's race. Sort of been behind Jordan, just trying to work out where he was weak. But yeah, again, the car started getting a bit hot. But I think I was doing a better job this time of keeping it cool because I feel like I was a bit closer. I had a few more stabs at it. And then somewhere at the back, I think he just lost power and it's cut out. It's such a shame. But yeah, I mean, it's a nice finish, fastest lap. Like I said, I can't really complain.
Yeah, I've just got on my notes, stilt car go bang. Did you see anything untoward, or did it just stop?
A bang. It was like a puff of smoke, and I saw him drop him back. At first, I thought it might be a misgear, but it kept going. I was like, okay, yeah, he's got a problem. So I just went around the outside, took the lead. Yeah, it's like I said, it's unfortunate of him. Would never want to win a race like that, but you know, yeah, it's the way it goes. So yeah, I'm happy with the result.
Yeah, it's what it is. These things happen. My last question, first lap, you went a little bit wide down there. Everything was a bit aggressive. Everyone was everywhere. What happened?
So I think I got the jump on Jordan into the first corner. And we side by side. I felt a tap. Then I was sort of level peggings with Rogerson going into the chicane. And I just thought it's best to sort of save the car and save the accident and just go straight on. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what the judicials will say, but yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that panned out. So yeah,
nice. Well done, another win. Well done. Best of luck, Yater. There you go. Then you'll win in race number 2. Had a good chat with him. I think this is my man for second place, Andrew. So second place for this one better yet again. And sadly, one of the drivers ahead of you conking out, losing him, but seemed like a relatively simple race again from you.
Yeah, gutted for Jordan, obviously. You know, the idea is to race people. I mean, we got an awesome start. We actually got to be inside the map through here, and he took to the escape. At the end of the day, it's lap 1. You do, but once we'd done that, I just fell back that little bit, and then there was oil all around the back.
Right.
And I had a massive moment. I must have hit the oil and them lot didn't. I don't really know. And I was nearly in the barrier, kept it out of it, and I just thought, you know what, Matt's gone now. Just sit here and, yeah, obviously reverse grid now, so I'll start ahead of Matt, but behind a few other competitors. So let's just hope we can keep Matt at bay and get through the field. Unfortunately, I'm gutted for Jordan. I've just heard his cam belt snap, so that potentially that's game over for him. I love racing these boys. Like they're fast. They keep you on your toes. Yeah, just gutted. We had more pace today, a lot more pace. The car was so much better. Just a shame that one. Just once they got that gap and they're battling, they seem to be able to just work together and go. I mean, if we'd have stayed there, we'd have been all right. Maybe at the start I should have just slotted in, but we're here to race, aren't we? Go for a gap, innit?
Exactly that. Now, it's great to see as well
Great, Sam Meager, awesome third place, yeah.
I was just going to say, it's lovely to see the camaraderie between all of you. Of course, some drivers might go, oh yes, one of my competitors is out, but you're like, no, I wanted to race him, come on.
All day long, like, when I see the big crash at Donington the other week, it was like, oh, like, this is bad sort of thing. You know, but everyone, we're all here to help everyone. Do you know what I mean? I'm the first person to say, right, George, do you want an engine? Yeah. Let's get it done. We're all here to have fun, you know. We're not here to get anywhere special. We're just here to enjoy ourselves and spend time with the family.
The more the merrier. More people to race against the better.
Yeah, exactly that.
No, well done. Thank you, mate. Would you be able to point me in the direction of Sam? Because I've not spoken with him yet today. Whereabouts is he?
Sam? Sam?
Thank you. Much appreciated. Have a nice rest of your day. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Sorry, Sam, I had to get him to grab you because I've not spoken with you yet. I might need a stepladder to come and have a chat with you as well. A very good race, though. Podium, well done.
Yeah, banging. First podium, so over the moon. Wasn't expecting it, so...
Amazing. No, you were battling well. There were some battles going on throughout the pack, but I think you managed to sort of, get a bit clear there, and then sort of managed the race from there.
Yeah, just had a good start. I'll be honest, the guys in front they were well away, so just sort of held my position.
Good. More of the same later on?
Fingers crossed, yeah. Be a bit harder, but yeah, we'll see how we go from there.
All right, cool. Best of luck, Sam. Cheers. Thanks for chatting with us. Right then, well, as we bring the Audi TTs to a close, I think there's a few modified Fords heading out on track. I'll head back up to the box with Richard.
Thanks very much. Oh. Yeah, premature thanks very much, John, from me there. I forgot about the promo, which we have, but delight to be joined by Rob Lewis. Good to see you, Rob.
How are we doing, Richard?
I'm very well, thank you. Hot-footed over from duties at Alton Park yesterday. And I asked you earlier on, where's your car? Because you're part and parcel of modified Fords. But no, it's a bit much, isn't it, to be on duty, sort of preparing a car, doing one meeting, coming over here, and so on and so forth.
It was a bit much, but I still wanted to show my hand for the modified Ford, so I've come up here today and finally been allowed to jump into the commentary box and tell everyone how great this series is. All sorts of cars going out on the circuit now, headed up by that beautiful AU Falcon of Andy Robinson. I can't wait for this one.
You're a bit of a fan of those, aren't you?
Just a bit.
Here's the grid, here's how they line up. We'll talk about classes and everything else later on, but Andy Robinson on pole. James Allen lines up second from Kevin White and Paul Neville. David Guthrie next from Ian Blackley. Ben Purnell 7th, and Scott Tollan completing our top 8. 9th on the grid, Stefan Marsh. Then it's Dave Cockle, out of position. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. Chris Harrison and Alistair McMillan next up from Lucas Dryden and Steve Primmett. Then it's Dave Barrett and Leslie Chapelhow wrapping up our top 16. The grid completed by Piers Warwick in his Mark 1 Escort. Lots of different classes to mention. I think podium-wise, as you've seen, because we have quite a quick turnaround between races, we're not going to be able to interview the winners of, I think we've got 5 classes present, so we'll probably do top 3 down in Parc Ferme. But no, you're the guy that knows all about this. Few surprises, or at least one big surprise from qualifying.
Dave Cockhill is not at the front where he usually is. I spoke to him this morning. He had a bulkhead fitting fail on his power steering going through the chicane on the first lap of qualifying, and unfortunately, when you've got power steering in these cars, they've got massive slicks on them, and that is James Allen he's got a rear wheel that's locked up. He's in the pit lane. That's our front row starter, James Allen. He's had a failure on the rear left.
That's real hard lines, isn't it, for James? So much work goes into these.
That is gutting. He was so looking forward to this. Is that a suspension collapse or something? But the rear left wheel was completely locked up as he came into the pit lane, like something had failed. Luckily enough, they're right below our commentary box. So unfortunately, we do lose James Allen from the front row. Such a shame.
Yeah, that's a big pity. The car we were expecting James to run. Always grab an interview with him at some point because he's always on the podium, but not today, sadly.
Doesn't look that way, but there's always race 2 to come, so his team are frantically scrabbling down with the air bottle. They have got air jacks equipped on this car, so they can get it up into the air. Hopefully, if our cameraman can get down there quick enough as well, they can film what's going on. But as you can see on screen, it's Andy Robinson's front row on his own with Paul Neville, who's got some clear air in front of him, and a really impressive qualifying as well from Kevin White in that. It's down on the list as a Fiesta ST 150. If it's Class A, it's turbocharged, so it's definitely at the top end of the power to weight on that. But as you can see in the bottom right of the screen, they're looking at that rear left. Something seems to have collapsed on the car. It just came in completely locked up, so whether a caliper's gone or a part of the suspension, the team are just looking to find out what's happening now. They're rotating the wheel, so it can't be a brake caliper. Potentially looks to be collapsed suspension of some sort. But the field head away now on their green flag lap, headed by Andy Robinson, smoking the rear tyres. And everyone now getting into their weave, getting those slick tyres warmed up. It's definitely slick tyre weather today. What a grid, Richard.
We could even hear the supercar going through, can't we?
Oh,
on the back. That is absolutely mega. The great thing about because it's a series, there's no pressure for drivers to do every round, so it gives like yourself the luxury to dial in the requirements of your home life and your work life in and around the racing. So it works well championship-wise because we get to see different cars at different events.
Yes, absolutely. And a lot of people here are business owners, but we have a lot of races as well that are what I would call PAYE races as well. So they, monthly paid workers, and they go racing on their own budget. I'm one of them. So if you can opt out of a couple of rounds like I've done today, and that's such a shame. That's a James Allen car being pushed away. It is free rolling, but clearly there is an issue with that car. He's not going towards the end of the pit lane to potentially take the start.
That's a long push for him as well, back to the paddocks on the runway, isn't it?
Yeah.
And those of you who know Croft will know that's right the way down the end of the pit lane, plus a bit more,
And
turn left, and then a little bit further as well.
Just a bit further on. James Allen's out of the car, so that's such a shame. That's a retirement from race 1 already for James Allen. But we saw on the screen there as well Piers Warwick, who's bringing up the rear of the grid in his Nissan turbo-powered Mark 1 Escort. He didn't quite get the lap he wanted to yesterday, so look out for him coming through the field. But in the middle there somewhere is Dave Cockhill. He's currently sitting 10th place overall, which turns to 9th now that James has retired from the race, unfortunately. He will be looking to come through, and he's got a bit of skill doing that, as you commentated on a few years ago at Silverstone, Richard.
He has. He loves working his way through the field. He went to one of the drivers that went to Mondello. Didn't he get three wins there, or two outrights in a class? Or
He got 3 class wins off the top of my head, and he did have one where he came through the field.
it was class wins. Jim Hutchinson, Jason Davis and Jim Hutchinson were the outright winners.
Yeah.
I did the notes, I might as well read them.
Absolutely, but James Allen out of his car. We could just see him out the back of our commentary box. He is absolutely gutted, and we're gutted for him. But this race is about to get underway here at Croft. The grid head down into the final hairpin and grid up 2 by 2. A bit like Noah's Ark, as a runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car comes in. We're about to start this race.
Quite sure where Noah's Ark comes into. We haven't had any rain lately, mate, but you're right about Paul Neville, who's got that drop snoot Escort in the that clear space, and he's going to try and get away for our rolling start. I love a rolling start, particularly with such a great diverse grid, and away we go with Andy Robinson, perhaps unsurprisingly getting away in front, but remember lots of class honours to go here, so it's the Super A-class car that leads Paul Neville in that's a B-plus car, not an A-plus as on TSL.
Definitely a B-plus car, but Ian Blackley was looking to get an opportunity there in his Puma turbo-powered Puma, as he's up the rear end of the RSR driven by Ben Purnell, and Stefan Marsh looking to get some extra places as he follows the bright orange Escort Cosworth. I think it was Ali McMillan, that one. There's a pair of Escorts in this field. But lots of individual battle packs going on up and down the grid, and there is our man we're looking for, number 95, Dave Cockhill, as he looks to make a move through the grid, and he gets past his first victim, which is the Fiesta ST150. I think, is that Kevin White?
I think it is, yeah. I was chatting to Dave Cockhill on Friday night, and he was saying that he was really not keen on doing too many events this year. Went out to Mondello, probably against his better judgment, and then had the 3 class wins, because he said what I was going to do was maybe look at doing a bit more development of the car over the course of the year.
Yeah.
But because he went out there and got the class wins, and he had a good crack, obviously you have at Mondello, and decided to come back. And now he's getting good crack as well, because he's working his way through the field. So I know he doesn't want to be that far back, but it's great for a racer, isn't it, to be able to come through some traffic.
Fantastic for a racer. I'm just seeing some green flags in the background there, so whether that's just the resumption of the first lap. But Andy Robinson has a clear lead on that first lap from Paul Neville, leading B-plus honours, chased by David Guthrie and Ben Parnell on the first of those Sonny Howard built RSRs. Here comes Dave Cockhill down the inside of Ben Parnell and trying to get hold of Dave Guthrie to take 3rd place honours overall. He wants that win, Dave Cockhill. I'll tell you what, Richard, I wouldn't put it past him to grab it off of Andy Robinson before this race is done.
We've seen him do that quite a few times, and one of the things again that strikes you when we've just seen the Audi TTs, one-make championship, very unusual to see a retirement, particularly the likes of Jordan Stilt, but here a lot of these cars are developed within and that swing of failure, aren't they?
Yeah.
You take them as far as they can, and that means they can go pop.
Unfortunately, talking of failures, it does look like one of the RSRs has dropped off. That's Ben Parnell, who saw going slow just down the back straight before Tower. Not looking healthy, that RSR.
Now Ben's running in SB, which is the S could be supercar or space frame, so basically it could look like a Ford. You can run a space frame one. And as you mentioned, one of the Sonny Howard cars that's built, but that's got a slightly less powerful engine because he's in SB.
Yes, he will have a lower capacity engine into it. Super A is for your more four-wheel drives and your more extreme turbo engines. So an SB, you can have something like a 1.6 litre eco boost or a smaller naturally aspirated in a silhouette. But what it does, it allows things like silhouettes that are built within the Ford spirit, so they look like the production model they're trying to encapsulate, like the RSRs do, and they can come and race with the modified Fords.
I think the RSRs have got there's a big Sonny Howard day, isn't there, coming up at Liddon Hill weekend after next? You're rolling your eyes at me.
It does look like it as well, that they're potentially opening up their own grid, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes with the...
But you'll be able to use the car for either.
Absolutely, yes.
I don't think Sonny's going to be running a series or anything like that. But I know he's got a one-off event coming up to celebrate all things Eurocar and all that kind of stuff that Sunday did. But always great to see those RSRs out there.
Now, let's keep a look on Dave Cockhill. Where's he got to now?
Second.
He's in second place. He's past Paul Neville and he's got the eyes on now. He is hunting down Andy Robinson in that Falcon. And a big shout out to Dave Guthrie as well. Not only is he running in 4th place overall, he announced during the week he's expecting twins. So good luck to Dave.
He is, or his wife?
Oh, his wife.
Oh, right, okay. Let's just get that sorted out, just in case. You never know these days, to be perfectly honest.
Yes, so he's expecting new members of the race team, shall we say. So congratulations to David, and he's out racing this weekend. That's such a shame. Ben Parnell comes into the pit lane indicator on. So
great looking car. If you're on the banks and you're near, but go and have a look at some of these cars because they are absolutely mint condition. And so too is what will be, I think, a battle for the lead. It's trying to play catch up at the moment. 10 minutes left. It's well, the progress we've seen from Dave Cockhill so far has been brilliant. Is he going to be out? What do you reckon? He's faster than. He's got the fastest lap. So the two SA class cars, 1 and 2, the gap was well, it was 6 seconds on the last lap. Very clearly, it isn't that now. What's he going to come down to? Cockhill across the line, another 2 seconds out of it. 4.4.
4.4. 10 minutes left. I think he might just be able to do it, Richard. We saw what he was capable of at Silverstone last year, and I really would not put it past him.
And he wants to develop the car more. This is the thing when I have the conversation with him. Oh yeah, I want to get a bit more out of it. And you don't have to do that in modified Fords. If you've got people with racing Fords, come and talk to Paul Neville, who's in the paddock, and talk to any of the drivers about getting involved if you want to do that. You don't have to commit to loads of events. You can do a one-off and see how you like it. Chances are if you do one, you'll probably come back for more, to be perfectly honest. But the point is you don't have to develop. It's not about doing that. It's about enjoying your track time.
You really can, and you can get something as basic as a Fiesta ST 150 Cup car, which you can pick up for £4,000-5,000, and you can join the grid in Class B and be reasonably competitive because different cars will turn up at different race meetings. You're always going to be in the mix. You're always going to be battling with someone. So it is really, a lot of people would say it's not very cost effective. Well, I would say potentially it's an entry-level entrance into motorsport, and if you've got something a bit special, you can come and race it as well. And we give a bit of racing room. We race hard, but we race fair in the modified Fords.
And I think hopefully we'll see racing fair in a few minutes. Now, where is the challenge going to come? Remember the gap on the last lap, 4.42 seconds. Again, it's coming down. And Dave Cockhill, if it comes down to 2, we could be battling at the end of the next lap. Across the line goes the supercar. Across the line goes Dave Cockhill. And let's have a look as the timing screen updates. Or does it? No, it doesn't quick enough for me. Signal's dropping a little bit, which is not too good. But the gap is coming down and closing up now as they go through Hawthorne, the race leaders. There is Dave Cockhill, the chaser, on screen. 1.7 now we've updated with TSL, so the gap has come down a little bit more. I said maybe by the end of this lap, it's going to be before the end of this lap we get the challenge. They go up towards Tower.
I think so. Look at the gap he's pushed on Andy Robinson down into Tower. Dave Cockhill is on it. I think the move is going to come into the final hairpin on the end of this lap. I'm counting on it.
And this is where I, as the commentator, get to start making excuses for the supercar, which is going to be more of a handful.
Definitely, with about 600-700 horsepower under the foot of Andy Robinson. That car is incidentally an ex-Paul wheel car.
No way.
That races in the Dick Johnson colours. He's got several of them. He's got another car, similar AU Spec Falcon, that he brought over from Australia. That's in the Craig Lowndes Green-Eyed Monster colours as well. He really is a purist. He loves these V8 supercars.
Has he let you have a test for your podcast yet?
No, not yet. Here we go.
Yeah, battle on for lead position. What a treat for everyone on the banking seeing that. Dave Cockhill going for the absolute racing line on the way into the complex. Taking the wide line here as well. He knows he's catching up and he just wants to get the job completed as quickly as possible. For my money, that was inch perfect here. It accelerates down the straight. They go across the line. They're side by side. And Dave Cockhill is going to achieve the inevitable as they go down into Clervaux. And we can hear the clapping from the crowd that he's got the race lead.
Fantastic move from Dave Cockhill, and Andy Robinson, I think he can hold his head high as well. He gave everything into defending his lead here, and don't discount him holding on to the back of Dave Cockhill and getting the eyes on as well. He's got the headlights on, those bright yellow headlights in that Dick Johnson liveried Falcon to chase Dave Cockhill down, but Dave has absolutely sent it up the straight. I would say he's got the boost fully turned up on that Escort Cosworth.
He has. That is running so well, and isn't it great to put the problems of qualifying behind you and get out there and have a race. We could probably have a chance to catch up with some of the other class leaders at the moment. Paul Neville is leading a B+, I only said A+, but class B+. Then we have Kevin White leading his class as well. Stefan Marsh is the next class leader. Managed to grab a quick chat with Steph on camera. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see that in one of our breaks a little bit later on. But Steph is there in 8th place leading Class A.
And doing very well considering the fact he has never raced at Croft before. And
he was saying that, yeah.
Yeah, and his compadre Nick, it's his birthday today, so unfortunately he's not up here upholding the Club Racing UK honours. He's hiking on a mountain somewhere. Why would you want to do that and not come to a beautiful race day at Croft? But
well, you always say about mountains, you do it because they're there, and you can.
Yeah, exactly. But Steph trying to hold on to the back of the beautiful orange Escort Cosworth. Let's have a check in on the lead for Dave Cockhill. Comes across the line.
The other class leader, if I can just drop in there, is Steve Primmett, who looks like he's on his way to another Class C win. He's only got Dave Barrett for company, but I say only. Dave Barrett's been a prolific driver in this series as well and taking class wins too.
A prolific winner, and I would say one of the most successful class winners in Class C with that car. Say for Alex Bone when he was running his car in Class C Spec Machinery. So Steve Primmett has been an absolute joy to watch race that beautiful historic Mark 1 Escort this year, and he pedals it well, doesn't he? So as we have a look back on screen at this battle pack that's forming here, so you've got potentially 3 different classes with Stefan Marsh in Class A, you've got the orange Escort Cosworth, and you've got Ian Blackley that is holding up Class B honours at the moment. He's in 3rd place in Class B+, but he is absolutely giving it to that Escort Cosworth that's belching smoke.
I love that. It was such a great shot. Absolutely brilliant.
And Stefan Marsh in the background in his front-wheel drive Focus ST saying, come on boys, I want to play too.
Yeah, Stefan was telling me the story about the guy he bought it from. He didn't tell him he was going to use it for racing. More of that one in the interview when we catch up with him later.
I think so. So if you are watching this telecast and you fancy hearing from Steph Marsh, make sure you listen to him later on. But he's certainly having a good go at Ian Blackley at the moment. He must know the cameras are on him.
Funny enough, these are the 2 guys we picked a couple of drivers to interview in the morning for the session later on. And Ian Blackley was the other one who's come down from Scotland. And I'd forgotten that I'd commentated on Ian in the Fiestas in Scotland when I used to do the SMRC commentary as well. And he did very well in that. I think he said he was 4th the first season he did. That was a fair old championship. But he just loves all things Fords. And you get people that have Ford cars and the Ford mark running through their veins.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's most of the grid here this weekend, and some beautiful cars out there, and they drive them and they race them hard. Now, there's more smoke belching from that Escort Cosworth as it comes around the corners, and Stefan is on it. He's dispatched of Ian Blackley. They've gone into the hairpin, onto the exit. He's hopefully going to get a better exit, and he is going to go after that Escort Cosworth. Stefan is on a mission.
Go on, fella, let's have a race. I'm not picking favourites here. We just want to see a dice, don't we? That's what we want to see as they go down. What a treat for everyone here at Croft to see the multi. We've got another multi-class race coming up a little bit later on, of course, with the SUPERSPORT Endurance Cup, which we're looking forward to. Now, what's Steph's best chance going to be?
I think it's going to be, he will hold on to the back of him through the chicane. He's going to go down the back straight and towards Tower, and I think he's going to get it hard on the brakes down the inside. He's got massive brakes on the front of that Focus, but the Escort pulls a bit of a gap on him, so he doesn't quite have the road to try it down the inside. So it's going to have to be through Sunny Inn. He's got to set it up somewhere. So I'm going to say he'll set it up through here and try for Sunny Inn. I'm going to be completely wrong.
Well, he might not do this though. He might do it a little bit later on. But this is like the pattern of these two of kind of resuming the battle they had from qualifying yesterday. Because Steph was chasing his time yesterday, now he's chasing it for real.
Now he really is chasing it for real, and the smoke's still belching from that Escort Cosworth. I'm kind of wondering if the turbo's got an issue on it, or it's not picking up the power in some places, but Stefan nearly into the rear seats of that Escort Cosworth as they went through Sunny In and through Sunny Out, their cars.
We did have to get Stefan to tidy up the awning though, and you probably know why. I say no more.
If you have a look at Club Racing UK socials, you may find out. But yes, that was quite amusing when I first saw that appear on Friday, I must say. But he's still keeping on going. He's on the back. He's not going to give up the fight here, is Stefan. Scott Tolan is holding him off, but how long can he hold him off for? And now we've got traffic coming into the occasion as well. Can Steph use this to his advantage?
Nice driving by the car. That's Leslie Chapelhow, is it, in the Mark 6 Fiesta?
Yeah.
Yeah, good driving. He's enjoying his race.
With the familiar tiger stripes on it, you'll see adorned to many Ford race cars.
Yep. How are we doing on the time? Well, we've got a minute to go, so where are the race leaders? trying to clock whether we're on the last lap or not, or whether we are going to get another one. I think we might squeeze another one out of this because Dave Cockle's heading up towards Sunny at the moment, so he's going to cross the line before the clock ticks down. So this is the penultimate lap of the race.
And you know he's only pulled a 4.5 second gap to Andy Robinson. So Andy Robinson has kept him honest. Third place overall is Paul Neville and leading Class B+. White in fourth place in the B class car. Once again, I think TSL has let us down in the qualifying times there, so that is a Class B Ford Fiesta ST150. David Guthrie in fifth place in his EcoBoost powered car. Scott Tolan in the orange Escort, you can see on screen there, and Stefan Marsh hotly pursuing him in the Class A car on the way to a win. And Ian Blackley in the Ford Puma just hiding in the background to round out our top 8.
Yeah, with the gap, as you say, 4.5 seconds, I'm wondering whether there's an element of Dave just sort of backing off, and you don't want to be a car breaker in race 1, you want to enjoy race 2.
There's a race to come later on. There's quite a short turnaround, and he's going to be conserving the temperatures. The one thing we haven't mentioned so far today is the heat. A lot of these higher turbo-powered cars will be looking at the charge temperatures. They'll be looking at the coolant and oil temperatures and just managing it as best as they can. And the worst thing you want to do is follow another car nice and closely like Stefan Marsh is on the back of Scott Tolan. I think he's doing Morse code on the back of the bumper.
Yeah, still having a good battle, those two. And that is for 6th, 7th position on track as Dave Cockle carries on his last tour. Again, a little puff of brake smoke out of Scott Tolan's car to come down into the complex once again. And Steph not quite close enough, and you can see
he's nearly close enough. I think he locked a bit of a break there, did Steph?
Got one more lap to have a go. Ian Blackley watching that. He's actually having a go now. Comes offline, pokes his nose to the outside. He realises that's going to be the wrong side of the track to go in. He's going to make a move, dive down the inside at Clervaux. Can't quite do that, but he's certainly worrying him, isn't he? He's there, and if a driver knows you there, that's half the problem. Meanwhile, about 2/3 of a lap ahead, coming round the hairpin for the last time, it is Dave Cockle. You said he was going to be the one to watch you. We're right.
He's a champion, absolute champion's drive from Dave Cockle. Our hats off to you, sir, as Dave Cockle crosses the line and takes the first race of the modified Fords this weekend. But don't take any credit off of Andy Robinson. He's driven a superb race as well. He just couldn't quite hold off Dave Cockle in the end. He takes second. And Paul Neville, I think, when he comes round eventually, is going to round out our top 3, albeit such dominance are these cars. I think there is about a 30-second gap the last time we checked to Paul Neville as he comes round into the complex. A brilliant multi-class race, a good old-fashioned classic modified Ford race. That fantastic.
I think the podium will be top 3. We're not going to have a chance to go through. Actually, we might have a chance to go through a few more drivers. So I'm not sure if John can pick up what we're saying, but he's got the opportunity because we're going into the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup qualifying, which we're not going to cover because it's not a race per se. We're going to cover their race a little bit later on. It might give us a chance to talk to a few more people in the winner's circle, as it were. So, John, if you're listening, take as much time as you'd like to chat to some of the drivers and find out a little bit more about the machinery.
Now let's check across the line as Scott Tolan just holds off Stefan Marsh as well. That was a fantastic race there, boys. Yes, Richard, it would be great stories up and down the grid, especially. It'd be good to hear from Scott and from Stefan, because I think Scott will be a lot more sweaty and hot than Stefan is, that's for sure, having to hold him off.
Here's the result. Dave Cockle takes the win from Andy Robinson and Paul Neville. Kevin White in 4th from Dave Guthrie. Scott Tolan just getting the better of Stefan Marsh from Ian Blackley. Chris Harrison is in 9th from Lucas Dryden. Steve Primmett is next up, and following Steve Primmett, it was the, losing it on the screen, it was the 84 car next up. That is Alistair McMillan. Following them, it was Dave Barrett. Following Dave in the 49 car, Piers Warwick. And then the 362 car, Leslie Chapelhow, we saw him being passed earlier on. A couple of incidents there, very sadly, during the race. Mechanical failure for Ben Purnell and also James Allen, who didn't make it off the start. But we've got more action from the Modified Ford Series a little bit later on, so looking forward to it. There. Always good fun, isn't it? So thanks very much, mate, for joining us there. I'm hoping we'll get the correct tee for John down in Parc Fermé as soon as the cars make it round. And again, and I guess the plot that I lost on the first one is that it's a long slowing down lap. Snetterton always catches me out because the drivers go around halfway, don't they, and then come back in. So you think they're going to do a full 3 miles, and then they don't. They actually come back in quite quickly. that's why I was rattling through the result. Dave Cockrell looks pretty cool actually in the car. He doesn't look like he's been in a workout at all, does he?
I don't think he does, but it's been a brilliant multi-class race. I thoroughly enjoyed doing that with you, Richard, and I'm looking forward to coming back a bit later for a bit more of the same.
Before we get to John, quick question. If I wrote you a check out and said you can have any one of the cars on this grid today, which one would you have?
You know exactly what one I would have. It was the one that finished it. It would be the Falcon every day on the week.
They say there's no such thing as a silly question, but that was, wasn't it? All right, apart from that one.
Apart from that one, you would have to settle for that beautiful Dave Cockhill Escort Cosworth. That has got pedigree, that has raced on the British circuits for 20 plus years, and Dave pedals it so well. He is a brilliant driver, as we saw last year at Silverstone, as we have seen in race 1 here today. Let's see if any more surprises can spring up later on in the day. Can James Allen do the same in race 2 if they get that car repaired and back out, go from the back to the front?
The one thing we know is that if necessary, all the other teams are going to pitch in and try and get that sorted out. Well, the news is that we have got... Thanks again, mate. The good news is we've got John down in pit lane, or victory lane, so he'll have a chat with their winners. Down to John Ratcliffe.
Hello, yes, welcome back. The sun has really come out now. It is getting rather warm down here. It was pretty warm out there on circuit as well. Like was mentioned multiple times on the comms, a multi-class race in that one. You never know really where to look in multi-class, do you? There's so much happening across the fields. So which one do we focus on? Well, let's focus on some of the top drivers from that one to begin with. We'll talk to your race winner, the number 95. Dave, what a race. You started on a P10 in that one, all the way through to victory. You were flying out there.
Yeah, well, brilliant race. Rescued yesterday's disaster.
Well, you got the 95 Lightning McQueen on the side of the car, so you were really channeling your inner Lightning. We'll call everyone else Thunder, because Thunder always comes after Lightning, right?
Yeah, that's right. I used to race in Classic Thunder, so it's quite ironic. Yeah.
Awesome. I mean, like I say, you were a few seconds back from the race leader at the time, chased him down, and it just seemed inevitable. The pace on your car was just rapid.
I was trying my best, yeah.
No, really well done.
I expected to get to third. I don't know what happened to James. Did he go off?
I think he was out before the race started.
Yeah. I thought he'd left Port Ferme, but yeah, assembly area. But
yeah, no, I think he then pulled into the pitch just before you guys went for the green flag. So a shame, but hopefully he's back later.
Hope so.
Oh, cool. Yeah, same again later.
Yeah, big shout out to the modified Fords though. Great bunch of lads. Yeah. And I've got to apologise to one of the Blue Fiestas. I had a little love tap with him, so I'm going to go and find him now and make peace.
Just a little loving kiss, I'm sure.
Only a loving kiss. Yeah.
All right, well done. Victory.
Thank you.
Cheers, well done. Right then, let's continue on. The number 18 we're looking for next. I think, I can't even see the 18. We'll head on round to the 33, Paul Neville, who was in third place. Now, my issue here is this is the first race of the weekend here in the modified Ford, so I don't actually know what anyone looks like. We'll see if we can find Paul. Excuse me, chaps, are either of you Paul?
Yes.
Hello, Paul. Sorry, I've not met any of you yet, so I'm just trying to work out who's who. It's a good race through there, third place.
Yeah, it was a bit lonely. It's a bit lonely, but I just kept pushing because, you know, anything can happen and you can soon be snuck up on, can't you? So I just kept it there.
You can. I mean, it's awesome to watch. All the different cars out there. There's racing up and down the pack. It looked pretty fun. Sadly, like you said, though, you're a bit out on your own, that one.
Yeah, normally we have sort of pretty packed grids. I don't know whether it's being up in the northeast, but, you know, there's always another time where we fill the grids up.
Exactly. Well, the sunshine certainly arrived now. I imagine it was quite warm out there.
It was very warm out there. I'll be soon glad to get out of these, that's for sure.
Of course, get the ring down, ready for the race later.
Yeah, indeed.
My only last question was for you. Out the final corner, you seem to really be struggling to get the power down, really slidey out there. What was that due to?
I don't know whether it's a setup, but it just seems to be lifting wheels and it just keeps throwing the car around, so I'll just take it really slow. So, yeah.
Still came home on the podium?
Yeah, indeed. It's nice to be up there.
Nice. Well done. Cheers for chatting with me. Thank you. Do you happen to know where our second place finisher is? Again, I don't know what he looks like, so it was Andy Robinson.
Yeah, go ahead there. Probably somebody relaxed.
By the gate, by the fence.
Yeah, the one that's sitting in the car.
Oh, he's sitting in the car. Well, that's much easier. Thank you very much. Let's go and have a chat with him then. The 18. What a beautiful livery. Sorry, sir. I'm going to just dive in and have a little chat with Andy.
Hi there.
Hello, Andy.
Yeah.
You're looking a bit tired after that one. It looked like a tough race.
Well, it's just a bit hot, that's all, isn't it? So I've got a bit of a sore back, so I'm just sitting in here. So I'm quite comfortable here now. So
fair enough.
I knew Dave would come through. I can't believe how quick he come through the field and past us. So there you go.
It was ridiculous. You had a huge gap. I think after lap 1 it was like 4 or 5 seconds, and he just chased you down. It was amazing.
Yeah, by the time I saw him coming, it was too late. There was nothing I could do. Yeah, he's got one quick car there. Very well done to him.
Well, your car is an amazing-looking machine, very fast out there as well. Yeah. Can you talk us through what it's like to drive one of these things?
It's an acquired taste. You can't just jump in and drive one. It takes a bit of getting used to. I've had this 16 years now, so yeah, I've driven it quite a bit. I've got another one as well, in a similar car from the same place. So,
is there any reason why you raced this one and not that one? This one any faster?
This one's got a better engine in it, but the other one I raced that loads, so I raced them both loads over the last 15 years. So yeah, and yes, this car's raced at Bathurst before. Yeah. So
no, awesome. Of course, one race still left to go. Think there's still a potential for the win in that one?
It's going to be second place on something there, unless something bad happens to Dave, I'm afraid. So, but I'll do my best. Okay. I'm not going to roll over, but you know, his car's just amazing. So there you go.
You were fantastic as well, mate. Well done, second place.
Yes, thanks a lot. Yes.
Cheers. Thank you. Right then, of course, we've got a qualifying session out at the moment, and my struggle is I don't know what any of the drivers look like. Of course, we've got 6 different classes here in the modified Ford, so a bit of a challenging one. Hopefully, back for race 2, we'll chat to a few more of them. Out at the moment, though, is a qualifying course for our one endurance race here on the Sunday. I'll hand it back up to the commentary box. Oh, of course, I'm hearing through my ear. Not back to the commentary box, over to some interviews, sorry.
I'm with Paul Savage. Paul, we haven't caught up since your Masters class win last year at Silverstone, so how's things been going since then?
I think it's been an interesting year. I've definitely improved my driving, but been a few incidents this year, maybe some of it my fault, but also a bit of close racing. Really enjoying it still, though. It's a really competitive environment, and the car's going really well this weekend, so looking forward to race 2 and race 3 this afternoon.
We're getting that vague, a few incidents. Talk us through maybe one specific, what went wrong? Was it someone else's fault? Was it yours? And how's it dealt with?
Yeah, no, I got a little bit excited. I'm still learning how to drive, and you know, I think when you're pushing these cars and you're trying to find those extra seconds, you just sometimes touch your back wheel on the grass and then it sends you off. But it's learning, and it's something that when you're racing, these things happen. I'm trying to push the envelope, so yeah, it's really enjoyable, but I wish I was a bit more careful at times.
The Audi TT Cup, you're obviously saying that you're a newcomer to racing. There are some serious names in here, and you know, how daunting does that make this as a learning experience?
Yeah, I think when I first came into it, I was about 15 seconds a lap off the front runners. It was really bad. But as I've been racing with these guys, I've really started to improve, because I know that to have a race, I've got to keep up with them. So it really motivates you to go faster. But sometimes, you know, it can be a bit lonely at the back. But this year, I'm as close as I've ever been. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
And thoughts of, you know, you're going to carry on with it and see where it takes you?
Yeah, I love the car. You can't beat these TTs. It's and the paddock this year, whilst it's maybe a little bit smaller, it is really nice, and you know, it's a welcoming environment. I think the key thing for racing next year is to get more sponsors, and that's always something. And big thanks to ParkSafe Group for sponsoring me this year.
What's their background? What are they in?
So they're a vehicle manufacturer looking at putting cameras and safety systems. Fantastic company. You know, they do a lot of work. It's surprising how many people actually use their equipment. They're both commercial and domestic. So yeah, really helpful for me this year, and they've really got behind me on social media as well. So I really appreciate that.
Well, we appreciate them helping to get you on the grid with us here at the Brscc in the TT Cup. It is a great little paddock, and I notice you've got awnings close. Are you working with, you've got Sam Meagher next door? Do you all kind of work together over the weekend?
Yeah, I've been racing with the 4G racing team now for ever since I started in C1s. So we do share conversations. Ross McCarr gives me the tips. He's given me a few tips for this weekend. But yeah, Adam from the TT Centre keeps my car in top condition. The 4G guys give me a bit of racing coaching as well. So, but that's what I mean about it being a really welcoming paddock. Yeah. Everybody wants you to be on the grid, and that's really nice.
C1s are a good entry as well, aren't they? And again, part of sort of almost a Brscc ladder, isn't it? You can come in and race City Car Cup or the C1 Endurance and then move up and onwards into other things.
Yeah, I did the City Car Cup for 3 seasons, and it was the best entry into racing ever. And the Brscc did a fantastic job bringing that championship into life. I really enjoyed it. I'm a graduate of that now, and I still watch it live stream. I've got a lot of people who are driving there. My friend Andrew Dyer with the student motorsport team. It's a great job driving at the moment. But yeah, it's a really great entry. If you want to join and come racing, that's the championship.
And thoughts on Croft? How many races have you done here?
I've been here since the start of my season. I love the history of Croft. I love the circuit. It's technical. It's exciting. It's great for the spectators, but also it's fast. Going down the Jim Clark S's, you've got to be brave. And when it's wet, yeah, it's a slippy place, but I love it here. And it's such a nice environment as well. But yeah, a lot of the tracks that we go to, we've got Silverstone coming up, and it's the history, and you're racing on tracks where your heroes have been, and I love that emotional side of it as well. It's not just about the car; it's about the history, the environment, and keeping businesses like Croft and all these race circuits going.
So that win for you at Silverstone, which was the point we came in on the interview, that must have been very, very special for you.
It was one of the most special points in my racing career. So yeah, it was really special. I didn't anticipate it, I didn't know, and it just made it all the more special when I came through.
That's great. Thanks for chatting to us, Paul. Good luck this weekend. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Thanks for that. Nice. Fantastic to welcome the Modified Ford Series to our meeting here at Croft. Lovely to catch up with Ian Blackley, the driver of this car. Ian, viewers won't know too much about it, so tell us as much as you can. Actually, about the car, and then we'll get on to yourself.
Okay. Well, the car itself is it's a Ford Puma 1.7. I've turbocharged it. So Mark Hadfield, he built the bottom end of the engine. I've done the top end. So yeah, it's running about 240 brake horsepower. That's at the flywheel, 200 at the wheels. It's got a gripper dip in it, decent brakes, just gas suspension. So it's good. It goes pretty well for what it is effectively. Yep.
This is one of the things about Modified Fords is we've got sort of engineers that get involved. You say you turbocharge this yourself, so you've got probably more than some formulae that we see on the circuit. It's a real involvement and investment in the car yourself.
Absolutely, yeah, that's it. I've got my own garage myself, but this is just something that was a project that I wanted to do, and it's totally different to, some people do turbo these, but I top mounted mine because I knew it was going to be a race car. You wanted the turbo up at the top where you kind of wanted to be able to work on it, so it's a bit different, so it's totally unique. Bespoke parts, I suppose, if you like, as well. So yeah, it's good, but it's good fun to drive as well. It's really good. So
that's good. Yeah. Seemed to qualify well yesterday, which is good. Tell us a bit about yourself. What's your history in sport, and maybe before you came into motor racing?
Well, I've not done that much, to be quite honest with you. I stopped smoking years ago. I actually bought a Puma, a road car. Okay. I'd done a track day, and then it kind of evolved from there. So my first racing really was I joined the Fiesta ST Championship at Knockhill, the 150s. Done that for a year, came fourth in the championship. I then jumped back into the Puma because that's where I always wanted to kind of race that. It wasn't a race car at that point, it was just a track car. So then put the fire extinguisher in it, roll cage, got it kind of ready to race, and then I done the modified, the Mod Sports Championship up in Knockhill. So I've done that for 2 years, finished third in class last year, and then we decided to come and join the Modified Fords. It's a great grid, obviously, the guys are all really friendly, it's really good. So yeah, we're just doing all the different tracks, so now we're just trying to do all the tracks in Britain, hopefully, with these guys, and it's been great. The racing's brilliant as well, so really close racing.
Knockhill racing's good. I had the pleasure of commentating on the STs for quite a few. You might have been in some of the races that I commentated on back in the year as well. And that, of course, goes back to the old XR2 Championship, which is a real good roots and continuation. Yeah. And you have that continuation with the Blue Oval with Ford. What is it about the Ford brand that draws you in?
I don't know. My dad was a Ford man, really, so it rubbed off on us. I've had Mark II Escorts, Capris. My brother drives a Capri. We're just Ford fans, really, eh? So that's it. So I had to be a Ford. That's why I'd done the Fiesta Championship, because I wanted to initially do something that it's the same car as everybody else, to check my own driving to see whether I can do this or not, and loved it, and that's it. So never stopped since. So yeah, that's it.
Going back to the Capri, a proper one, not the new one.
No, Derek's got a proper Capri, yes, that's it, yeah. It's a Mark II Capri, and he's got an ST 170 engine in it as well, yes, that's a bit different as well, so it's good, nice car. Yeah.
Love the livery as well. Did you come up with the idea? So I love the rivets, and it looks absolutely mint.
Yeah, that's it. I've done this myself. Just like I say, it was a road car first, so I call it the Rusty Racer, just because it's not mint. You see some race cars, this was a ride for a road car. So it has been welded a few times. But it's just a great thing, and it's just something different. Advertising my business, and I've got a few sponsors that come on board with us as well. So we got AC Gold, and so it's just good fun, all in all.
Croft not too bad for you. Sometimes Croft tends to, we get a few Scottish drivers and marshals coming down and helping us out. Thanks to the marshals, by the way, for their bits and bobs. Are you back to work tomorrow morning?
Yes, back to work. As soon as we leave here, that's at home, and then working tomorrow morning. Yeah, that's it. Back to the garage, indeed.
Right. Well, I hope you stay safe, enjoy the race, Ian. Thanks for the chat, mate. Appreciate that. Thank you. So let's pick up on our second interview with the Modified Ford Series, Stefan Marsh, and another driver, I think, first visit here.
Yeah, it's the first visit here. I've never driven around here before, so it's definitely. I mean, when you watch the touring cars and stuff, it makes the track look really long and big, and then suddenly we're going around. It's actually quite short, tight, and you have to be pretty committed. So yeah, it's a bit of a learning experience, definitely.
All the youngsters today get sim it beforehand. Have you got a sim rig, and did you learn it that way, or literally is it watching things like touring car coverage?
I watch the touring car coverage. Obviously, YouTube. Watch a couple of cars just to get some sort of lap experience from a driver's perspective. But no, I didn't fire up the sim or nothing like that. So just come here and just give it a go and see what happens.
You're, I say regular. I think we say regular class winner in the series, and you've had A class winners. Was that Alton Park class win?
Yeah, that was at Alton Park. We're regular on the podium. Luckily, with my car, I haven't gone super crazy, and obviously in the modified Fords you can go absolutely mental with modifications and power and all the rest of it, but I've kept it relatively low key, if you like, which has given me more reliability rather than going for the big power. So, you know, we generally finish every race, which gives us the sort of the podiums and the class wins, where the big boys obviously make them a bit more temperamental, but they're very, very fast. So that's how we would get our wins anyway.
There are a lot of self-built and self-prepared cars here. Is that the case with yours?
Yeah, definitely. So I bought the car a couple of years ago for a guy that absolutely cherished it, lived in a garage. So when I was purchasing it, I did not mention what I was doing to it, and said, yeah, I'll definitely look after it. But 2 weeks later, we were there, gutting the interior out and welding a roll cage. So yeah, I've never had another phone call from him. So I don't think he'd be too proud of me right now. But yeah, it's home built it from the ground up, from at home, and you know, it's one of those things with the modified Fords, you can do so much to them, so it's just a progressive modification and building and just slowly making it better and better and getting more weight out and adding bits and bobs to make it go faster, so it's good fun.
You cherish the car in a different way to the original owner.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I cherish it to go speed and go fast around circuits, where he kept it in the garage and polished it a lot. I mean, I do keep it as clean as we can, but unfortunately when we're racing, you know, the gravel traps and stones flicking up here and there, it's a bit hard to keep it as pristine as he kept it, but we do our best because it's got to look nice at the end of the day. The Mod Fords is a great grid with some spectacular cars that look lovely, so yeah, we try to maintain that as best we can.
Development's an interesting thing. A lot of the drivers we talk to will say, yeah, we develop over the winter or during the season, but there's actually nothing wrong with having the equipment you've got and staying still. I'm guessing that's not where you want to be.
No, so we try. I mean, over the winter we managed to get another 85 kilo out the car, so you know, we're always trying to progress it. It's just that the next step, I've maxed out with my turbo how much power I can make, so I'd have to go up to the next one, which would then mean spending a lot of money on the engine, so I'm a bit reluctant to do that in a minute, and then we go into reliability issues. So it's still progressing in suspension setup and taking more weight out and stuff like that, so we're always doing it throughout the year, but again, it all comes down to cost and things like that. At the end of the day, we want to go racing, have fun, just get out on circuit, so it's not always about where we're finishing, it's just enjoying it, being with your mates at the track and just having some fun. So that's how we go racing.
Oh, you enjoy the rest of the day?
We will try our best. Thank you very much.
Wanted to try and get a little bit into the various classes that we've got racing in the PBS Championship, and we have Chris Murphy, who's leading Class A, very strong position overall in the Championship. Chris, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. I know you're about to go out and take part in the morning practice, but Championship's going well so far.
Yeah, it's been really good fun this year. I've thoroughly enjoyed coming along to the series. It's my first year doing it, and it's been good fun. Thank you.
In terms of Croft, is it one of your favourites? Are you looking forward to it?
I can't really answer the question. I did come and do a race here my very first year of racing, which we think was 10 years ago.
Wow.
Did one race, the car broke down on that day, not been back since. So, no idea. Ask me in an hour. I'll let you know. But everyone seems to enjoy this circuit, I'm sure I will too.
It's a nice part of the country to come to and a great bit of tarmac, I think, when I've done the track walks. A couple of questions before we let you get out on track. One is, what's the history and spec of the car?
This car was built by Woodrow Motorsport 3 years ago, sold to another person that decided to stop racing, so I picked it up, finished it off, or Woodrow finished it off, and we've raced it this year, and it's been good fun. Really enjoying it.
And being obviously in Class A, we can hope or expect you to be up the sharp end?
Well, we'll see about that. Never count your chickens.
And number-wise, I need to ask, it's unusual to see three-digit numbers, particularly in this championship. Is there a reason you picked 721, or was it just given to you?
There is a reason. I do tend to run in GT Cup, Brick Car, this championship, plus the Brscc Club Sport, plus 750 Motor Club, a few other bits and pieces.
Yeah.
72, we're always changing to 127 or that variation, so I ended up going 721. No one else seems to have got that number, and that makes life easy. Simple as that.
That's a really good straight answer, isn't it? And it's it's a number that resonates with me for different reasons over the years, going back with short track racing, things like that. Car looks great, and you feeling all right this morning? The temperature's slightly better than yesterday, but not a lot cooler, to be honest.
Well, obviously the weather's a concern, the heat's a concern. We did do Thruxton last weekend in this car. It was again very, very hot.
Yeah.
But it was a 45-minute race rather than the 2 hours. So we've installed a drink system for this week. It's also my 40th wedding anniversary today, so we dragged the wife up for a special treat for the day, which she's very impressed with.
Wife's name?
Sharon. Yeah. So she's sat at the back of the pits, and I'm sure she'll be glad to talk to you.
That's brilliant. We wish Chris and Sharon all the very best for their wedding anniversary, and hope it's a safe and successful day and you get to celebrate properly a little bit later, or maybe later in the week.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks for chatting to us, Chris. Very much appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. So a chance to catch up with a driver making his racing debut, would you believe? So it's a real good story here. Mark Curran, let's get you in. Mark, first of all, a very warm welcome to the championship and to the club.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here. It's nerve-wracking, no doubt about that. But yeah, it's a lovely day. A bit of cloud in the sky, but it's not as hot as yesterday. So yeah, hopefully it'll be a good day for it today.
What's your journey into the race team?
Met these guys when we went to Driven by Racing in November. And we got talking to them, got ideas about it. We did my arts test in March to get everything sorted, and then yeah, here we are. We decided Croft would be a good first place to go, and yeah, we're doing this. We're doing Brands next month, and we're hopefully doing the Race of Remembrance in November as well. So, bit of a journey, a lot of hard work early on, but yeah, it's we're here now. That's the important thing, isn't it?
That answer would probably satisfy most people. I'm very nosy. I want to go a bit further back. Yeah. What got you to the Driven by Racing event in November?
Honestly, it was just a whim. Like, me and my mum, we're both massive racing fans. We've loved racing basically since I was a kid. I actually got her into motorsport basically. She wasn't necessarily a big fan, and then we've been watching it together, and she's a big fan. I'd say she's a bigger fan of me now, honestly. And yeah, it was always one of those things, you know, like I always wanted to try it, like even if it was a case of just getting my race license, but it just never really cropped up. And then went to Driven by Racing literally on a whim because we saw it was a free event to go to. We didn't expect much from it. Ended up meeting some lovely people, not just the pure track guys, the guys at the motorsport school who run the arts test up in like Mallory Park, and they were all so helpful and just lovely. And we went and did the arts test up in Mallory Park, up in Leicestershire, well, down from Leicestershire from here, and yeah, it's all come from there. But I've been a fan of motorsport basically since I was a kid, and it's just sort of all evolved from there. And it's just crazy that something like this can happen to me.
So, who's your hero, motorsport hero?
Ooh, motorsport hero. Got a few of them. Just Sarah saying her, I think. She's up there, definitely. Got a few of them. I always used to love Kimi Räikkönen, you know, just old chatterbox, as you call him, the Iceman, you know. I just love how he go, you know, the car was good, it was fine. I don't know, something, but then you could hear him on the radio, like, steering wheel, gloves and steering wheel here. Just, I don't know. I've also, you know, a lot of people probably expect to say Lewis Hamilton. That was actually a time I really didn't care for Lewis Hamilton. I've mellowed on him a lot more now. Don't worry, fans, I promise, it's all right. But yeah, I was also a big fan of Daniel Ricciardo back in his day, Mark Webber. I like the sort of straight talking Aussies, and same with Oscar Piastri. I actually see Oscar Piastri as like an Australian Iceman, so to speak. But yeah, Kimi Räikkönen. I always like Jensen as well, Jensen Button. Sort of drivers like that, like the cool-headed drivers, I would say, are my sort of style.
And you've Your mum was instrumental in getting some help to get you here.
Yeah, just a little bit. Basically, she worked for a company called Restore Data Shred, which recently actually took over the company she worked for. And we basically had a discussion with them, sort of discussing what we could do for sponsorship and all that. And initially, before the takeover happened, it was probably going to be like maybe 200, 300 quid. Still would have been helpful, obviously. And then obviously she was really worried, like once the takeover happened, that it might not happen. But they came to us and basically they asked how much it was going to cost. Mum went back, got an invoice from Sarah, she handed it to them. They went and looked at it, handed it back. It's been paid for. It's been all okayed. And I was like, wow. When she told me, I was like, you're joking me, right? It can't be. But no, they paid for the whole thing for Croft, and it's just mind blowing. Like, I don't think it's a stretch to say if it wasn't for these guys, I might not be doing this right now. So fair play to them. Thank you very much to everyone from Restore Data Shred for that.
That's great news. And how's the welcome been for your first event?
It's been wonderful, honestly. Everyone from Pure Track has been, we basically spent the day yesterday sort of schmoozing and, relaxing and getting to know each other. Everyone has been really friendly so far. I haven't had any complaints really at all. So, yeah, everyone's been fantastic. The marshals are doing their jobs and, we thank them all for the hard work they do. And, I'm sure when I eventually get out there, it's going to be fun. It's going to be nerve-wracking, I can tell you that. But, yeah, it's been fantastic. Really good.
Great to get that perspective of first-time racer. Welcome to the paddock and have a long and happy racing career.
Well, thank you very much for having me. And, thank you guys. Everyone that's watching, I know a few who might be watching from back home. Love you guys. And I'll do my best for you. Yeah!
Staying with Audi TT Cup, and yesterday we didn't manage to get an interview with our Masters winner, so I'm pleased to put that right now with Jonathan Williams. Congratulations on another win, prolific winner in the Masters this year. The season's going great.
Yeah, we're having a good year. We've tried to get the car back to what we are used to having, and it seems to be going well. So delighted to be sort of mid-pack but winning the Masters. So.
Are you running yourself? I mean, there are a lot of teams and a lot of sort of warnings that come together, but at the moment it kind of looks like you're on your own here. What's the setup?
We are this meeting. We're normally with Misty Racing, Steve Kite, who's been running me for the last 2 years. Right. He's over at Alton with all the MX-5s this time. So we're doing it ourselves and just about doing a decent job, I think. So yeah, results will dictate how the weekend goes, but so far so good.
That's good. I was talking to Steve. Obviously, the Alton's finished. We had a couple of people made it over. Is he going to come and cheer you on?
I think he's gone back down. I think he had problems with his car yesterday. Right. So he's back down to the workshop, I think. So, but we're in touch. He's texted me, and we're going to obviously contact him if we need him. But so far we haven't. So, yeah.
Off camera, we were talking about used to race Rovers. What is it brings you to the Audi paddock?
Well, I did 2 years in the Compact Cup, which got me back into racing after a 25-year layoff, which obviously got the bug back. And my previous saloon experience was front-wheel drive in the Rover GTIs and then the Tomcats back in the 90s. So, it just appealed to me. The front-wheel drive is basically what I sort of grew up doing. The rear-wheel drive was something I had to learn how to do, but I've jumped straight back into this and felt like I've a bit more competitive. So, yeah, I really enjoyed it. The cars are quick. The engines are reliable, the tyres are great, and so far so good. Hopefully we won't be spending too much money on repairs.
I was looking at the numbers on the Masters. There's actually more Masters this year, so those class wins are hard earned.
They are, yes. Yeah, there's some good drivers actually, lots of experienced drivers out there. We've had our fair share of wins this year, but there's other guys that will win anytime soon. So we've got to keep an eye in our mirrors and hopefully stay in front and looking to try and win the championship if we can in that subcategory. So the overall championship, I think, is a bit too far away for us now, and there's some very quick guys up the front there, which I think when you get to my age you've got to accept the fact that you're not going to be up there. But yeah, we're knocking on the door of the top 10 regularly, and certainly hoping to win the Masters this year. That's the plan. So
as you said, great win yesterday, and again, congratulations on that. What's the prep overnight going into race 2? Have you had to do much on the car, or is it fairly low maintenance?
No, this is one of the appeals of the championship, really, for me. It was the fact that we haven't got to keep stripping the car every time. We can generally just keep an eye on the brake pads and tyres, give it a good clean, and hopefully she stays in one piece. But yeah, there's not huge amounts of work needed to be done in between rounds. I could be wrong, and other people could be doing lots, but maybe that's where we're going wrong. But no, we're quite happy with the car and the condition and the way it all stays together. So it's one of the things about the budgets is that you don't want something that's going to cost thousands every time you go out. So we're hanging in there and hopefully have another good day today.
Well, very best of luck and thanks for chatting to us.
Lovely, nice to talk to you. Thanks.
I definitely didn't like the interviewer on that one. I preferred the guy we have doing the races, to be perfectly honest with you. He's much better looking, much more energy, and I think a lot more knowledgeable. But interesting to hear from our man there. Oh, you're back, hello, John.
None of what you just said was correct, mate. Absolutely zero of it was correct there. No, it was lovely to hear from all the guys. Great for you to have a little chat with them before they all went racing today. But of course, a few updates already. Drivers all have now gone out for at least a session so far today. Just finalising the qualifying session. Of course, we'll see all these guys on your screen at the moment out for 2 hours later on, so plenty of time to see them out on the black stuff as well. But we're about to go round again, basically, and see all of the drivers that we've already seen today out on track once more.
That's a good point, yep. So we're familiar now with everybody, apart from the cars that are on track now, which I think our circuit viewers out on the banking are getting used to. Pole position at the moment, Peter Moulsdale, oh, beg your pardon, it's changed, isn't it? It's William Lynch and Ryan Hooker who are on pole position. Pretty much a BMW strong grid this. The only interloper in the top 6 at the moment is the Lee Collins Coachman, which is running in Pro B pole. I think we've only got the one entry in Pro B. We'll talk a little bit more about the classes once we get into the race, but this is the tail end of qualifying for the PBS Brakes SUPERSPORT Endurance Cup. 2-hour race coming up, as we said, to round out the day, which will be great fun, including, if you're watching the stream, one of the new drivers that we had, Mark Curran, who's currently in a very strong position propping up the timing table from the bottom. But it's his first go, and I just love the fact that there was so much personality coming through with his shout. Probably didn't need me as an interview. I could have just left the camera on him and got on with it. Actually, that's not true, because A, he nearly forgot to mention his sponsor, which was a key part of the story, and B, I wanted to get him to talk about the Driven by Racing event, which Brscc run as a signature event towards the end of the year, probably in November. I'm not sure if they've announced it yet. We've got the date coming up, but that's how he got involved and just went on a whim, and he's kind of gone from this turning up at a track event that we saw advertised to getting his odds test done with the motorsport people down at Mallory Park and now getting on the grid. So it's a great story, and you know, there could be somebody here on the bank today that's watching, or somebody watching the stream that thinks, you know what, I fancy getting involved and I'm not sure, and you could just take those steps. Whether it was Fun Cup as we saw yesterday, it doesn't matter. If you're a newcomer, you can come and race in any class, and it's expensive. We know it's going to be a commitment money-wise, but it's achievable, it's doable, and it might be in something like C1 just to get you going, or coming into this. I mean, coming into endurance race. I'll tell you what, for me, I would be apprehensive, I think is the phrase, if I was coming into an endurance race with the likes of Kevin Clark on board, because I've watched Kevin Clark for many years racing. Kevin and Aldo Riti, late entrance into this meeting. There's some quality drivers in this field, and I would be a little bit in awe of that. But we've got the class structure to cater with it here. So whereas we had one mate racing yesterday, and you've got the Masters class with the older drivers, but here you've got different power levels, so you can come in a less powerful car. Still got to be mindful of the fast guys coming through.
Of course. Yeah, you've got to keep looking in your mirrors. I don't want to get in the way of anyone. But yeah, like you say, cheap is never really a word used in motorsport. I think affordable is the word that we try to use.
It's often been said about my commentary, to be perfectly honest, but apart from that,
but it's lovely to see as well, amongst all the different classes, all the different drivers I've spoken to, in British Club Level Racing, it is very much everyone wants everyone else to be having a good time as well. Of course, there's no friends out on the racetrack. You're all battling in amongst it, wanting to do the best that you can, but equally, if something goes wrong for a competitor, they're always the first one to jump in and say, is there anything I can do to help? Can I offer you this? Can I do this? I want you back in the race.
Is leading the championship by Yeah, no, you're right. It is very much. And even in that scenario, I've seen quite a few drivers, you know, pitch in and help other drivers even when they're leading. It is about giving everyone value for money. Here's what we've got to look forward to. So a quick run through. Mostly the Pro A runners at the top end. You can see we've got colour coded with the yellow coding. And pole position in that one going to William Lynch and Ryan Hooker. Second position going to Peter Moulsdale and Stephen Kent in their BMW M2. Then it's Evans Hudson's part. I'll do the surnames because we've got to get on to Audi's. Rita Clark in fourth place, Chris Murphy in fifth, Lee Collins, Alessandro Ballesteros In 7th from the Evans and Hart Honda Civic Type are the Mazda RX-8, probably the smallest engine car here. He's in 9th, class leader, actually only car in class. And then the Robinson and Sheard Mazda MX-5 ahead of David Drinkwater and Adam Reed, with James Miller and Mark Curran, our newcomer, propping things up, running second in class Club C, which is the 6th class on the power outfit. We'll talk more about that and give you more of an explainer as we'll have time to breathe as we go into the 2-hour BBS.
Of course. Just before we do jump into those TTs, top 2 times they're separated by 200ths of a second. It was a 30-minute qualifying session. If that's anything to go by, that 2-hour race is going to be very, very exciting later on.
The stops are going to be key, aren't they? There, and it's not it's not quite as frenetic as we saw yesterday with Fun Cup, where we saw drivers being manhandled out of car, thrown out of the car. It's a little bit more pace than that because they have a set amount of time, but we'll come on to that a little bit later on. But the stops are going to be crucial, because where you're not physically having to get people in and out quickly, you have to time it right. There's a time that you have to respect, rather than
full foul of that and the race is over.
That's it. So anyway, we'll come to that and look forward to that. But in the meantime, it's our 3rd and final race of the Audi TT Cup for the weekend, and I think it's fair to say we've had a couple of good races. We've had 2 different winners for it so far, and we'll tell you a little bit more about it in just a minute. So we're really probably looking at a decider this one, aren't we? I'm guessing that is Jordan still going to get out? That's the key question. We haven't heard from the paddock as of yet whether Jordan's going to get out, but it was quite funny up because Rob Lewis was watching with us, and then he said, well, couldn't you hear the engine sounding rough? We've got these big, nice, chunky headphones on which pretty much block out the noises the cars go by. The only thing we could hear was the supercar with the headphones on. But yeah, engine problem, possibly terminal for Jordan.
Yeah, I think drivers were thinking it might have been a cam belt when I was chatting with them down there, so it could have been quite serious. I mean, he was straight out the car, bonnet straight out, wasn't he, having a little look to see, but hopefully we do see him out. But
it's always a cam belt when you go to the garage, isn't it? Have you had that? Have you been to the garage? It's
your
cam belt, mate. Short intake of breath.
Last time I went, they were like, yeah, you should probably get that changed soon. But then it just depends who you're talking to. Some of them say one number, some of them say another number, so I just decided to ignore it.
Well, I hope Jordan's going to be out. We're not going to see him battling wheel to wheel with Matt Luff, because they're going to be on separate parts of the grid. So in some ways, we kind of denied a little bit of a settler there, but it's going to be very interesting to see how the other drivers play out. So it was Andrew Rogerson, P2. He'll be interested to see if he could keep pace with Matt Luff. But one of the points I was whittering on about while you were making your way down to the podium interviews was this stage of the season is quite interesting. You've got 2 more meetings to go, and we're starting to see, and you always see this every year, the drivers that are beginning to emerge and have a little bit of a run, and also you know, their thoughts will be turning to next year as they get that momentum and as they carry on.
Yeah, exactly that. There's still plenty to play for, but we've certainly reshuffled the championship a little bit here today with drivers having issues. Of course, mechanical failure is always out of your control. But let's have a look at the grid then. Let's see if we can have a look at our starting order for this next Audi TT race. And of course, like you mentioned, the last time that we see them out on circuit here this weekend at Croft, which is a shame. It's been fantastic.
It is. Let's see if we can have a look. We're ready to go now. We've got vision back on screen. We're having a little bit of a flicker here from time to time. If you hear a hesitation, that's what it is. But the guys at Alpha busy sorting it out for us, so thanks to them for doing that. So here is our partial reverse grid with Ryan Edgecombe on pole position from Jonathan Williams. David Robb next up from Sean Smith. Ross Macker and Paul Luthi 5th and 6th from Charlie Budd and Sam Meager in 8th position. 9th is Andrew Rogerson and our race 2 winner Matt Luff, so top 10 reversed for this one. Patrick Booth will line up 11th from Luke Jennings. Then it is Ian Dowlett and James Blake, Paul Savage and Jordan Still bringing up the rear in P16. And Jordan, of course, by virtue of the reverse, puts him a few places within the reach of Matt Luff, who starts 10th. So he's going to be very keen to get a decent start and try and get within arm's length of Matt.
We've seen how crucial the starts have been over the course of this weekend for the TTs, haven't we? So drivers need to be quick out the blocks in this one. And then it's been sort of a case of the battle of pace between the drivers throughout the field, and a couple of gaps opening up between a sort of third, fourth, fifth place we've seen in both of the races so far. But with this one being reversed, maybe we might see a few more squabbles out there as they head on to the Blackstock for the last time this weekend for 15 more minutes of racing action. And like you mentioned, after this one, only 2 more events to go for the championship. So there'll be a lot that the drivers are thinking about, both in immediate effects of what they're doing out on circuit, but of course looking further down the line this season, what's going on, like you said, even looking further afield than that, onto 2026 and all the plans of that and how they move through into next year's racing action as well. Like you were saying for this one, top 10 reversed, so let's see how this one plays out. Do you think it's going to be causing any sort of chaos out there? You think the drivers are going to be nice and relaxed as they have been in the previous 2 races?
I think there's a possibility of it. Fingers are firmly crossed that with the drivers we've got, they want to take their cars out for the next events. They want to go to work tomorrow morning as well, most of them as well. So I'm hoping that they're going to be neat and tidy. It's going to be interesting though. Ryan Edgecombe, remember, was involved in that battle that we had in the closing stages, that threesome, having a really good battle, and he's on pole. So he's got a great opportunity here to get ahead of Paul Luty. And was it Charlie Budd, the other driver that was involved in that
it was,
race
yeah.
a little bit earlier on?
Yeah, we saw Budd trying the outside, the inside, everything, but couldn't quite get it done.
He couldn't. So Ryan, probably feeling a little bit shortchanged after that race, but finds himself here on that provisional pole. Jonathan Williams, our double Masters winner this weekend and multi-Masters winner over the course of the season, lines up alongside David Robb. Has come all the way down from Northern Scotland, is in the 37 car, lines up 3rd, and Sean Smith in 4th position. Lovely to see Sean back with us in TT Cup. Don't know if he's going to do any more rounds if Ruby's not fit well enough to do it, but will remain. There was a 2-car team last year for Sean and Ruby, and Sean retiring after winning the Masters Championship last year. Great that he's here. He's keeping the car on the grid, which is good. Always welcome to have another car come out on track and do the business. I'm not sure. I was trying to get plans for him and see what he wanted to do next year, Sean Smith, but as ever, a lot of drivers stay relatively tight-lipped because they know that they're going to go in the box and tell everybody in the world what they're up to next year.
Exactly that.
But I think, to be fair, as a racing dad, he's probably more interested in what Ruby will do next year, and I know there's a lot of things that he would like to help Ruby get onto, and there might be some interesting news coming up regarding Ruby's plans for next year. I sincerely hope so and look forward to possibly working on the championship next year that she may aspire to. So we'll see how that plays out. But fingers crossed for Ruby. And as ever, anyone here, if you need if I can help with anything, give us a shout. More than pleased to get involved with promotions or anything else to try and help your way up the ladder. But that's Sean who lines up in P4. Ross Macker did well, didn't he, getting that electrical fault sorted out. And again, it's kind of worked out like a touring car weekend for him. Race 1, an issue, that puts him at the back for race 2. And then all of a sudden, he's Ash Sutton, and he's up in P5 on the grid. Is he going to do an Ash Sutton here?
Maybe, we'll wait and see. I don't want to commentate to curse anyone, so I'm just going to keep my mouth shut in terms of that. But yeah, he's done a great job. I think that's the nice thing about having that reverse grid final race, or at least reverse top 10, is even if something does go wrong at the start of the weekend, it's not weekend over. You can battle your way back through to get some positive result on the Sunday. So we'll see if Ross can do just that in this one. But I find it interesting you were saying about as well, chatting with people and trying to get the insights and then coming up to the commentary box and telling everyone in the grid. It's the same when I do the pre-race interviews, because I ask people questions like, well, I'm not going to tell you, mate, because everyone's listening. Just leave me alone. I'm like, okay, sorry.
The one that I've been very, very lucky with the interviews that we do. Most people know. Some people will tell me stuff in confidence, and they know that will stay in confidence, because as soon as I was to do something untoward, I would not be trusted. So people know if and I've heard a couple of things this weekend in confidence. Really exciting news, which I'm absolutely bursting to tell the world, but I'll have to wait for the press releases. But equally, if you have got news, then tell us and let's get it out there and ping it. We had a lovely one the other week. We were doing some esports midweek, and one of the young lads there, and I know a lot of the media people will tell him off for doing it, but he announced that he's going onto the Jetta Junior grid for next year. And as I say, I know a lot of media professionals will be like having kittens. Oh, I shouldn't have announced it live on there. And actually, it doesn't matter because we got a little bit of buzz going on there. And he could still put his press release out and do his social media and everything else. But actually, a local guy to here, Thomas Potter. I don't know if he's around actually today, but Thomas, if you are here, I know you'll probably be watching the screen. You might know him from karting.
I do indeed. Yeah, I don't know if I've actually spoken to him in person, but yeah, I know him. Him and his sister both run some pretty decently sized social media accounts, so I think they're well known across the karting sphere.
And Thomas is a good lad. Kat's doing well with her racing as well. Funny thing was, they were here last year and they came to meet Andy McEwen at the Fun Cup meeting last year. And the funny story, 30-second board's going in the paddock there, so the cars will be on track soon. And anyway, so Thomas was there because he's not even aged to race a junior car yet. He's not allowed in the pit lane, and he was kind of shouting at me from when I was doing the pit lane interviews. And I said, hang on to the end of the day, we'll get you up and we'll introduce you to Andy McEwen, who is, by the way, ladies, he's a regular Fun Cup commentator, but he's elsewhere this weekend. Anyway, so we get to the end of the meeting, and I saw Thomas. We did the wrap-up from pit lane, said goodbye, thanks for coming for everybody. Thomas, we'll take you up to the commentary box and introduce you to Andy. We got to the commentary box, Andy'd gone home.
Classic. Oh, unfortunate. I mean,
Andy McEwen, he's the fastest person to exit
honestly,
a commentary box.
I've never seen someone so quick. At Anglesey, it was like a race to get out the door, and he very much won.
I'm glad he's keeping up his tradition. So he did it with you as well, did he? I wondered if it was me. You know, I'm checking my armpits and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, he's like
yeah, no, he was scampering off. So I'm sure wherever he is today, we're doing exactly the same. So big shout out to Andy. But yeah, like you say, we're about ready to see the TTs head out on circuit. Then I'll be heading around for the first of their green flag laps, and we'll see how this one plays out with the reverse top 10. I think another driver to highlight as well, who hopefully I can highlight at the end of the session as well. I've been dying to talk to Jonathan Williams on the number 9. Of course, has won the Masters category, both race 1 and race number 2. He's starting up in second place.
What's going to happen now? He's not going to win the Masters.
He's going to crash now, isn't he? He's going to DNF in this one. I hope not. But we'll see if we can speak to Jonathan after the race. But like I say, starting up on the front row of the grid, I'll be pretty happy about that one.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. I'm wondering if there was an amended result, because Ryan Edgecombe wasn't 10th, was he, in the previous race? I think I wrote it down. He was 6th behind Charlie Budd and Paul Luty, so maybe there was a judicial or something going on. Thankfully, John is a lot quicker on his computer than I am, which is an age thing as much as anything else.
Have a little look.
Was there an amended
result?
result?
No, that is the official result there with Edgecombe in 6th place.
So we've got the 6th place man. Oh, maybe it's okay. So what it is, I think what they do is it's a partial, it's a reverse, but a partial within 6 to 10, if that makes sense. So I think the top 10 get reversed, and then the first 4 or first 6 then draw within that. I don't know. It's
right. Okay.
Anyway, it is what it is, and we've got a grid. I'm not going to reason it any more than that. But it's Ryan Edgecombe on pole, and it's probably another championship regulation I should have looked at. It's my first Audi TT on the comms box this year, so that's my excuse. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, same with me here, mate. I'll just stand behind you. You can take the flak for that one. That's fine. But yeah, all new championships to me this weekend, apart from the Fun Cup. So it's been very exciting to be in the commentary box for all of these. The TTs have been great. Of course, I missed a little bit of the Fords, but it's been lovely to watch those from the sidelines, and I'm excited for that 2-hour endurance race. I think we're going to have quite a bit to talk about in that one. It's the same with the Fun Cup. We always say, like, as you say, people will ask you, how do you keep talking for that long? There's always stuff to talk about. It's always exciting.
It's fascinating. That's how we get involved, isn't it, going to tracks, and because there's enough to watch on track to keep. The only thing that's missing this weekend is single-seaters. Brscc run the Super Classic Formula Fords, but they were at Alton Park this weekend. That would have, for me, completed a weekend of the ultimate variety, but you can't have everything because, as I say, they were at Alton. But they will be here, I think, later in the year, very possibly, because we've got the Mazda meeting with the Genetic Juniors. That'll be a mega one as well.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. And that's why you've got to make sure you come into lots of different events throughout the year and see all different types of cars, all different types of races, all getting out there on the black stuff and having the most fun they can. Hopefully everyone walking away with a smile on their face from this weekend and all enjoying themselves. But cars heading round to the grid now, and we can confirm the grid is correct. The 454 is indeed on pole positions. That's good.
Yeah, was I looking worried looking at my phone?
Both just making sure that we're at least sounding a little bit like we're in the know about things. But
Charlie Budd doing a little bit of a practice start there, ahead of Andrew Rogerson. So just trying to get a little bit of heat in the tyres before the start of the. This is a big one, isn't it, though, for Matt Luff and Jordan Stilp. So Matt Luff, the championship leader, is on the grid and starting I'm thinking about my audience here because the people on the banks won't be able to see it because you've got the comms box in the way. But he's P10 and Jordan at the back.
No, Jordan still.
No,
He's
Jordan
not
still.
there.
Okay,
He's
thank
not
you,
there.
mate. Thank you for spotting that.
So sadly, your two championship leaders not going to be batting in this one, but red lights are on and they go out. We're racing here in the Audi TTs down to the first couple of corners we go, and it's already getting a bit scrappy, Richard.
It is David Robb looking from third place to try and jink up on the inside, but it's Ryan Edgecombe left of shot. Jonathan Williams to the outside, and Williams, the master, is going to take the lead in the number 9 car. Up into third place goes Sean Smith. Sean challenging for second now, and up the inside. So it's Williams being chased by Smith, the two master runners. But I tell you what, Williams has checked out. Great start from Williams.
Yeah, Edgecombe was off there. Edgecombe out of the race, I think already. He pulled to the side there out of the first couple of corners. I think he might be gone out of this one. We'll double check that. We're 4 wide down the back straight towards Tower. That's all going to get a bit close as they head down towards the apex. Who's going to be the boldest one to try and make a few moves? We're still 2 by 2 by 2 as we come through to the exit, but somehow they will remain on the circuit. They will remain facing the right direction for now anyway.
David Robb was looking around the outside. I tell you what, Jonathan Williams here is really making the most of this start. He knows that he's got some quick drivers behind him, but we know he's a quick driver as well. And very often, given this reverse or partial reverse, that you can make that stick, as Paul Luthi looks down the inside line of David Robb, the two Scotsmen together. What do you call it when two Scotsmen are going together? Is there a phrase for that? I don't know. We'll think of one. Answers on a postcard. He goes through. Another one, Ross Macca, goes through as well. So David Robb relegated by Luthi and Macca. Great to see those two racing hard with each other as the race leaders are already up at the complex for the first time, headed by Jonathan Williams. Second position is, as they come through, I think I was hedging my bets there. It's actually Andrew Rogerson from 9th on the grid. So that big pack that you described, wow, coming down the back straight towards Tower. Andrew Rogerson made all of the capital there, and he's up into P2.
I said who was going to be the most bold. Well, there's clearly your answer. As there, sadly, we do have a driver off. Is that the 55? It is. The 55 Dowler is parked up. Now we'll see whether they're able to get that car off of the circuit and back to safety, or whether we do have to go to a safety car for this one. We'll keep our eye out, but for the moment, still green flag racing, and there is a battle on for the lead. Rogerson's thinking about it. Rogerson's down the inside into Tower. Can he get it stopped under braking? There's a lot of debris now down there into the braking zone, all kicked up on that first lap, but he gets the move done and moves into first place.
Jonathan Williams was looking closely at trying to tag onto him, and Jonathan here can use the opportunity either to fight back or learn a little bit more from Andrew Rogerson. Both of them have form in other championships. You may have heard in the interlude interview that we did, Jonathan Williams raced Rovers back in the day as well. Very accomplished driver and a modest driver as well, chatting to him on the interview earlier on as they head down into the complex again. Wait for the cars to appear with us, and this again, as it was a good opportunity for Jonathan Williams to get away in front, it's now a good opportunity for Andrew Rogerson from P9. So it's Rogerson that's got the lead. He's got about 2 lengths as we look at them going into the hairpin. Sean Smith still in third place. Paul Luthi is back where he was in race 2, which is 4th place, trying to close down on Sean Smith. From where we are at the moment, I would say that the folk are going to have a job closing in on Andrew Rogerson out front. He's in a good place.
Yeah, I think they're going to struggle for that. He's got some brilliant pace, hasn't he, underneath him. He's really gone for it in this one and taken to the front pretty early. I've noticed as well, there's quite a bit of damage on the front of Charles Budd's car. You can see it there as they headed into the first couple of corners. The front left almost all entirely hanging off there of Charles Budd. We spoke to him before their second race of the weekend earlier on, and he said his feedback was basically to pull his finger out. Well, he's clearly tried to in this one.
Who told him to do that?
I think some team members
of
his,
probably family,
was the response. But he's tried it in this one, but clearly it's gone a bit awry. He's nursing a bit of damage there on the front left-hand side, or front right, sorry, of the car. Another move down the inside there. That was the 72,
Matt Love
making it through. So yeah, Matt's been scything through the field very nicely. Not quite as well as Rogerson though, but he's still up to 4th place, as you say.
So I love the fact when you see a driver like Matt Love, how assured is that, coming from 10th on the grid, picking people off one by one, lap by lap, not doing anything rash. Whether he did before or not, I don't know. Charlie Budd very clearly has had a little bit. It doesn't make me laugh, but isn't there an irony with the word pristine on the side of the car?
That is so true. Yeah, it's not looking so pristine now, is it?
It isn't, it's a shame. Charlie, I apologise for that. He's a great racer, Charlie Budd, and given the brakes, very capable of being a race winner in this formula. Sean Smith comes under pressure now from Matt Luff. So Masters champion, under pressure from this year's championship leader, and Sean Smith knows that. I think he knew that was Matt Luff coming through. Lovely, clean manoeuvre, great racing between the pair of them, and Sean knows that that's quicker. I think Sean's the one with the automatic gearbox in the car, which is very hard on the brakes in these. It's the only one left now. There were a few of them last year. Is it DSG box they call it?
Yeah, I think that would make the most sense, yeah, being a DSG. I'm surprised to hear that anyone's not in a full manual.
Yeah, and I think Ruby Smith was using it because she doesn't drive on the road.
Okay.
So that was helping her, and she's had some really good results with it. Sean, I think, did the manual one last year. But Matt Luff, this is a super drive from Matt Luff. It's always interesting to see a driver go off pole position and go away and do all that, but it's even more interesting to see a reverse grid race and for how people do it. Rogerson, obviously, with that, must have had that urgency in the first lap. I couldn't pick out where he was in that group, but very clearly in that, and picked, and maybe the heavens opened for him. The seas parted, and he managed to make his way through as they headed up to tail the first time. So he's got the lead, and Matt Luff is actually only 2.5 seconds behind him. So whereas earlier on I said there was no chance of Matt Luff getting up for a win, I think there probably is.
Yeah, they're proving you wrong, aren't they? Side by side. Out of Sunny, that is the 72, just trying to stick the nose in there. That's Luff continuing to try and make more places. We've got a mechanical flag for the 44 of Charlie Budd. So that's a bit of damage there. Clearly being picked up by the officials here, and he's been forced to come back into the pit. So that'll be a lot.
Because you see entertainment and you see people like Matt Luff coming through the field from 10th on the grid and proving why he's a championship leader.
Exactly that. No, I'm definitely in the latter. I'm a big fan of the reverse grid races, and it means, especially when you're in short races like these, only 15 minutes long, you've got to get your elbows out if you want a good result. That's exactly what we saw on the first couple of laps of this one, and like you say, sadly, some cars having some damage from those first couple of laps, but either way, it made for a great show for us up here in the commentary box, and I hope for you all as well out on the banking. Also, we have still got 7.5 minutes left to go in this one. We keep our eyes firmly locked here on the 21 of Smith, still looking to, is he looking to chase down Williams, or has he found a way through now? Nope, still there behind him. There's just a couple of cars chasing him down, of course, Luthi and Meager as well. Luthi, we were impressed with his performance in race number 2 earlier on, weren't we? He's doing another stellar job in this one.
He is, here comes Paul, jinx down the inside pretty much like Matt Luff did on Sean a couple of laps ago. Not quite as neat and tidy, because I don't think Sean was expecting him to do it as much as anything else, but Luthi pulling off a great move as ever, and I really hope that Paul's run continues, because I really want to see him back in this championship next year and gunning for the overall honours.
Looks back down the inside as the 21 door just closed. Then it was almost like Paul Luthi could hear me saying how well he was doing, and then he sent it down the inside. But like you mentioned, that was properly late to the apex there. I don't think Smith will have known that he was alongside until they were there at the apex. But either way, great racing between the two of them, and it did work out in the end. He got the place, up to 4th place he goes. Sadly, it does seem as though top 3 have scampered off just a little bit now. I think, what's that gap now? About a second between Williams and Luthi now. And Luthi's probably still in the mindset of just checking those mirrors to make sure the overtake he just made sticks, as we have one car back into the pits then. Who is that?
I'm trying to eyeball that. It's always difficult.
Oh, it's the 44. It's the 44 who's into the pits. Yeah, so Charlie Budd getting it all fixed. Yeah, indeed. He might not have seen the meatball first time around, but he saw it second time, head straight into the pits, and sadly that's basically game over in this one, sadly, for Charlie.
Sean Smith giving chase, trying to get the position back if he can off of Paul Luthi. I think Sean's first race of anything so far this year, which is nice to see. Matt Luff busy closing in on Andrew Rogerson out front. Jonathan Williams still fairly lonely and safe at the moment in 3rd place, with a lock up there from Sean Smith. Sean now defending from Sam Meager. Charlie Budd still showing as 7th on the timing screen as across the line go our front 2 once again. It's Rogerson out front, the yellow and black, down into Clervaux. Matt Luff is very focused now. He's got the gap down to just over half a second with 5 minutes to go. Sean Smith been in the wars as well with that inside wing mirror hanging off due to a little bit of rubbing earlier on, such as he's flying that car around, Sean Smith, trying to close in on 69, all of his experience. If you'd have asked me a couple of years ago whether I'd see the likes of Sean Smith and Paul Luthi racing together, because their respective backgrounds are totally different. Sean, short oval driver in Superstocks, which is a wonderful formula. If you're down at near Eastbourne on Wednesday night, they've got a meeting down there for the super stocks, as through goes Sam Meagher. Meagher passes Sean Smith, so Sean was, again, probably that's a little bit of a repercussion for trying to close in on Paul Luty again, but Sean Smith loses out. Back to the point I was making, Sean and Paul, completely different paths motor racing wise, but if you said to me a couple of years ago, oh, you see Sean Smith racing with Paul Luty, I'd have thought, great, yeah, that'll be good. And there they are doing it. But here are Andrew Rogerson and Matt Luff having a battle for the lead. How much of a battle is it going to be? I'm not sure. Matt Luff all over him. He's got the quicker times. Now feeds the car up the inside. Nothing quite doing there. Wrong part. Watch this. This is a classic overtake place here as we come at Croft. He's going to try the outside run here. Is he going to go for the switchback on the inside or maybe get the run down towards Clervaux? Rogerson hangs on to it for the moment, but Matt Luff has got the pace, trying to tee up the inside as he go to Clervaux.
Indeed, yeah. I thought it was a mistake on the entry there for Rogerson, but I actually think he was just keeping Luff behind him on the line he didn't want to be on, so he could hold it through the final corner. And perfectly placed there from Robinson to keep Luff behind through the final corner and make sure that he didn't get that good exit to get the run down into the first couple of corners. Clervaux, he holds on to it as well. Same through the S's then, but we continue on nose to tail. Can Robinson finally snatch the win at Croft? It's eluded him so far this weekend. Luff's had plenty though, and he'll be thinking, come on Matt, just let me have this one please, but Matt's not going to listen to him. Tries it once again, down into Tower, but Robinson once more perfectly places the car, and at the moment anyway, holds on to the lead.
Yeah, there's got half a gap there. Matt Luff just jinks over towards the right, tries to show in the mirrors. Now we go through the Jim Clark S's. You have to be very, very brave to make a move there, so it's all going to be about the run into Sunny, and he's looking for it. Matt Luff looking for a gap on the inside, which isn't quite there. Now he's going to try and fire it up the inside with a great run into Sunny. Can't quite do it, but all over the back of the rear spoiler of the lead car of Andrew Rogerson, who carries on in lead position. They make their way out of Sunny, back towards the complex they go again. 2 minutes 49 of this race to go. What an entertaining event this has been. Now, into the complex they go. Rogerson, championship leader, Matt Luff right behind him. Luff goes wide, going into the hairpin. This is all about getting extra momentum through on the inside, but he's going to be on the outside for the run down towards Clervaux. There they go, across the line. And has he got the momentum? His nose was in front as they came in front of the commentary box. Can he chop across and grab the line into Clervaux, or is it going to be Andrew Rogerson on the inside? It is Rogerson. Snakes under braking, takes the lead back. There's a little tap on the back end of the 72 from the 72 car on the 13 car out front. Matt Luff actually led as they went across the line, but Rogerson knew that by having the inside line going down to Clervaux, he could get the lead back, and Matt Luff is thwarted for the moment. He now goes to the outside again as they go up towards Tower. You can see it's not quite a back straight, which I've been calling it. There is a curve as they head very slightly round to the left and then to the right as they go through the 90-degree bend at Tower Corner. And now Matt Luff is going to have a go as they head down towards the Jim Clark S's. It's the exit of Tower Corner. Still can't quite do it, and it's the yellow and black of Matt Luff that is busy. Sorry, the yellow and black of Rogerson being the man out front from Matt Luff in P2. And here he comes again, tries the same move, and this time gets more momentum, dives down the inside at Sunny. A perfectly executed manoeuvre there by Matt Luff, the championship leader, showing everybody on the stream and indeed here at Croft why he's leading this championship. And from 10th on the grid, fair play to Andrew Rogerson for a great defence and a great opening lap coming through to the top of the stack here. But Matt Luff has got him. The question is now, can Andrew Rogerson claw things back? They're coming down. There's a minute to go on the clock. One more lap to go in our final lap of the Audi TT Cup Championship. Across the line they go, and it's Matt Luff out front. Rogerson second. Jonathan Williams still there in third and leading the Masters. Paul Luty is fourth. Williams has got a good lead, and it could be an outright podium, another significant event for our top master in this one. Is he going to be able to secure that? There is Paul Luty under pressure from Sam Meagher. Looks like we've lost Sean Smith from the battle. In fact, timing screen confirms he's a lap down, so Sean Smith, game over for him. So Meagher and Luty, this could almost be about, assuming if we were to lose Matt Luff, maybe to move on elsewhere, as his management team will probably want to do. I'd be really chuffed if he came back to defend his crown, but potentially what you're looking at here, these two drivers getting momentum, these two guys could be championship leaders next year. So when Audi TT Cup Championship comes back to Croft next year, see if that is correct in terms of a prediction. But great racing between the pair of them, and Paul Luty in P4, hanging on from Sam Meager. But that was a cracking move. Move of the weekend for me from Matt Luff to take that. One of the things I love about Croft, so many corners where you can effect passes if you think about it, if the driver you're racing with is clean and fair, as indeed Andrew Rogerson was. Back to our race leader, clock's ticked down, and it is Matt Luff who leads down into the hairpin for the last time. He can almost be breathing a sigh of relief now after a huge workout, and I can't wait to hear the interview with John at the end of this, because across the line goes Matt Luff, our championship leader, 2 wins from the weekend. A clap for him, a clap for Andrew Rogerson in second place, and also let's have a massive shout out for Jonathan Williams, the man who started on the front row, takes the Masters win and an overall podium for the Master. He was in his interview earlier on today saying that he couldn't play with the faster front runners. Well, he's just proved that he can, and indeed he does with third place. Paul Lutti in fourth from Sam Meager, and David Robb completing our top 6. What a fantastic way to end the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup racing here. 3 very good races from this formula. It is very accessible, it's cost effective for the machinery that you see. Plenty of cars out there if you fancy having a go, moving on from another championship, and you would be most welcome to join us on the grid either later in the season or indeed for the 2026 campaign. Hats off to everyone involved. Andrew Schofield, the championship coordinator, all of the teams and drivers with some great racing this weekend. Our commiserations to Jordan Still on his non-finish and retirement from the meeting. We look forward to seeing him back in the next round, which is at Brands Hatch. We wrap up in at Silverstone in September, so very much looking forward to that. Wow, need a little bit of a breather after that. Quite a few people on the banks today here at Croft. Thanks for you for joining us. We'll talk a little bit more about, for those of you that are here at the circuit, about what events are coming up over the next few weeks, which you might like to join us at. But let's have a look at the official result of the third race of the weekend. Matt Luff takes the win, and just checking fastest lap as well. Well done, Matt. Andrew Rogerson P2 from Masters winner and overall podium setter Jonathan Williams. Paul Lutti fourth from Sam Meager and David Robb. Patrick Booth in 7th from Luke Jennings. Paul Savage in 9th head of James Blake. Charlie Budd recovers for 11th from Sean Smith. Ross Macker, very sadly, a retirement. So too was Ryan Edgecombe in 14th. The other driver very much out of luck was the final runner, the 55 car, the final starter that we had, which was Ian Dowler. So commiserations to Ian as our lead drivers make their way down already. Matt Luff's actually well clear. I tell you what, I think Andrew Rogerson enjoyed his slowing down lap of honour, call it what you will, and probably doing a wave and a clap for the marshals and spectators that were here over the course of the weekend. For those of you on the banks, before we get a chance to go to the results, our next big meeting here is the 2nd and 3rd of August, the British Touring Car Championship weekend. I think they'll be testing on the Friday. If you fancy getting a look at the cars, probably free to get in on the Friday, and tickets well worth it for 2 days of great racing on the 2nd and 3rd. The Darlington District Motor Club are with us again on the 23rd and 24th of August. And then our friends at Brscc back with us on the 6th and 7th of September with the Ginetta Juniors City Car Cup, BMW Championship, and the trio of Mazdas, which obviously sounds like a trio of ice creams, but we'll talk about ice cream at a later date because we've got John Ratcliffe down in the winner's circle. Over to you, John.
Lovely. Well, what a race that was. I think race of the weekend. I think we saw what you referred to, sir, in the commentary box as the move of the weekend as well. It was a shame that we didn't have Mr. Stilp in that one. I mean, you can actually see his car is literally right over there on the back of the low loader. It definitely wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, but a few of the drivers in that one certainly were. Let's go and have a chat with him then. I wasn't able to talk to Jonathan Williams earlier on today, so I'm going to jump straight through to him. He was 3rd place overall and the top master in this one. Sir, would you prefer to sit in or do you want to hop straight out?
I'll stay here if I may.
Going to stay in here? No worries at all. No worries.
I can do the rest.
I was looking forward to speaking to you, as I was hoping you were going to win the Masters, but you were 3rd overall.
No, unbelievable. That's the best result we've had in the 2 years we've been doing it. So 7th earlier on today was the best, and now I've just beaten it with the 3rd. So, I mean, the front row draw helped, obviously, because they were all fighting behind me, but just holding on and letting these guys through without losing time was the plan, and just then hoping the gap would stay the same to Paul Lutti behind me. So, yeah, well done to the guys in front. As I say, no chance of keeping up with them, but I thought with everyone else behind me fighting, there may be a chance for a double podium here. So, we did it!
Happy days, thank you. Well done. You broke away on that first lap. You scampered off massively, but just got chased down.
Yeah, chased down, made a mistake. Never been there, but well, I haven't been there for 25 years last time I led a race, so forgotten what it's like. But anyway, I've done it now, and hopefully I'll be able to do it again. So
congratulations. Was there anything else you wanted to say? Anyone else you want to thank?
No, just a big thanks to my sponsors, Eagle, Maid Training, and a big shout out to the Myeloma UK charity that we support, which is helping people with blood cancer. So we did it, guys. Thanks a lot.
Amazing. Thanks for chatting on us, mate. Well done. Well done, Jonathan. Third place overall, and of course your top marshal as well. Let's tell him. I'll actually grab P2 first, because he's literally right here.
I'd like to say P2.
And I know, I'm so sorry. What a race from you. You chased him down, got him, and then Matt was just all over you. Your defence was fantastic, but he just managed to find a way through. I wasn't watching at the time. Was it down at Sunny?
Yes, it was. Mate, I'll be honest with you, from lap 2 or lap 3, I think that lap 1 and 2, I just went balls out and just had it. We literally just, my teammate, I just changed the gearbox in his car before we went out. So I was a little, thanks, Paul. So I was a little bit, what can I say, tired already. Yeah. So I thought, right, let's get this done early. And it just unfolded down the back. I ended up on the grass at one point just to avoid any contact. But, yeah, we got the lead. Fair play to Williams, you know, he didn't put up a hard fight, and he stayed with me, and I was trying to conserve the tyres. I see Matt now, I thought, no, he won't. And then, like, I hit the brakes at one point, I think it was at the left-hander, and the thing just went straight on. I was like, right, okay, I really need to rein this back. And then when Matt was there, he must have had a bit more brakes than me, because I had nothing. But yeah, it was great to battle with Matt. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to all my team that are here. Yeah,
mate, it was epic to watch. Still a P2, well done. Yeah, that first lap was pandemonium.
It's always fun coming from the back, isn't it? It's like karting days all over again, isn't it?
Well done, mate. Cheers. Thank you very much. Sway hands as well. I'm sure he does as well. Let's have a chat with your race winner then. I don't think even you thought that was going to happen, mate. P10 to the win, and he was certainly trying to make sure you wouldn't get that win.
I mean, at the start of the race, I thought if I could keep with Rogerson and went through with him, we might stand a chance. I think end of lap 1, I was still in P10. So such a scrappy start, I couldn't find my way through. And I saw Rogerson in second or third, I think it was the call. It's going to be a battle now. But yeah, one by one, picked him off, stayed consistent, come away with the win. So yeah, I mean, it was a great race between me and Rogerson towards the end. Sort of 3 or 4 laps of some really good fighting. Yeah, it was good.
Mate, it was awesome to watch in the box. I had to dash off, obviously, to come down here, but I heard in my ear, I think Richard called it the move of the weekend so far, your overtake for the league. Can you talk us through it?
I mean, yeah, I was trying to find out where I could get past him, but he was pretty solid everywhere. But yeah, out the back, I think I saw his car getting hot, made him defend, and he's run too deep, and that was that. Perfect. Up the inside, nice and clean, got it done.
Nice stuff. Well done. Another race win. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Well done. Well, there we go then. Like was mentioned, move of the weekend, race of the weekend there. We've still got a couple to come your way though. Up next will be our second and final race today for the Modified Ford Series.
I actually remembered that we had the Sting then coming into it, because it's been so long since I've worked on an event with Alpha Live. I've suddenly remembered, you know, one race before the end of the day. So apologies to everyone at Alpha for being a little bit rusty on those. But we've got Rob Lewis back with us. First of all, Rob, did you play the trump cards yet?
I haven't played the trump cards yet. I've had a good look at them. And no, but for people listening at home, Richard John Neal's famous trump cards, his racing cards, I've got a set at home. I think you need to do another round of those. And
yeah, all for charity, mate. We do for charity.
No, 100% all for charity. I think we've got a grid for this Modified Ford Series, so let's take a look.
I think you're right. Dave Cocker starts on front.
He doesn't. He is out.
He's out.
More to come.
We'll come to that. Andy Robinson then front row. Paul Neville and Kevin White on row 2. Dave Guthrie and Scott Tolland, who will resume battle with Stefan Marsh, who lines up 7th on the grid. Ian Blackley will be trying to get in amongst them as well in the treble 3 Puma, completing our top 16. Chris Harrison in his RSR next up. Lucas Stride and Steve Primmett in that lovely classic Mark 1 Escort ahead of Alistair McMillan. Dave Barrett in his Fiesta Mark 5. Piers Warwick in the next up of the Mark 1s. Leslie Chapelhow in his Ford Fiesta Mark 6. Ben Purnell hopefully sorted out with his RSR. Nod from Rob.
He's out there.
He's out. That's good news. Is 16th on the grid. And James Allen?
James Allen is sorted out. Now, some news from race 1. Dave Cocker is out Fourth gear, unfortunately, has lost a tooth on the gearbox, and he cannot afford for it to detonate the rest of the gearbox. So Dave Cockhill is out of this race.
So he wasn't hedging at the end of the race, thinking, yeah, I got in the lead, that's what the issue was.
I think that was him starting to feel the gearbox go. So unfortunately, gearbox issues for Dave Cockhill. And at the back of the grid, we've got another one to look for coming from the back to the front, because James Allen had some line lock issues in race one. Unfortunately, it's one of those, he put his hands up, admitted to it, I made a complete error. He left the line lock on, being rushed coming out of assembly, and unfortunately it cooked 2 tyres and locked the brakes hard on the rear.
Hang on, a driver owning up to something.
Yep. He was absolutely devastated. I really felt for him, because we saw the anguish around the back of the car, but I tell you what he is going to do. The anger he felt, he is going to channel that, and I'm telling you now, it wouldn't surprise me if he goes from the back to the front in this race, Richard. I'm looking forward to this.
It's a big ask, isn't it? Look forward to seeing what he can do. So we've got certainly something to watch there. Going back to the breakage on Dave Cockers, we're not going to be able to talk about Dave too much in this race, but is it, as I said in race one, that there's a lot of development, and some of these cars on the edge mechanically that they're more prone to failure than a one maker where you've got all the standard parts?
The way to think about it, including cars like this on the screen, like the AU Falcon, so that Escort Cosworth of Dave Cockles has got so many highly strung parts, you know, the dog box and they're running so much power. Eventually they will start to develop hours on them, they will start to wear. Now club racers like ourselves in the modified Ford series, we're not like professional teams, so we don't log those hours and everything like that, and we check for failures as much as we can. So it's just a case of we'll run them, we'll check them, we'll service them, but occasionally parts will fail. It looks like that's what's happened on the Dave Cockhill car. And a lot of the cars that are made on, parts that are made on these cars are bespoke. Stuff that's on Paul Neville's car, he's actually fabricated himself. He's a fabricator by trade. So it's always that mixture of running OEM parts on the car to make it go faster, or whether you design and make something yourself, as some people do, or if you have factory-built cars like the AU Falcon back in the day, made by the likes of Dick Johnson Racing and other Ford teams like Ford Performance Racing, all bespoke touring car parts, very hard to get hold of now, but they still run those cars effectively on the beer money as we get underway for the green flag lap.
On the beer money?
Literally on the beer money.
Absolutely amazing, yeah, green flag. Rolling start, of course, which is another treat that we get here on our event. I can't believe how we've zipped through the course of the weekend. This is the penultimate race of the weekend for us. And is Dave gone, or will he be watching this one?
He's got himself a cold bottle of Peroni, and he is watching from the bank. So Dave, if you are there, it was a mega race in race one. Well done. And it's a shame you're not out there on the grid. And I want to give a shout out as well. Third place currently, as you see it on the screen, that blue Fiesta just ahead of Dave Guthrie. Kevin White drove an absolutely fantastic race. That car on screen there, car number 99, that is a 2-litre naturally aspirated car with a sequential gearbox, and he drives it like he stole it. That was a fantastic, well-driven race. He certainly drives it a lot quicker than some of the more powerful
I always
cars.
take issue with that one, because if you stole a car, if you drive slower, you're less likely to draw attention to yourself. That's a very Alan Partridge comment, I have to say. But do you not agree?
Well, that's one way of doing it. But to be fair with the C1s, right? So, you know, we go to our C1s that are out at next week at SNET. But I was always told you need to drive one of those, like you've literally just got into the car and you're trying to get away up the A12.
Right, but you wouldn't steal a C1, would you, to be honest?
I would rather steal a Sierra Cosworth.
Exactly.
It would be a Cosy over a C1.
And again, just to clarify that, we are not advocating any form of crime.
No.
just to clear that up.
We do not advocate crime on the Alpha Live broadcast. Apologies to anyone listening. And again, before we get started, a big shout out for the sponsors of the Modified Fords this weekend, both with Club Racing UK, DC Automotive Services, and Ian Blackley as well, his automotive company based up in Scotland, and MTS Motorsport have all chipped in to sponsor this round of the Modified Fords as we get ready for race start as they come around the complex now. There we go. So that's Ian Blackley Automotive there in the yellow Puma, one of the sponsors for the round this weekend.
Grateful thanks to anyone who's chipped in. We really do appreciate it. It's great to see these cars. Now, what's Paul Neville going to do? The white Chop Snoot Escort showing quite nicely there on that second row. So he's going to be gunning. Again, lots to talk about, as Rob said, as we look at Stefan Marsh, who's already slotted himself between two cars. He's taken one place up already and made the start. So a cracking start for him, but it's the Ford Falcon, unsurprisingly, it gets away with Paul Neville in second position as they have a good sort out behind.
And Stefan Marsh sideways into the second corner. He's Unfortunately, there's contact again. Unfortunately, he's had contact with Scott Toland in the Escort Cosworth, who he was battling with in race 1. It looks like he got a loose back end on the Focus with cold tyres, and he looked to take the advantage, but unfortunately it resulted in a bit of contact. They've carried on going as everyone battles line to stern. Now let's have a look out for James Allen. On the first few corners, he's gained 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 spots. I can tell that he's gained there. Could he get it into second position before the end of lap 1?
That would be a huge ask, wouldn't it, for him? Again, as we've been sort of encouraging our crowds on the banks to watch the cars making their way through the field. And James Allen making good progress there, passes the Puma that you were talking about. So a bit of a shout out for our sponsor, co-sponsor of the meeting. James Allen on his way, but the Falcon already, Andy Robinson already at the complex with Paul Neville in pursuit. Definitely not that far back, is he, James Allen?
No, he is not. He is already dispatched of another sponsor of the round in Stefan Marsh in the Club Racing UK back Focus, and he is already on the back of the Escort Cosworth as they go into the hairpin. I have a feeling he's going to try and make a move on the back straight here now, although the car doesn't have the same massive horsepower as your likes of Dave Cockhill and your Andy Robinson. That car is so highly strung. Effectively, it is built like a touring car. It's a fantastic bit of kit, set up really well, and when James gets the hammer down, he can pedal it. Looking at the times coming through, he's at a 140 on that lap, as opposed to Andy Robinson, who got a 131, and he is gapping the rest of the field, trying to get enough space between him because he knows James Allen's coming.
He's doing so well. The other thing about this, a lot of these self-engineered cars, and of course it's one thing to be a quick driver, but when you're the engineer of that car as well, there aren't too many classes where you see great engineers stroke builders racing those cars as well, but we do in Modified Ford Series.
Absolutely. It almost reminds you of the days of the old school Thunder Saloons, doesn't it? So.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that still sort of being mentioned in... Is there talk? This is effectively it, though, isn't it?
Effectively, yes. There is another Thunder Saloon Championship available on a different package, but no, the Modified Ford Series. So here's Stefan Marsh down the inside of Scott Toland, and he gets the move done into Sunny End. What he couldn't do in race 1, he's managed to do here. Now, the question is, can he hold that position? And has the Cosworth got a problem because he gained a lot of ground there?
He had that clatter earlier on. I was going to ask at the time, Rob, whether that little coming together would have affected them at all.
It could have done, especially if they've clashed wheels. It can knock geometry out. It can damage components. At the moment, he looks like it's going well. Now, keeping up with James Allen, he's dispatched Ben Purnell in the Escort, who had gear shifter problems in race 1, and he is now on the back of David Guthrie, having also dispatched of Kevin White in the Fiesta. So we are on to lap 2. Andy Robinson leading with Paul Neville second, and it looks like James Allen is about to get into the top 3 for the first time.
Stefan's been repassed by Scott Toller. They've really entertained us over the last 2 races, and is that orange or yellow car? It's a bit weird on the screen.
It's a bit weird colour. It's a bit tangerine.
Tangerine. I'll be a bit of tango, couldn't you?
Yeah, the tangerine machine, as it looks like outside our window.
Oh, we can see it now. Yeah, it's a proper orange, isn't it?
That man on screen, James Allen, he's already dispatched of David Guthrie now, and the next man up the road is indeed second place man Paul Neville.
Qualified P2. Do you reckon he'll make it all the way to the front? Was there a quicker lap than the Falcon in there?
I think
it was a big gap in qualifying.
It was a big gap in qualifying, but I think if James keeps his head down, channels that anger that he had from race 1, he can do this. But Andy Robinson is no slouch in the Falcon as he makes his way through the complex. And that man on screen there is still holding his own, Kevin White, as he goes down the inside of David Guthrie there. Now, has David Guthrie got a boost issue again? In race 1, he had a temperature-related boost issue where, unfortunately, the hotter the coolant gets, it drops the boost off, and it looks like that could potentially have happened to David this time around as they come out of the hairpin. That's Dave Barrett off the road.
Oh, that's a shame for Dave.
Oh, it's a shame for Dave. He comes all the way up here. He shows the enthusiasm. He loves his motor racing, and unfortunately, it looks like he is off the road at turn 2.
So, do we know? Does that mean your trump card's better than his this year?
Pass.
How many DNFs you had?
2.
Oh, right, okay.
Less said about that, the better. back on screen, we've still got this battle raging between Scott Tollen and Stefan Marsh. Stefan's still got his eyes full of Tangerine.
Second place battle about to happen with Paul Neville just exiting tower for our director, being closed in on by James Allen. So P2 about to be challenged for and possibly got closing up now.
Here we go.
Those two. Here we go into Sonny. The fascinating thing for me here is the ages of the... Oh, and a lock up from Paul Neville leaves the door open. Can't quite see it in this shot, but when they were coming towards us, how cars have got bigger. Because I was used to thinking the Escort was quite a bigger car, and the Focus is, for me, the equivalent of the Escort these days. But it's that much bigger.
It is a very wide track car. A very wide track car, that Focus, and you kind of get the size difference there. I mean, wasn't the Escort seen as a family car back in the day? As Paul Neville works it down the inside, has James Allen got a problem?
I hope not.
Has James Allen got a problem? He pulled away at that point.
No,
it's cutting out.
That's
no.
a shame.
James Allen enters the pit lane. Unfortunately, he's got more problems. That's devastating. Absolutely devastating for him. It looked like it lost power there while he was fighting with Paul Neville. That is gutting for James Allen and his team.
Now I'm wondering,
it's reset itself, so he's going back out.
Yeah, now there's two things you can do there, isn't there? One is go back through Park Firming, go back to paddock, or go back out. But I'm wondering, I think he did the right thing, because if he's not sure, the last thing he wants to do is get stranded and have to do a whole lap or park up.
I'm wondering if he's hit the reset switch on his panel. Something maybe tripped in his car and said, I don't like this, and it's put the fail-safe in. He's managed to put a reset on it, and he is right behind Stefan Marsh and the Tangerine machine of Scott Tollen.
We get to see that battle again.
There we go.
Okay, we wanted to see him try and have a little dice with Paul, which was great that was there, and a super drive from James, so we get to see him do the battling again. So he's closing up on Stefan Marsh. He just likes the TV time, doesn't he? He's making up for it.
I think he does, and what you've got there is two very similar shaped cars, and what you have is a picture of the modified Fords, how far you can modify these cars to suit your budget. So James has put so much time and effort in his car over the years. Stefan does exactly the same. Stefan, you know, they won't mind me saying this, Stefan doesn't quite have the budget to put as much into his car as he can. He does what he can with what he's got. So you've got two contrasting values between two very similar shaped cars, but James Allen's already dispatched of Stefan Marsh, and he's round the outside of Scott Tollen into the complex, and whatever problems he has seems to have potentially reset themselves.
On his best lap, 2 seconds a lap quicker than Paul Neville, so are we going to see him up and scrapping possibly?
I think so.
For second position again. Paul has got a massive lead on him though at the moment.
He has, but you know, that lap time by James Allen, you cannot discount that, a 1:29.0. And our race leader, Mr. Andy Robinson, his best lap time was a 1:28.8. That is rapid.
Great stuff from the modified Fords. We've only got 6 minutes to go after a long journey for many of them, and we appreciate them coming up. But here's our glorious race leader, the Ford Falcon Supercar. As soon as I saw this on the entry, I thought we're in for a treat.
Oh yes, you're always in for a treat when there's a V8 supercar on the bill. There's a few down at Goodwood this weekend causing some I think Jake Hill's in one going up the hill.
Is he?
He's in a Holden Commodore of sorts, but this is a beautiful car, originally built by Paul Wheel Racing. I believe it raced at Bathurst in 2000, 2001. I could be wrong. That could be the car. I do know it's a Paul Wheel chassis, and Andy brought into the country, I'd like to say 2009.
And that's not an easy thing to do, is it? Import these cars. I mean, you talk about maintaining them and running, but getting them in the first place. Getting
it here and getting the parts in, it is a fabulous car to watch, and it looks like it is a fabulous car to drive. I mean, look at it. How could you not? So, and Andy's a great guy as well, very, very friendly. So if you're ever in the modified Ford paddock and Andy's out racing with us, he's always happy to show you around this beautiful car on screen. At the moment, he leads quite handsomely from Paul Neville. Now let's check up on James Allen. And it looks like he hasn't managed to get away from the Cosworth again. He's got the same problem again. Oh, that's gutting.
Seems to be on that part, doesn't he? He's not going to pit again, I don't think, this time.
It's almost like he has to hit a reset switch. Almost like he turns the ignition off and on again to reset everything and gets going.
Right, I'm going to ask you a question. James Allen Interiors, what does he do?
I'd like to say commercial interiors, shop fittings and everything like that. Cool. That's what it looks like. I'll have to ask him properly.
Yeah, I wasn't sure with you. No, apologies for putting you on the spot.
Yeah, we did see Ben Parnell on the screen there, unfortunately, looking like he had some issues. He did start moving again, so I'm wondering if he's had a bit of a spin.
Was that Ben or was that Chris Harrison?
couldn't quite tell because of the screen in front of us, but...
Okay, well, one of the two as James Allen carries on.
Is that a bit of bodywork hanging off the back of the... Yeah, looks like there's a bit of bodywork hanging on the back of the Escort going through, so I'm wondering if that is from the tap with Stefan Marsh earlier, or perhaps a new bit of contact, unfortunately.
A bit of orange peel.
Very good, very good. A bit of orange peel on the car there. That's good.
That's about as good as you get. I'm going home now.
I like that, good effort.
Paul Neville, he's well clear, is he? Paul might be able to hang on to second here because, yeah, Stefan, as we said, has had that repeating problem. But done well. I mean, come up into 6th place, so a cracking drive. Do you have a driver of the round or anything that we award on these? Or
I am due to pick one.
Are you?
And
that is always the poison chalice, isn't it?
It is always the poison chalice. I'm going to wait for the results of this race. I've got a couple in mind.
You don't have to do it on air. You can mull it over a little bit later on.
I did think that was going to get a bit... And James Allen's cut out again. Whatever problems he's got, it's around that hairpin. It's almost like he's losing oil pressure or something. He has to reset the ECU and go again.
See, I would not know that. This is why it's great to have you with the technical knowledge.
I'll be honest, I'll get on.
I know, but that's what we need. You know, you need to. What could it be? And
well, it only ever seems to happen around that complex. So I'm wondering if the turn right and then the turn left is moving the oil and then losing pressure somewhere. Something's not happy. He can then reset the ECU, or something then cuts back in, and he can go again. But James Allen, unfortunately, only holding 7th at the moment after being the 2nd quickest car in terms of lap time all race. He was on for that 2nd place overall, and indeed looked like he was going to be chasing down for the win. But he currently sits 7th behind these two dicing pair again.
Now, these cars have to be a certain age, don't they? Because you're not allowed newer Fords in this.
Anything pre-2013 we allow.
Does that mean that the spares getting into sort of current classic or recent classic status are more expensive?
They can be if you're smart about it.
Look at Stefan Marsh.
Stefan Marsh down the inside. Go on, Steph. He's had a great move down the inside. James Allen's going to have a go as well. And he gets alongside the Tangerine Dream.
Oh, they were a band, weren't they? You probably don't...
No, he's sideways. Just tried to get down the inside of Stefan Marsh. And he tries again, and he hits Stefan Marsh.
Tolan tags him.
Oh, that's such a shame.
Are they mates? They were.
They were. We'll have to see what happens afterwards, but unfortunately, a bit of contact there.
That's a shame. That is a massive, massive shame. That's definitely stuffed. Well, I thought that stuffed.
No, he's going again. He's just going to check the back of the car, make sure everything's wiggling as it should. And James Allen following it. It's almost every lap now on that same part of the circuit that James Allen has to reset the car and then go again. But Scott Tolan, I think, was going for a gap that was always going to close from Steph turning in. And James Allen was there and around 2, and unfortunately it resulted in a bit of contact for the Escort Cosworth. Luckily, they're still going. A bit more orange peel on the Tangerine Dream as they go down the straight. James Allen getting a little bit comfy on the outside.
James looking to the outside as they go through Tower Bend, and if he can hold on to that line, he may... Well, he's not going to do that, so it might be a cutback instead, but again, just struggling on that corner. He's not going to, we know he's not going to be able to do anything on pass form coming into the complex a little bit later on. Stefan Marsh struggles on behind them. It's still Andy Robinson from Paul Neville and Ben Purnell who is next up.
And Scott Tolan having a bit of a grassy moment there as well. I'm wondering if he's now struggling with the handling of that car. He may have bent a bit of the steering with the contact that he had with Steph, but it certainly rotated Stefan round. It doesn't look like Stefan's got any issues with his car, but he's following a bit further behind now, and James Allen able to get going. Now let's have a look at James going into the hairpin. There's the Scott Tolan Escort Cosworth, but just up the road. So James turns into the hairpin. Can he get on the power coming out? No, it's done exactly the same thing again. It's cutting out. It's always around that left-hander.
Loses a shed load of places. It's a shame for James Allen. What an entertaining drive we had from him from the back of the grid. The team have worked so hard, and I'm guessing other people in the paddock to try and help get him out.
He's always got a good team of people there with him, and working away on the car to get it ready at each round. All immaculately dressed. I think he's got them all uniforms and everything with his logo on. Always immaculately prepared car and team from James Allen. But here is our man as the clock counts down to 3 seconds to go, 2, 1. We're going to get our race winner here on screen. That's Andy Robinson in that beautiful V8 supercar, a worthy winner of race 2 here in the modified Fords as it screams towards the line and takes the checkered flag. So our winner for race 2 for the modified Ford series is Andy Robinson.
Paul Neville's going to get second. He's just negotiating the hairpin at the moment. Lovely to hear some warm applause for him. Paul Neville goes rally crossing and gets the back end of the car out, but collects it all up. Goodness me.
He definitely put the Rally Sport into RS then, didn't he?
He did.
Fantastic result. And Ben Parnell takes 3rd place after having gear shift issues in race 1. He'll be really pleased with that, with a 3rd overall in the RSR Ford Escort. And Kevin White with a brilliant drive, 4th place. And for me, oh, there's more contact. James Allen's around, and that is Scott Tollan. They've had more contacts around the complex at the back, and Stefan Marsh goes through to take the place. So it looks like there's been some further contact round. James Allen's car is stationary, and Scott Tollan has managed to get underway. Stefan Marsh is going to come through and take 5th overall, but unfortunately, it looked like there was some further contact on that last lap. I'll go back to the driver a day quickly. For me, it's Kevin White. I think in that Fiesta, he's driven that car superbly, punched well above his weight all weekend.
Good shout. It's a very good shout.
And a superb effort from him. Driver of the Day award, sponsored by Scale Electric, of course. But thank you for all of our sponsors for this weekend. Once again, we've got Club Racing UK, DC Dancow and Auto Services Limited. We've got Ian Blackley Automotive Services, and we've got MTS Motorsport as well. So thank you to our sponsors, to the modified Fords. But a worthy winner there on our screen, Richard.
Absolutely right. Well done to Andy Robinson. We'll hear again from him with John Ratcliffe in the victory lane a little bit later on. You were saying about Scale Electric being a sponsor. There are a couple of cars in the series that you could get as well.
Yes, absolutely. I think there's 7 or 8 cars you can get now.
Is that many?
Mostly escorts. I will admit.
I keep meaning to buy the Tony Paxman one because I go back a long way with
Hopefully,
Paxman,
we will see Mr. Paxman out with us soon. He's a character, is old Tony.
The other one I was hoping to see this weekend was Graham Waite, and I thought being near Scotland we might see Graham. I don't know if he's got problems with the car or otherwise.
Yeah, it wasn't on song when we were last out at Mondello, so hopefully we'll see Graham and indeed Gary out soon as well with us. Always welcome in the modified Ford series.
That'd be good to see. But yeah, what a treat to see the fan. It's run well, isn't it, as well? I mean, it looks beautiful. It's run superbly.
Run by an enthusiast that puts a lot of love and care and attention into those cars. So beautiful.
So Andy, well done, Andy Robinson. Paul Neville as well, the man who looks after the series, does such a fantastic job with the series, and hope that we get them to visit Croft again very, very soon indeed. We'll run through the results. The cars are coming down into pit lane, so we'll be able to go and talk to the winners in a moment, but a quick recap for you of how they finished on their second race of the weekend. Andy Robinson takes the outright win in the supercar Ford Falcon, with Paul Neville in second, taking the class win in second. Ben Purnell is class winner as well. Kevin White, our driver of the weekend, is in 4th place from Stefan Marsh. Scott Tollan did recover ultimately for 6th place from Chris Harrison. Ian Blackley in 8th from Steve Primmett. Good drive into 9th from Steve Primmett. James Allen in 10th, Manister McMillan. Piers Warwick next up from Lucas Dryden. And Leslie Chapelhow in 14th. '15th was David Guthrie, and 16th Dave Barrett. Obviously those drivers having issues, which was a shame, but we wish them well for a safe trip home and a better luck next time out. Cars down into Park Fair. Rob Lewis, thank you ever so much for joining us on the mic. Always a pleasure. Great to see you. Even better to get a chance to work with you on the mic.
Always a pleasure, Richard. Thank you to everyone for tuning in and watching this, and it's going to be a great Supersport endurance race later on.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. When do we see you in Modified Fords again? Are we?
We are out at Cadwell Park in mid-August, but if you head to modifiedfords.co.uk, all the information about the series will be on there, including all the entry lists, so you're able to go on there and actually see who's committing to enter the next
So you can
few
see
rounds.
what cars you're going to be able to see?
Yeah.
Great stuff. I think we just had the message to say that John is down in victory lane and ready. If not, I will talk a little bit more, but let's see if we've got John for you.
Well then, another cracking race here at Croft. Great to see the modified Fords out yet again. Of course, sadly, the last time we see them out today, but don't be sad that we won't. Be happy that it happened and what racing we saw out there on circuit. Let's go and try and chat to some of our drivers then. We'll see if we can grab our winner overall and, of course, class winner as well. Got the leaf blower out already. Is that for you or the car?
That's for me. The car can wait.
Well, what a race yet again. Of course, sadly, we didn't get the pole sitter starting the race, but it meant P2 in the first race, P1 in the second race. Should be pretty happy with that.
Walk in the park. Walk in the park. I just had to watch my mirrors and there was nobody coming, so yeah, I'll take that one. Sorry to see Dave not out though, but he probably would have won, but you got to be in it to win it, so...
We'll try not to get run over. But yeah, exactly. You were in it and you won it, so well done.
Thank you, Seb. Cheers, thank you.
And I was just going to say as well, I spoke to you about how amazing your car looks after the previous race. I was able to stand on the pit wall for that one. It sounds epic as well.
Oh, well, sounds good from inside as well. Yeah.
Hope you got some good earplugs.
Yes, we have, yeah.
Okay, good. Well done, mate. Yes. P1. Cheers, well done. Right, let's crack on then. I think the other two were slightly further down. Who's over here? Thank you. With the cooling there from the Milwaukee fan. I think some cooling really needed in that one, to be fair.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's Paul, isn't it, Paul? Paul, cracking again. Again, seeming like you were a little bit far away from everyone else.
A bit no man's land again, but I just keep it pinned and, you know, I sort of try and better my times or try and learn a line. So there's always something to be gained out of racing, you know, out of doing what you do. So, yeah, it's good. Finished in one piece, no drama. So, yeah, I'm good with that.
Exactly, yeah, should be happy with that. And how do you think about this Croft track as well? Of course, it's been a bit of a hot one, but the circuit itself, is it one you enjoy?
The weather's been great. You know, I'm not afraid of the weather. It's a bit hot, but that's fine. But the track's good. It's really good. The only thing I'd like to cut out is that stupid hairpin. I just can't get around it. I could walk quick around that hairpin.
Honestly, yeah. I've raced it previously in the Fun Cups that were on the bill yesterday, and it feels like an age before you can get up the throttle. And if you go a bit too early, you just run out wide, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. So, but the rest of it's great. It's fantastic. Awesome. Really good.
Glad you enjoyed it. Well done, P2. Cracking. Well done. Right, let's continue on. I'll see if I can find Ben Purnell, if Ben is around here. Anyway, he might actually be sat on the bonnet, so he might actually be helping me a little bit down here. Is it Ben? Hello, Ben. Good to chat with you. Your car looks bent.
Yes.
P3 on the roads. You must be pretty happy with that one?
I was, considering I started second from the back. Yeah, so yeah, it wasn't bad. But I've just had issue after issue after issue. So, but same old, and everyone gets that. So, but
exactly. That's what happens with these kind of cars. Yeah, but I mean, like I was going to say, P16, I think it was on the grid, all the way through to the podium. Yeah. What's it like cutting through a field like this?
Yeah, it was a bit tricky. Just don't want to do anyone any damage. Do you know what I mean? And just try and keep it on the track. So, yeah, it's good crack, mate. Yeah, it's good.
Exactly. Can you talk us through? I mean, it's a beautiful car. What's it like to drive one of these things?
It's fairly easy, to be honest with you. It's quite a forgiving car, you know, so just got to be on it. Just take your time and practice, isn't it?
Are those full slick tyres?
Yeah, they are, mate. Yeah, everyone runs slick, so yeah, it's banging.
Epic. A lot of grip on a day like today, a lot less when it's maybe more British weather.
They've gone off a bit. It was starting to slide around a bit, but they got two hot lights, so yeah.
Of course.
It's all right.
Lots of fun to drive and a P3 overall.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well done, mate. Cheers. Thank you very much. Right then, no cars just out on track just yet, but sadly, there's only one race to go so far on the bill here today, of course. Now, this is a long name, so I'm going to have to refer back to my booklet. The PBS Brakes SUPERSPORT Endurance Cup is up next for their 2-hour endurance race as we finalise the weekend here at Croft. I'll hang it back up to Richard O'Neill in the commentary box.
Thank you very much indeed, John. Great to hear from those guys with the Modified Ford Series. We wish them a safe journey home and look forward to seeing them. I think they're on with us at the Brscc, one of the Silverstones in September, if you want to follow us, the Brscc, and also catch a little bit of Modified Ford action. More modified cars coming up, predominantly BMWs, as we saw in the qualifying session earlier on in the afternoon. And that was quite interesting in this championship, as John rightly called it, PBS Brakes SUPERSPORT Endurance Cup. Thanks to PBS Brakes for supporting that. Multi-class championship. We've got basically 6 different levels of power to weight ratio, starting off with Pro A. Got 3 Pro classes and then 3 Club classes. The difference really is only that we call the Pro the most powerful 3 classes, and then the Club classes are the least powerful ones, which kind of works. It's a nice setup for the championship. Just to let you know, in terms of what those power outputs are, we've got the Pro A category, which is very well subscribed this weekend, with the cars running from 311 to 350 brake horsepower. Immediately beneath that, Pro B running from 271 to 310. Pro C, anything up to 270 from 231, and then the club class is Club A, 191 brake horsepower per tonne up to 230, and then Club B 151 to 190, and anybody under 150 brake horsepower per tonne in Club C. Now, in terms of the entries that we've got for you, as the cars come onto the circuit, we've got predominantly, just having a quick look, it's all BMW in Pro A, a mixture of M2s and M3s, or one M2 and a batch of M3s. Pro B is solely Caterham, Lee Collins, so he's just got to finish to get the winning points. We were talking about horsepower a little bit earlier on, weren't we? And we'll come to that in a minute, and we'll come back to the classes because here's the grid. Lynch and Hooker will start from P1 with Mulsdale and Kent next up of P2, Evans, Hudson and Parks, BMW M3 next up, Aldo Riti, Kevin Clark ahead of Chris Murphy with Lee Collins in his Caterham 6, Alessandro Ballesteros is next up in the Evans and Hart Honda Civic Type R. Ninth on the grid, the Mazda RX-8, the smallest engine, the rotary engine with Payne Cresswell and Herndon. Then it is Bruce Robinson and Paul Sheard in their Mazda MX-5 Mark III, 10th on the grid. David Drinkwater and Adam Reed, the championship leaders, back on 11th on the grid. And then the 1-2-3 car completing things, which is James Miller and Mark Curran. You might have seen the interview with Mark, newcomer to racing, having his racing debut, and I believe starting the car. I don't have to hand a list of drivers that are starting the cars, so I will be referring to them in the plural, and I can't see, and I don't know indeed, crash helmet colours to be able to identify drivers in the cars. So if there is a starting list, I've got to say, normally, if I'm pit lane, I normally think to go and do a quick recce beforehand, but we haven't got anyone to be able to do that. There is the Intersport BMW of Kevin Clark and Aldo Riti. Kevin, a long-term driver, multi-champion on the circuits, long circuits and short ovals, a very adaptable and quick driver in whatever he races. It was interesting. I'll come to an interesting point about Kevin Clark a little bit later on and talk to you a little bit more about the run through the classes. I think where had I got to? Pro B. We did have one Pro C entry, which is James Alford in his Audi TT, but that was scratched before the start of the meeting, so very sadly James not with us. Did I hear correctly that he is surfing somewhere this weekend? And I don't mean on the internet, by the sea. I think James is taking a little bit of a break. Club A, which is the 191 to 230 brake horsepower per tonne, is headed by Alessandro Ballesteros, third overall in the championship and second in class in Club A, so he's going to be dicing with the Bruce Robinson Paul Sheard car, which is first in class, and that Mazda had Colin Turkington at the wheel very early on in the championship. There is a limit to the number of drivers that you can put in the car over the course of the season, but the battle between those two, Ballesteros in the Audi TT and the Mazda MX-5, is going to be an interesting battle to watch as well. Who else have we got in that class? The man I've not spoken about is Honda Civic Type R of Jeremy Evans, and he's fifth in the class in terms of this year's championship so far. On to Club B, which is this weekend featuring Alistair Lindsay, the club class leader. Not sure if Alistair is on the grid. Let's have a quick look. He might have scratched his entry as well, and that will leave the Wes Payne, Darryl Cresswell and Paul Herndon Mazda RX-8, 1.3 litres, so by far the smallest engine car on the grid. And then Club C, just the two entries, but two good entries and two interesting ones. We've got David Drinkwater and Adam Reed in their BMW compacts. We go back to BMWs for Club C, and the pure track Renault Clio of James Miller and Mark Curran with newcomer. I don't know if you saw the interview earlier on, John, with newcomer Mark Curran having his racing debut, and him and his mum Shelley, who are here this weekend, were both a little bit nervous, and Mark was telling me he can't quite get the balance of fluidity right when he's out in the race car. He's been out in the race car and dehydrated. Next time he went out, took too much water on, it made him a little bit queasy. Just one of the things you never think about as a driver, and I'm guessing that probably affects you guys in hot weather doing track car.
Exactly the same, yeah, exactly the same. And that's, again, all those little things that just come with that extra experience. It's all things that you have to learn on the job, sort of thing. You can ask around and find out a bit, but again, it's going to be slightly different for each driver, all those sorts of things. So finding out what works for you takes that time, takes a few races, takes you to get into it. But he's got a lot of time to work things out in this one, 2 hours ahead of us.
And I gather he's starting the car. He's going to be doing around about 20 minute stint. We need to talk about the race format that we've got for you, and the race format is 2 mandatory stops over the 2 hours. That obviously will cater for 3 drivers where we've got that. Most cars only having the 2 drivers, but they'll have to fight out amongst themselves. So we will see varying times. The pit window opens after 20 minutes, and then all the stops can be done. You can do them quickly and get them out of the way if you want to do that. But then the pit window closes 15 minutes before the end, so we will get, irrespective of the pit stops, a picture 15 minutes from the end of the 2 hours as to who is where in the respective classes. The stops are timed stops, so from pit in to pit out they have to be 3 minutes, so that gives you time to come into the pit lane and do a fairly leisurely unbelt and rebelt, or do whatever you're going to do. They can take a stop under yellows, so we can do a pit stop under yellows, as in Fun Cup yesterday, but here there is a penalty if you do it under yellows, in that you have to make the stop 6 minutes. So if there is a stop, any pit crew that you've got or any timing on your dashboard, you're going to have to adjust to make sure that pit entry to pit out is 6 minutes. So quite a lot of work for people to do in terms of that.
And is that under safety car, not just general yellows?
6 minutes under safety car, cool. as opposed to general yellows. Yeah,
lovely, awesome. Yeah, no, it's slightly different to the pit stops I'm used to in the Fun Cup, where obviously there is literally no timer to think about. I think the best times that drivers can sort of do is around 10 seconds for a pit stop of the getting in and out of the car. Slightly longer in this one, but means it's nice and safe as well, so that's always good.
It is, and it's a narrow pit lane for the guys to have to do that. So it's the William Lynch Ryan Hooker M3 on pole position, with Peter Mulsdale, Stephen Kent's M2 alongside the 167 car on pole position. The orange car is there, great looking field. I'll tell you what, it's going to be nervous at the back. Spare a thought for Mark Curran, who is in the Clio at the back of the field, having his first start. First time to race in anger for him off the back. Plenty of stories to look at as we get going, and the cars do get going. And it is Peter Mulsdale who gets away well. It's the Intersport car up into 3rd place, we can expect. Now, I don't know who's going to be the quicker out of Kevin Clark and Aldo Riti, and who is in the car now. If I have a quick look to see whether I can see Kevin Clark on the pit lane or not. No, I can't. And I can't see Kevin waving at me to try and work out who's in the cars. We haven't had a list of starting drivers. If anyone from the championship has got that, that would be useful. As I say, normally I would use a lunch break to go around and get that, but unfortunately we didn't get time to do it today. As we see the number 19, Alessandro Ballesteros, Audi TT, one of the front runners in class Club A. The difference between Club and Pro, just effectively a division on power. There isn't any difference, I think, in terms of tyres or anything like that, but 6 classes, top 3 class Pro, bottom 3 power output classes known as Club. Good mix of cars, all underway. The coach is getting a little bit slidey and sideways already. And that's Lee Collins. And we've got a fantastic mix here, John, of cars. Always Kevin Clark. Is it Kevin Clark or Aldo Riti? I'm going to hazard a guess and say it's Kevin Clark, because I can't see him on the pit wall. Goes up into 2nd position. Late entry, for those of you that maybe look at the Brscc website as opposed to race programmes. I quite like the internet. Now, a lot of commentators rue the day that we don't get programmes anymore since COVID. I'll be honest, mine used to end up in the recycling anyway. David Addison will be shaking at me now, shaking his fist at me. He loves a programme. When we're away, actually, with Addison, what meeting should we go to on Saturday night in Scotland? He says, the one where I can get a programme. What a character, though.
It is a shame. I used to really enjoy it when I was a kid, coming to race events, and it gave you a little bit more of an insight as to who was out there and what was out there.
It's nice. It really is nice. But it's gone now, that kind of thing. Big meetings like touring cars, you can get them. But just coming to say here, this is going to be unusual for you watching a different endurance race as opposed to Fun Cup. And Kevin Clark's going to have a go here at the race leader. The Mulsdale Kent car coming under pressure from Kevin Clark. Multi-champion on the circuits, won the Eurocar V8 Championship back in the day. The same year as the pickup truck racing championship, Kevin Clark. Double champion on a single day.
That is mightily impressive. Yeah. That's certainly one to tick off the bucket list as a racing driver. Impressive stuff. Well, pressure already being applied, and potentially an opportunity here down at Sunny Bend. Gets the inside line and just about grabs the lead away. That was very opportunistic, that one, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Kevin Clark won't muck about. Started his career on the short circuits. That double championship win that year, I mean, that puts him up with the likes of, in modern day terms, how many drivers are getting around to doing that? There's the youngster that we've got coming up now into touring cars. Mikey Doble won Ginettas and BMWs in 1 year. So look how good he is now in touring cars. He's doing a good job in touring cars. Kevin Clark, if he'd have had the budget, would have been a star touring car driver, no doubt about that.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. He clearly got the pace, he's clearly got the talent. Like you mentioned about Mikey Doble as well. Great to see him going from strength to strength. It was lovely to chat to some of his family members, some of his younger family members at Anglesey as well, racing in the lower sort of Fiesta classes, all things like that. So it was great to see as well the whole family dynamic and them all pushing to the fore in terms of British motorsport. It's lovely to see.
Yeah, Isaac Doble, wasn't it, in the
he was quality.
He was
really
great.
impressive.
We did a paddock show, track walk or paddock walk at Anglesey a couple of years ago, and we were interviewing Mike and we interviewed Mikey, and then Isaac was there. They made the mistake of telling me he was entering the scholarship, the Fiesta scholarship, so I went and interviewed him, and he was no qualms at all. Great little interview. Yeah. He's a great peddler, and watch him in the coming rounds, because he was up on the podium again, wasn't he, when you were there?
He was,
and that is going to convert to win very, very soon.
Yeah, no, he was. It was very impressive. But in that championship, Thomas Merritt was just the standout amongst that weekend. I think he won every single race, so he is certainly a driver to watch as well.
I like
plenty of them coming through the ladder.
Thomas is a very serious young man, isn't he?
He's fantastic.
He's great, isn't he? he did a co-commentary with us on esports, and then jumped off, and he's now doing it for another company.
Yeah. You know, he was great. He was serious when he needed to be, but also a good fun and happy to have a joke.
Yeah,
when he
100%.
didn't, so.
Great ambassador, really good kid, very professional, and but that's the line that comes from him. Very serious young man, and he'd be a real asset for anyone who wants to get involved in his career. I'm going to give a quick shout out while we are BRSCing, and if you're watching this and you've got a youngster and you want to get him a Christmas present, an early Christmas present, get him an entry to the Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarships up at Blighton Park. All the details are on the Brscc website. It's money very well spent. It might be a little bit more than you're thinking of spending. I don't know. Have a look at it. It's a fantastic day. The club really do give you great value for money at it. All you need to do is have a little bit of experience of driving. You don't have to have any racing experience. You could come away as a winner. It is genuinely a completely open scholarship championship to win. It's a fantastic 3 days for us to work on. I'm not sure if I'm working on it this year. They haven't asked me. I wonder if that's a portent. Janetta have. I'm working on the Janetta one. I haven't officially been. There's a hint there for anyone BRSCC. The diary will be open tomorrow. Give me a ring.
Little hint, no chance there from Richard. But yeah, no, honestly, what an amazing thing to have for young drivers to get that opportunity to press on into proper motorsport. Like you say, it isn't cheap, but it is affordable racing for young people to move their way up the motorsport ladder. And the racing that we saw at Anglesey was second to none. It was just awesome. Nip and tuck, and of course a lot of young drivers, they have a lot less, let's be honest, fear of death. So they're more likely to just send a move, just crack on and go for it.
That's pretty blatant, John.
Well, it is. It's the same in the Fun Cup.
This is what, because Adam Reed car.
That was a big off at a very odd place as well, hitting the barrier on the left-hand side there as I went into the complex in the final part of the circuit. Spun off to the left, so maybe was that grabbing too much? Was that grabbing too much of the inside curve, touching the grass and it spinning round? I didn't see anyone around him when that happened, but maybe he was helped into it. I'm not so sure.
David Drinkwater was on social media yesterday saying that he'd like to have a go in the Legends car. One of those weird things. I think he thought. Sorry, I'll probably paraphrase that, but it was very. The word "weird" I think was there. And funny enough, that actually reminded me of a Legends car spinning at that point a couple of years ago at the Token. Mind you, Legends cars spin everywhere, don't they? To be perfectly honest, I'll get it in the neck from Legends UK about that. But they're down there at the Three Amigos team, busy trying to sort that out quickly. Lad on the left there, really good chap with his electrical engineer. Take the splitter off. Over the years getting stuck in. Now does this mean that Mark Curran, who's in his debut, if they get that track clear, he's got a really chance of getting a class win on his motor racing debut. How happy is Mark Curran about that?
Super happy, yeah, that would be amazing. Wouldn't it? First time of asking, you step on top of the class podium. This looks like a bit of a serious job here down in the pit lane to get that one sorted. I'm sort of umming and ahhing, driver staying in the car, whether I nip down and go and see if I can find out what's going on down there. But this obviously depends on how quickly they're going to get that straight back out of the pit lane.
You're welcome to if you want to take a breather and nip down.
Why not? We've got 2 hours. I'll go and see if I can find any more information.
John, you're a gent. Well done, mate. Top man. So John will nip down and get the news from the team. And it is a big story, that one, because it's the championship leaders that have got the issue that's gone on there very early doors. So a little bit of drama to our, I was going to say opening race. It's not the opening race, it's the race of the weekend for the SuperSport Endurance Cup. the 5th round of 7 events that we have for this year. Nice to see that Audi TT running well. Alessandro Ballesteros has put Chris Murphy between himself and the 27 car of Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart, so he's made a little bit of progress to get away there. The overall wins in this championship so far this year, and it's a mixed grid again, a little bit like we were saying in the Modified Ford Series. You get different drivers that will appear at different stages of the season, and we've had different outright winners. The prolific winner over the course of the season thus far has been Julian McBride in his BMW M3, not with us this weekend, as Ballesteros is actually closing in now on the Tom Evans, Ben Hudson and Matt Parks BMW M3. And that's a big scalp if he can get that. The Audi TT running in Clubman A and Pro A 104 car. Now, it is obviously, we talk about power to rate ratios. What that doesn't respect is necessarily whether we've got experienced drivers in the car, and you can see from the back of the BMW that it's got the yellow square with the black cross indicating that one of the 3 drivers is a newcomer to racing. So although the TT is effectively punching above weight, it may be doing so because we've got a lesser experienced driver in the BMW, but by all accounts at the moment doing a good job coming down into Tower. What was I talking about? I was talking about the winners that we've had. Yeah, Julian McBride has had 2 outright wins. Chris Murphy took the outright win at Snetterton, and he is running at the moment down in 7th place. So Chris a little bit off the pace to what we're used to seeing for him. Other class winners, as we look at the William Lynch, Ryan Hooker car. These 2 cars were 1st and 2nd on the grid. So Kevin Clark, Aldo Risi have got clear at the moment and have opened up a big gap. We'll see what that is. It's 11 seconds to go across the line. And the Northdale Kent BMW dicing with the Lynch Hooker orange car. But the orange car doesn't suffer the same fate as the orange car from Modified Ford earlier on. 2nd place car also in Class Pro A. We've got Pro A 1st, 2nd and 3rd overall. The Caterham running in 4th place. Pro A race wins, as we mentioned, Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy's actually taken 2 class wins over the course of the year. Dave Griffin has won the other ones. And then Pro B, there wasn't any entries at Snetterton. Gadsby Jones won the class there. Pro C won by Jason McAnulty in the Lotus Elise. We've got no Lotus represented this weekend, but Jason won there. Pretty sure we had another front-running Mazda as well. Anyway, we'll come back to that in a minute, but Johnny's down in the pits with some information, so let's hear from John.
Lovely, yes, we are down in the pit lane. Some serious work going on here with your championship leader, number 1. I'll see if I can just have a quick chat to Adam. Hello, Adam. I know it's mid-race. I'm sorry to jump onto you while you're still in the middle of this race, but what happened there down in the final sector?
Back end just snapped on me and I was a passenger after that.
It was like we couldn't quite see. We cut to it just as the incident happened. I wasn't sure if anyone helped you into it. It was all on your own, was it?
All by myself. Just me it was. So pushing too hard and back end just snapped, it did.
These things happen. Now, do you know what's broken on the front of it, or are you just waiting to have the go-ahead to go back?
I got a clue.
Just sit and wait and hope it's a quick one.
So I don't know what. So I know the front bumper's like, is knackered. So I'm guessing it's duct tape and cable ties.
The old classic motorsport fix. Well, unlucky, mate. Good luck for the rest of this one.
Nice one. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Well done. Let's see how they continue on. Your championship leaders already with a bit of an issue. Back to you in the commentary box.
Yeah, top work, John. Thanks ever so much for that. It's a huge story, so good journalism from John going down there and getting that. Not only the championship leaders going out, but also the drivers. I was going through club class wins, and David Drinkwater and Adam Reed, the man we just heard from, have won every single race so far this year in class, but looking like it's not going to be the case in this one, unless the Clio has problems. You haven't had a look at the Clio yet, as we're still focusing on the battle for P2. And it's the Lynch Hooker car trying to put the pressure on and get back into 2nd place at the moment. So a bit of squabbling for class honours here. The great thing about this, it is a championship, and we do get a varying a varying amount of cars, and also a good selection, a good variety of different manufacturers represented as well. And a bit like modified Fords, you get drivers dipping in and out at different times, but there are, you know, a core of regular championship runners, which we've got here this weekend, which is always great to see. The 167 car still giving chase, William Lynch and Ryan Hooker. The Hooker name, one I remember from Porsche 19 going back. I can't remember if that was Ryan or not, to be perfectly honest, but pretty sure most of the Porsche 94 drivers came from this neck of the woods, if memory serves, but we're going back quite a way. And when I think of Brscc Porsches now, the other link I make is with the Porsche Boxsters, which that morphed into. Actually ran, the 94s ran with the Boxsters later on as the Brscc bought the newer cars in. And one of the drivers in the Boxster Championship was David Behrman, of course, whose son Oliver now racing in Formula 1, and his younger son racing with us in FIA British F4 this year. So really good, strong connection with the area, and also Brscc Production Sports Racing via the Porsches back in the day. That championship long gone. I think the 924s are still going, very much in a classic capacity. Can't remember the name of the championship now, the 924 Porsche Championship. I'm sure someone will correct me and probably put something into the stream, which incidentally I don't get to read. So if you do that comment, I won't be able to do that. The race leader is closing up on the shared Robinson Championship class leading Mazda, and has already cleared them, in fact, as they go down to Clervaux. We've still got the battle on for second position coming out. Length of a straight behind the race leaders at the moment. And the Hooker Lynch car has to go on the grass in its attempt to try and go through. Was work looking optimistic? John's back with us, thanks for that. It's great work down there.
You know, it's good.
Are they optimistic they're going to get back out?
I don't really know yet. Of course, we heard from the driver and them saying that, I don't know what's wrong with it. I'm just waiting.
I'm just sitting here waiting
hopefully
for them to
getting
get
a
off
thumbs
with
up,
it.
yeah, to go out again. But it looked like a serious bit of work going on in that car. But like we heard as well, interesting to hear, it was just all on his own. It was just trying a little bit too hard, made one little mistake, and that can cause big ramifications on occasion. It has this time.
What was he saying? What were we saying yesterday about Olympian GRD and the bad luck will happen at some point?
Yeah.
That car has won its class in every race this year, and then RJ ends on the commentary, and what happens? it all goes pear-shaped.
Yeah, it's got to happen at some point, hasn't it? Your luck's got to turn at some point, and sadly, today's the day for number one. Still there in the pit lane. Hopefully they can get back out and get at least some laps in and find their feet here at Croft, but sadly it doesn't look like they're going to be in contention for the class win today, unless something crazy continues on, but we have got plenty of time for that to happen.
We have. How are we doing on time? 1 minute 43, so we've already had a quarter of an hour, an eighth of the race already gone. So time passes quickly. There's the nice Intersport Racing logo on the side of Kevin Clark's always immaculate car. Kevin's racing. I spoke about pickups and Eurocar, where he won the V8 Championship. Pretty sure Kevin won they had a big shootout once. We had a big meeting for Eurocar at Brands Hatch, and it was something like 50 grand. And we were talking about the cash yesterday, the bounty on the.
Yeah.
And the guy that sponsored it was a Danish businessman called Lars Christian Brscc, actually Danish Parliament now. Sorry, I do whitter on about tangents and everything.
Crack on,
but anyway, Lars Christian turned up and he had the suitcase full of money and the photo opportunity was opening it up, and Kevin Clark won that.
Fair play.
That suitcase.
Were those real notes in the suitcase is the question?
Oh yeah, wow. Yeah, he's an investment banker. Lars Christian, lovely man, ran a team. Got Giorgio Pantano up into Formula 1 testing as part of his management program. Ran a lot of drivers, Jesper Karlsson back in the day, Jackie van der Ende in Formula Palmer Audi, and yeah, really, so there was a connection. Kevin Clark actually was one of Lars Christian Brsc's drivers. And I'll come back to Kevin when we see him, because one more little bit of info I'll give you about Kevin and what he's been up to recently. I was speculating whether it's Ryan Hooker or William Lynch in the chasing car, the orange one, going for third place at the moment. And I don't know if you heard whether you had the feed on, what was talking about Ryan Hooker. Was it the same Ryan Hooker that was in the Porsche 924 going back in the day? Which team that is out? That's great news, isn't it?
Great to see the number one heading back out on circuit then. I mean, I'm impressed with how relatively quick that was, seeing all the damage on the front of the car. They've not decided to reattach any of the front of the car that isn't absolutely necessary, so not going to be the most aerodynamic machine for the next hour and 40 minutes, but at least they're back out on circuit and circulating. We'll see how the pace continues on for Reed. Despite the slight mistake, he still seemed pretty chipper behind the wheel. Was looking forward to getting back out there. Let's see how he does.
I'll tell you what, this is going to make the nerves jangle. And we're talking about clubs here, it doesn't matter what class you're in, because there are little battles going all the way down there. Now, the Pure Track Clio of James Miller and Mark Curran which we'll pick up at some point, is now the class leader with the two cars in the class. And they are now going to be very concerned about making sure they keep going. Now, I don't know if you know Sarah Dennis is with that one. We had a similar meeting here last year with the Fun Cup, and it was me on pit lane duty for the duration of this one. And they had a Clio, I think the other Clio, they got a McGann as well, they run at Pure Track. And Sarah was getting ready for her stint, and we got to this point in the season, she had not had any racing time in the car. It had not behaved it. They are going to be worried that Clio is going to go the same way here.
Well, hopefully not. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it'd be nice for Mark.
Well, they've got, is it 6 laps, I think, maybe even 7 now. I think it will be 6 once the number 1 comes around to finish the end of this one. So 6 laps clear. I think on fastest lap so far in this race anyway, it was about 3 seconds or so, 2.5 seconds, the difference between ultimate pace. And with them doing about 1 minute 30-second lap times, it'll be a while for them to chase down that 6 laps. But again, in endurance racing, you just never know. Things could just happen in the blink of an eye, and suddenly the whole racing order changes. Yeah, and as we did see with the number 1, look, good to see they've not come straight back into the pits. They're round onto the second lap, so at least things looking positive for the moment.
They are getting the coverage. SkegnessTyres.co.uk. We do a bit of voice. We do a voiceover for them.
No, certainly not in the accent needed for the Skegness Tyres.
Well, what's the Skegness accent?
I don't actually know.
Is that Lincolnshire?
I don't actually know.
Skeg Vegas, we call it.
Yeah, that's all I know it is.
Yeah. Skegness Tyres. All your tyre requirements. There we go, there's a freebie for them. There's the Mazda getting past as well. Mazda running well.
Lovely to see an RX-8.
It is. Those cars. Yeah. Rotary engine, those things can be notoriously difficult to maintain and race.
Yeah, I think shown by how few cars they've ended up in is that they're so difficult to run, aren't they? But they give that such a unique sound, don't they, as well, the rotary engines. They just sound fantastic. So it's great to see us, just as we talk about him, he makes a lock up there into the final corner. But either way, lovely to see them out and racing it hard as well in that beautiful car.
The RX-8 share. Wes Payne, Darryl Cresswell, Paul Herndon racing in the Mazda. Where's the challenge? Try and grab out where they are.
Between your many sheets of paper.
Oh, for goodness, yeah, there's so many, you want them in all sorts of different orders, don't you?
See, I can minimise my pieces of paper and maximise them again. It's quite useful.
Yeah, I suppose so. What would you do? If you'd handwritten it, would you scan it or would you?
No, I usually keep the pre-notes to the laptop, and anything during the day is in my notepad. As you can see in all my interviews, I'm holding it there. It's
that's a good idea.
My trusty notepad, so I try not to.
I usually have a folded bit of paper, and then I'm unfolding it and trying to find out. And then where's my bit of paper? I can't find. A pad's a good idea. I like learning from young people.
The pad is good. I was out in Norway for some commentary last weekend.
Norway?
Yeah, indeed. It was lovely. But the issue was, during all the podium presentations, they'd given me sheets of paper, and it started raining.
Was that carts?
So it was indeed, yeah, carts. So all the pieces of paper just started falling apart. So I was trying to make it not run and read out the results.
Did you learn any hurdy-gurdy while you were out there?
I did not learn any. No, not at all. It was straight to the kart track. I was mostly just trying to pronounce their names. That was the most difficult part of the weekend.
Oh, well, they're all. So
yeah, all from Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Iceland.
Danish I can cope with, and everyone knows we go. Oh God, he's going off for the Danish trip again. Skal du ha et øl? No, not clear. Would you like a beer?
Oh, then yes is the answer to that question.
Back to Danish again, and last Christian Brscc with Kevin Clark. He was great stuff. Great Danish lad, as I say, Danish Parliament now. And
there's been lots of Danish coverage so far.
I have an affinity with the Danes. They're a great race. We had
they make some great pastries, I've got to say.
Danish pastries, yeah, that's good. Make good lager as well. The top story, which will probably wait for another day, and Kevin Clark will probably remember, we had there's Kevin just across the line. Bill and Chris Murphy just running well as well. You'll have heard of Tom Christensen?
Yes, of course.
Multiple Le Mans winner, and knew his late father, very well indeed. And we had Tom's brother come over from Race Legends with us at Donington, and boy was he quick.
Yeah.
And they had to start with Legends. You got a thing, if you come into it, you have to start at the back.
Right. Okay.
And he was like top 5 every race, even starting from the back. And they're just such a quick family.
Yeah. Super quick. I guess he's having a bit of fun as well, isn't he? I'll start at the back. Yeah, go on then. I'll cut through the field.
And loads of stories with Carl Eric. What an absolute legend he was. Really lovely man.
Yeah. When you're that experienced, you got that much talent in amongst the family blood as well. I feel like that's it's like turning the racing game down to easy mode. He's like, yeah, start me at the back, I'll turn it down to easy, I'll fly through. Not taking anything away from the other drivers that were out there, but he's just that family, another cut above the rest, aren't they? Amazing.
Carl Eric, and he did the thing about the Danes and the Scandinavians. I don't know if you found this when you were out in Norway last week. We'll get onto the race in a minute. I know people know.
Sorry,
that they do humour in English as well. They get it. So we all went out for a curry at the famous curry house near Donington, if you've ever been to that one. I don't think so. There's a really good one out there. Anyway, so we're sitting there having the thing, and Carlo, the little Indian guy, comes up and says, "Are you finished?" He says, "No, we are Danish." As in, have you finished?
Yeah, I got it.
But he did the jokes. And Carlo, the Danes are great. You know?
Everyone was apologising to me about their English, and I was like, well, your English is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it's a bit better than that. Than
just
our Scandinavian.
Slightly bit better. Yeah, it's just ever so slightly better. But no, super impressive. Lovely country, lovely people. Can't wait to go back. But I very much like being in the UK as well, and particularly here at Croft. This race has been fantastic so far. Drivers continuing to squabble. Of course, that pit lane is now open. Pit window is now open. Of course, 20 minutes into the race. We're now almost 25 minutes into this one. Haven't seen any drivers making the stops just yet, like you mentioned earlier. 2 mandatory stops between 20 minutes in and 15 minutes to go. And then we will see how that all pans out. And we'll see how the strategy plays out as well, because of course with Fun Cup, with the specific pit windows, it really does come down to strategy, a lot of it. But again, with these pit windows and having to come in for a certain amount of time, maybe it won't be quite as key in terms of the race, but will still be a massive part of it, of course.
It's great. It adds a little bit of strategy. It's nice for the single drivers to be able to do that, and they've got to work it out. It always amazes me when you come down and interview the drivers on this one, and very often a singleton driver doesn't have any crew with them, so a lot of drivers rock up, and I don't know whether it's here's a stop coming up as well.
Just as I said, we haven't had one yet.
Which is Chris. I'm hoping that's not a problem for Chris Murphy, but he's coming in. We'll see what's going to happen. Goes in at the appropriate angle into pit lane. We're making Martin run all the way. Martin, I'm so sorry, mate. We're making you run all the way down there to get it. He's done an absolute sterling job, Martin, in the pit lane. But there is, as you can see, the Woodrow Motorsport 721 car.
Give me the thumbs up.
When you're on your own, they have got, obviously there's a crew around this car, but some of the drivers I'm talking about will literally turn up with the car on the trailer, which you can do, and be on their own. And many a driver I've spoken to, I've said, how do you time it? And some of them have got a timer on the dash, which they use, and others will say, well, I just guess.
That's one way of doing it, for sure.
And what I'm saying is that, a lot of people treat, this is a serious championship, a lot of people will treat it like that, but you can also treat it like track time.
Yeah, exactly that, and you're out there with similar cars as well. You're able to have a bit of a scrap, which of course you definitely cannot do on track days and test days and whatnot, so it gives you that opportunity. But
tapping.
Yeah, some banging going on, isn't it? What are they trying to reattach there in the cockpit? I'm not 100% sure. Either way, whatever it was, it's done. The door is closed. Yeah, I can't say guessing the time is a very good way about going about things. I think 99% of the time you're going to be very wrong, whether that's way over or way under. Kind of the way, not ideal. But I can't imagine that. The racing such as these for 2 hours as well, doing it all on your own is pretty impressive. And that's seriously going to take it out of the driver, particularly on hot days such as this. Up at Croft, another driver heading in just behind Martin there. The number 90 also dives in for their pit stop. So Robinson and Sheard there are heading in the MX-5 Mark III from the Club A class. They're also in for their 3-minute stop. And you always think 3 minutes doesn't feel that long, but when you're waiting in the pit to head back out on circuit, it feels like an absolute age.
Driver say it's the worst thing. We just switched away from the 721 car. Just to reiterate, if you didn't hear on the interview, it's Chris Murphy and his wife's 40th wedding anniversary today. He's out racing, so he's got to buy her a big dinner and go to the racetrack for the weekend.
Sorry to force you to come to the racetrack on our anniversary. I'm sure she loves it.
So car vacates, we can get a driver. I'm going to try and see. Is he going to be? I can't even tell. Is it? I think that must have been Paul Sheard for the first stint.
The brightness is seriously turned up on our monitor, so we're struggling to see the specifics of that.
Paul Sheard, funny enough, we're going to get back to Denmark here, was teammate of Kevin Clark in Team Brscc. Right, okay, in the Eurocar V6s back in the day. And then Sheard, I think, I can't remember when Paul came in first of all, there is Paul in silhouette. I can tell Paul in silhouette, there he is. You step down, Christian Dick runs the Last Big Bristol.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Everything somehow connected.
Lovely, absolutely lovely. Really good. Shearney raced a gold for Eurocar V6. That was a championship back in the day. We need another one of those. I know the club probably disagree with me, but we do need that type of championship to come back and entertain us again. So it's Bruce Robinson that gets in, and that Mazda, I can't remember if you were here or not, but that was shared with Colin Turkington in the opening round where they won the class as well.
Awesome.
So
Epic.
Colin had a go.
I was not here for that one. That's a cool piece of information.
Turks is enjoying his year off, isn't he?
Yeah.
We dearly miss Colin Turkington from the paddock. Was Nipper at the juniors? Lewis, was he at the juniors at Anglesey, or was he doing his exams?
I'm trying to remember now. I feel like I do remember commentating on someone with the last name Turkington. I'm not sure if I ever realised it was in relation to Colin. Potentially though. I'll go and double check for you and I'll let you know.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. I know he's been away doing all sorts. He did the scholarship last year. And again, a lovely young man doing great. We've got the leading car in pit lane. I think that was probably Kevin in the first one. Great livery. John's busy looking up. You're looking out the input. So there's the refueling going on, the in-store car. It's really good. Shots of what's involved in these stops. You don't have to refuel. Not mandatory. It's only the 2 stops that are mandatory, but they've decided to have a go, get out, get the first pit stop done. A lot of drivers going for the early one.
Yeah, I found it. Lewis Turkington. He was on my commentary notes from Anglesey, so he was there. Yeah.
He didn't do very well at the first round. There is Kevin doing the telling his driver to get in. Was Kevin Clark to get one? And giving although Reese's short trip there. As I say, I've had the greatest respect for him. Really fantastic driver. And I'll come back to the point I was making. Starting with great life on the short ovals, racing a lovely shot. Been racing a stock car, and he was champion of that. And then he went on to race in non-contact racing. He only did stock cars for a little bit. And then a few weeks ago, he went back to the small ovals to race a replica car of Pete Stevens, who won the European Championship. Pete Stevens was also a pickup truck racing champion.
Bit of an issue there for the Honda Civic. A little bit wide there down at Sunny, since we've got it back going again.
Yeah. Anyway, so this replica car of Pete Stevens was like Kevin, this pickup. Kevin sold Pete Stevens his truck after the World Championship. He did that. Pete Stevens passed away very sadly with COVID. That makes me upset. And Kevin went and raced this replica on the ovals, went back to the ovals, got P2 in the big trophy meeting. So he's still got it on the short
Still got it. Still got it. Yeah. The old dog still got the tricks out there on the short oval. I always love going and watching the short oval racing. It's so different to big tracks such as this. Always provides excitement and action. So that's here at Croft. Right then, the pit lane's quite busy actually now. We've got a good few cars into pit lane as that one heads back out.
Now here's a good place. I was going to say,
if
the Clio is in, it's a good place to stop at the Clio because I'm told that was going to be a comedy stop.
I'm not sure if they're just in quite yet. Oh, maybe Barton's running back, so maybe it is in. And yes, there we go.
So I gather the getting in and getting out is going to be a comedy stop, and that seems to be that. I'm not taking fun of it, but the pure track racing team.
Getting himself ready to go, suited and booted. See how much he enjoys it.
The side eye.
The side eye.
Of course, they met earlier on. Martin met him earlier on. He's ready for the first race. Maybe he didn't do first in. I thought he was going to do the first in. So maybe it was James Phillips who was first in.
Yeah, they came up to me letting me know which way round it was, and I was like, cool, I'll make sure I let you know in the comments as well. And then I realised I didn't ask what team it was, so I had no idea who I'd spoken to. But it was these guys who were chatting with me, letting me know that it was that way round.
Yeah, top and this is the race debut then for Mark Curran going out. So brand new car. The massive story here, and the story if you saw the video goes that he was just interested in doing experience of racing. Saw that the Brscc were running an event at Silverstone which was driven by racing, which is also the track bike club, and went along, met some teams, looked at it, did his arts course because he had racing still there. Mallory Park, if you want to do your arts course, go and talk to Pete Edwards at Mallory. They're the best people in the world for doing that. I'm sure other ones are available, but Pete and his family are lovely. And then Mark Curran worked his way through and got the sponsorship sorted out to come and race with us. So a lovely story of a Brscc journey to get him on track as we now pick up on the lone Caterham. And normally we see swarms of Caterhams, but it's unusual just to see one as the Clio inset is about to go and that racing debut about to be underway.
Indeed, if they can get it started. It's hopping, it's got that kangaroo juice on board, but it does get going. And out of the pits he goes for his first ever time in green flag racing conditions. I can tell you from my personal experience in the Fun Cup, that's a nervy one.
What is that
but he's
like?
going to be really excited. Honestly, it's just trying to get the butterflies all flying in the right direction in your tummy. And you just, also as well, you don't want to bin the car, firstly for your wallet, and secondly for the other drivers you're sharing the car with. You think, let's just get it back in one piece, keep out of trouble, and learn lots. He's going to do so much learning across this stint. Firstly, just being on track and getting faster, but secondly, having cars around him and dealing with that, because to begin with, it's so much to compute. You're having to really think about every single thing you're doing. It's only as you get more experience down the line, you can sort of start to do driving the car without thinking, and then you can put all of your brain power to actually racing out there. But getting to that point is a difficult learning curve, but he's about to start it as we watch him go down the tower for the first time.
Nice bit of history. I hope he's going to clip this video and show it to his sponsors. They've done him proud, really. They've done some team wear. They've done a little banner as well, and yeah, really good job. And that's why we've got the black cross on the back of the car. Sarah Dennis nearly got involved in the pushing there as well. She did arrive on scene in camera. I'm not sure she actually did any pushing, but it looked like she was helping out. I'll get some stick from her.
She can claim she was thinking of helping at least in that one. So
Yeah.
the whole team coming together in that to get it sorted and back out on circuit, and we'll see how he carries on. Like you were mentioning though, I'm so happy to see the Caterham out there on circuit as well. I mentioned to you, obviously my father raced Caterhams from the 90s, so I was always around them as a kid. I was always around all different sort of championships in the Caterhams.
That's a fantastic grounding to be, because
It was
Caterham
awesome.
racing is fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely.
just brilliant.
Yeah.
I loved going to the races. I loved watching my dad racing out at the sharp end of all different championships in the Caterhams, and they always provided epic racing as well. So it was a lovely way to spend the childhood weekends off at different motor racing circuits.
Yeah, I would have loved that myself. I didn't get to see Caterhams till much later, but yeah, absolutely superb. We had a great supporting slot at the Brands Touring Car meeting this year with some phenomenal racing. I mean, they always are. They always are great. There's always the build-up to it, and a lot of people say, yeah, but they swap on that all the way through the race. So why get, they do that all the time, but that's what's great about them.
What?
What's
That's
wrong
why I
with
like
that?
it, yeah. The nip and tuck racing is always epic in the Caterhams, and that's why we love shouting about it.
You've got to think, we were talking about the game of chess, weren't we? And
yeah.
Caterham's very much like, and we had this fascinating one at Brands where people were making the run off of Clark Curve, out of clearways onto Clark Curve, and trying to time it so they got their nose in front at the flag.
Yeah.
And lap after lap, the lead car held onto the lead across the line.
Wow.
So someone had to time the move earlier to get, and it just all that thinking, that would do my head in. I couldn't do that. As well as timing, getting the laps and getting the road right and the lines right and everything else was far too much to compute.
Yeah, like I was saying, of course, when you're just starting to learn, you have to use 200% brain power to even just drive the thing. And as you start to get more used to it, you could sort of be on the pace without thinking about it too much, and then really start thinking about the racing. Like you were saying, with the chess moves, thinking 2, 3, 4 moves ahead. That's exactly what you're doing out there on circuit, thinking 2, 3, 4 corners ahead, trying to plan moves. And especially with those Caterhams, it's very rarely just 2 people batting for position. It's usually 6, 8, 10, and you're having to manage where everyone is.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. So it is good to see that Caterham out here. But these two BMWs have been glued together since the get-go. I mean, this has not stopped, and we are, 40-odd minutes in?
It is. Yep, nearly 40 minutes into this one. We've still got nose-to-tail action here. And I think that's going to continue through the next hour and 22 as well. Of course, 2 mandatory pit stops, so we'll see when these two decide to time this one as well.
Having said that, they're flashing to they're different cars now, aren't they? Because that's the...
It is, they're not on. They're not for position, these two, I don't think.
No,
sadly not. But still,
167 has pitted. Just coming to that, he is down in the Lynch Hooker car. Is in 7th.
Well, that would make sense then, because if he's 2 laps down, but he's right on the back of the other driver. They're doing about 1.5 minute lap times, and it was a 3-minute pit stop. So effectively, they are still battling here for
just wind
position.
up.
You're just waiting for one to do the
Hang
stop.
on, what are you doing there? Have you had your stop then?
So that's my question as well. I don't even know if you'll know this information, whether they have pit to car radio in these or not, whether the driver will know, oh, he's made his pit stop, I don't need to run too much. Or whether it will be like, oh my goodness, he's right behind me.
The pure track guys I was speaking to didn't, so I don't know whether that is standard across, but whether that is kit you can bring in.
Of course, they'll still have pit boards and things where they can communicate a little bit of information, but it's not quite as
Do you
useful
read
as
those?
No, never.
You don't.
We don't really put them out in Fun Cup because we've got the pit to car in our ears.
Sure.
So we can just tell any information we want. But we did have a couple of races over the last couple of years where it stopped working, and that made it very challenging, especially if you know when to come in for a pit stop. You really have to be watching the board.
Was that your radio or the whole system?
The whole system for our car.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, for none of the drivers it worked. It was a break in the car, not in the headphones themselves. We did have that as well, but again, more expense to be added on. But yeah, that's when those pit boards really do come into their own, and trying to get a bit of information to the driver, particularly get into the pit lane now, was usually the one with some choice words on that as well, but I won't go into detail on those. These two still squabbling though, despite being 2 laps different at the moment. Still super close on pace, battling well.
Yeah, they will battle because it's relevant, isn't it? By the
It
time
is.
the car that's in front has had its stop, at the moment 27 seconds clear of the 82 car, the Lee Collins Caterham, which is in second.
Look for the move there to the 167, tried it around the outside into the complex, now gets forced to the outside into the final hairpin. Will it be an up and under, or will they just try to hang it round? They do just hang it round the outside, get the power down. Not sure it's a good enough exit to think about it down into Clervaux this time anyway, but continuing to keep the number 4 right on their toes, aren't they here, making sure any mistake it will be punished.
Yeah, you've got to do that right away for us to go down to Clervaux once again. Pro A cars all being split up now by non-stoppers. Ballesteros and Evans and Hart in the mix as well. The gap now, Drinkwater Reed, that was before the mandatory stops, wasn't it? So they've got 2 more stops to make.
He's made the move.
But they are within 5, yeah, he has.
Gone for it down into Tower, then round the outside. It was a great exit off the S's for the 167. Makes the move, and now crucially, this is the crucial part of the race here for the 167, trying to make a gap over the number 4, get as much time between them as possible, and then when the number 4 does come in for that first scheduled stop, 167 will be hoping that they can jump them. We'll wait and see, I guess.
I'm hoping that's the, yeah, what we don't know is when they will take the stops. They might possibly just ping them in just before the last quarter of an hour, so they might leave it, get a good stint. I'm guessing not, because you've got the 2 driver cars here. Alessandro Ballesteros, the second of the single drivers' entries. Lee Collins might do his later on as well, and just wait for an appropriate time. You don't even have to communicate with anyone, do you, if you're in a singleton in the car, unless you're refuelling?
No, of course. But yeah, we'll see how that continues. I assume none of these cars will be able to run the full 2 hours without putting a little dribble at least into the tank. All of them will need to come in at some point for some addition of gasoline. One driver there gets into the pits and hops up and out of the car. Bonnet up though, which is not usually an ideal sign, but no feathering just yet, so maybe just some checks.
Let's make sure all is okay and then get back out. That's the Mazda, of course. I think Wes Payne was that's a name I know from Caterham, actually, one of the Mazda drivers.
Okay.
Unless there was another Wes.
Don't know.
I'm pretty sure there was a Wes Payne.
Probably wrong. One of our only 2-3 driver teams. That one on the number 8 coming in, so they will more than likely, as been shown by 45 minutes done in this one, just be keeping it to pretty much identical stints between the 3 of them, you would have thought.
And that's their 2 stops, isn't it? Effectively a driver change each time.
Yeah.
And then they're done.
Exactly that. Looks as though the 167 putting a bit of fresh air between himself and the 4. Now that he's finally found a way through, he's pressing on very nicely. Is the 167, Lynch and Hooker's car, pressing on well. That BMW there, just flirting with the grass there through the complex.
Yeah, it was Aldo Risi, wasn't it? We know that from Kevin Clark having changed him over. So I wonder if Aldo will do the longer second stint. That was the race leader of the Intersport car, the black and orange, the orange checkers on the back, was the original race leader. At the moment, with 1 stop, I'm guessing is actually still the lead car. They've got the Hallsdale Kent car now, number 4 car in the pits as well.
Yeah, they're still waiting down there though, aren't they?
Is this going to pan out with the Aldo Risi Kevin Clark car in the lead after the first pit stops? We'll see. once that is done. Aldo's certainly no slouch in the car as well.
No, certainly not. We can tell that just from watching him. He is really wrestling that thing here around the Croft Circuit. He's being chased down at the moment by the 167. So of course, this is almost effectively a battle for the race lead at the moment between these two. The 167 can chase them down, and then at the end of this lap, we'll see when the 4 peels out of the pit lane and whether he joins the fray of this one as well.
He's closing up big time here. This was well picked up by you and our directors. And Aldo in the Intersport car holds on for the moment. We'll just pick up where that number
just had a black and white flag for car number 4 with track limits. So the driver who's in the pit lane at the moment, we wait to see whether they do join the leading battle. They have got a black and white flag for those track limits as well. So basically, you've been a bit of a naughty boy or girl. Be careful. If you do any more of that, you're going to get a penalty. As here they're coming out of the pits. This might be quite close here for the race lead.
It is. It's been this way, hasn't it, for a little while. We haven't had the track limits debate, have we, here? You don't get it. It's funny how it always turns up more at the MSV tracks.
It does indeed. Look at this, though. So close on the pit exit. Will just have to slot there into 3rd place. Will car number 4. They'll obviously be looking to chase down the 2 ahead now in this proper battle for the race lead in this one. But they've got to be a bit careful with those track limits.
It's worked out really well, hasn't it, with the top 3 cars all together now. Aside from Lee Collins, who's got to do his stop yet, as well as Alessandro Ballesteros, so the Pro B and Club A leaders 1 and 2, but yet to stop.
Down the inside, this is the move for the effective race lead. Then the 167 flies on by. The Lynch and Hooker BMW heads on through and relegates Riti down into the effective 2nd place in this race, and also in his BMW. That orange 167, it's been looking like it's flying out there. Once he makes overtakes, he just seems to drive away. It's been unbelievably impressive.
Yeah, having a very, very good run indeed at the moment. So Aldo, now he's got a car in front of him. Does that change the dynamic for you as a driver? Now you've got someone to chase? Or does it depend who you are?
I think it just depends on the driver, really, how you sort of work your way through things. I think it's always a little bit easier when you know you've got someone to chase. I think that's, again, just for a driver's focus, because often if you're running around on your own, your mind could start to wander, and that's when I certainly feel I start to make my mistakes, because I start to think about everything else. Oh, I'm too hot. Oh, what's happened there? Oh, my windscreen wipers keep accidentally coming on. All little random things like that. You start thinking about them, you stop thinking about your racing, you start making mistakes. So a driver who can make it to the front and then press on and extend the gap in the lead is always an impressive one in my books.
I would agree with that one. Aldo Riti got held up a little, just came across the Mazda at the wrong time, to be perfectly honest, the RX-3 and the RX-8. Lost a little bit of time. Wasn't balked by any stretch of the imagination, but when that happens, that will probably even out over the course of the rest of the race as we continue to be BMW heavy. The question is now when will Collins and Ballesteros come in, and we'll get the other 2 drivers that are 2 laps down. It's amazing how the stops, equate pretty much to. I guess if you didn't have a timer, you could just say, okay, we'll wait for the other car to come round.
So, okay, I'd say that question again.
If you didn't have a timer, you could just basically, because you know it's 2 laps, wait for the car you were
That is
dicing
true.
with to come round.
That is
Off
true.
you go.
Yeah, no time, you just wait. Oh, there he is. Right, okay. Unless he's had an awful lap and he's gone off, suddenly you're waiting for for ages. I think it's been about 10 minutes here. Where is he? No, I think that's definitely a poor way of doing it. A timer in the car, a better one from us silly boys up here in the commentary. Don't listen to any advice that we give. I think that's probably a fair one to say there, Richard.
Yeah, never listen to me. There's Alessandro Ballesteros. We've seen actually some of the TT Cup cars coming out in this as well. Another former Ginetta. I always say Ginetta when I mean Fiesta. Fiesta Junior driver Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo raced in them for a while. Are you making notes of my silly comments?
No, I was just going to say that's why you've not been asked back for the scholarship, mate. You keep getting Ginetta and Fiesta confused.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm only taking them.
It's lucky they're pretty much the same stable.
That is true.
Well, I missed the Ginetta one last year because I was doing Brscc finals. We've done a lot of club stuff during the year, and I didn't want to miss the finals. So.
Of course.
And Jade Edwards stood in for me media. That's the worst thing, actually, is having to answer questions from me. But if Greg Graham's watching, normally do the panel on the Brscc Fiesta one with Greg Graham, who's the Formula Development Manager. And the first time we went in, and I had some nasty questions for some not nasty, but difficult questions. Because I think if you're putting kids in for a panel on a prize which is, you know, worth 60, 70 grand.
Yeah, it's a serious price.
It's a year's salary for many people, probably twice it for a lot of people.
Yeah, certainly for me, yeah.
And it's a job interview, so they should be tested.
Yeah.
Now, what I do when they come in is you gauge how competent they're going to be, and if they're good, you push them a bit further.
Yeah.
That's the way I would judge it.
Yeah, I don't think you can just jump in.
Greg, bless him, wanted to be nice to everybody. He's the nice guy. He's a good cop, bad cop. When you come into the interview, he's like, hey, yeah, Greg, lovely guy if you get to meet him. But yeah, really good on the. It's the best fun scholarship, really is.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. And yeah, drivers got to be put to the test, especially in this day and age now with all this media the drivers have to do. Of course, the annoyance, we're the annoying ones here up in the comms box and going down and chatting with them, especially when shown during this race of me going down and talking to someone while their car's being fixed. But you have to be ready for that.
We shouldn't actually have to go and talk to the drivers. Should come and talk to us. If they, you know, any driver worth his salt should be on the Brscc website looking to see who the event commentator is and giving you information before.
Yeah. No, it is always impressive.
That sounds arsey, me saying that. It's not. People should genuinely. Some drivers do. People like Simon Rudd. Simon Rudd will say, "Are you commentating on the next Fun Cup event?" And he will give me information, and he'll come and talk to me. And drivers that do that, it makes the job easier.
It does.
And also, you know, you're going to talk about people that feed you the information.
It's exactly what I was going to say. People will sometimes say, like, "Oh, you haven't spoken about this guy. You haven't given him any time." So like, I don't have a huge amount of information. If you come and let me know, then I'll talk about them more. That's always the case when drivers come to me before rounds and chat stuff or give me little bits of information. I want to talk about those because I know what I'm talking about. So I talk about you more. So it's pretty simple.
The other thing is, a lot of people will say, I mean, particularly like Toka weekends, a lot of people, people say, "Oh, why haven't you mentioned so and so? Why haven't you gone to them?" And actually, over a weekend, when you're covering 50, 60, 70 drivers, you can't talk to all the drivers and their families.
No, it's impossible.
And it usually takes me 3 meetings of any year to get through everybody in the paddock. Right. Even just to say hello.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly that. There's so many people to chat about. But yeah, once again, we've got the Caterham back on our screen.
The leader.
Indeed, hasn't come in for first mandatory stop just yet, so we keep an eye as to when they will do that. I just wanted a very brief question. What was the name of the chap who's in the car for his first ever time in the Renault Clio?
That'd be Mark Curran.
Mark Curran. Right, I'll note that down. I'll go and have a chat with Mark once he comes in. Because we love to hear his reaction to being out on circuit for the first time in proper green flag racing conditions.
The only thing I will say is you might have to employ the tactic of closing down the conversation with him.
Right, okay. He'll talk to me for hours, won't he? Okay, gotcha. Chew me ear off. Well, I look forward to it. I look forward to hearing how he feels. Hopefully, he'll have a beaming smile from ear to ear after heading out on circuit for the first time.
Talking about beamers, we go that way again.
I like that.
With Aldo Riti getting stuck in, coming under pressure now for out of the clubhouse, P2. So the Lynch Hooker car away in the lead at the moment, in the stoppers lead, should we say, the ones that have had pit stop so far. Aldo's still doing a good job, and he's there, but that lead has been that Kevin Clark had. I wonder if they spent a little bit longer in the pit stops than perhaps they wanted. We did see Kevin having a look under the bonnet of the car, and Aldo didn't seem reticent to get in, but maybe was unsure whether he needed to get in and out quickly. So it's possible that was the case, but still front runners and good three-way battle going on between those BMWs at the head of the field at the moment.
This is great. Yeah, really interesting and exciting action to close out the weekend here from Croft. There was a little bit of outbreaking of themselves to the number 4 down into Tower on the last time. They've been thinking about a move over the last couple of laps here on the 33 of Riti, not able to make it stick, and they've just dropped a few car lengths off the back of the 33 yet again. So they'll have to try over the next few laps to re-chase them down once again and just try and find a way through. They've got plenty of time to try and do that. Plenty of time to try and get things done. And we'll watch and wait with bated breath. I think in particular what we're waiting for is those two at the front, the Caterham and the Audi TT, Collins and Ballesteros. The two leaders still yet to make a pit stop in this one. But Lynch and Hooker, after making that overtake for the effective lead of the race now, continuing to build that gap. That gap nearly 12 seconds back to the 33, currently piloted by Riti there. So a big gap being formed now. They're really looking to press on, as there they are in the bright orange machine. Definitely one you can't miss, with that huge rear wing as well. That'll be helping, particularly round corners just like that one through Sunny, keeping that downforce through the high-speed corners and cracking on really nicely.
Yeah, doing a very good job indeed. Third in the overall championship, so another good performance here. The points go as to how many starters there are in each class. So I know we were saying for Club Class C. There are only 2 starters in it, but they'll get less points for that. That's where our overall championship leader is. I'm going to say thank you to Andrew Payne for bringing out some water to us. Appreciate that. Nice of the Brscc to be thinking of us, refreshment-wise. It's much appreciated.
Very kind. Keeping the liquids on board, just like the drivers.
And
Nature Watch.
Oh, do you know what? The ITV directors do that. We've got the Mark. Oh, and Aldo Riti goes on the grass, just watching out of the window here. It was the exit from the hairpin. Aldo, that's going to lose that second place, isn't it? Or the net second place, we can probably call it.
Get down the inside to the first couple of corners, still really trying to keep him behind there, keep the pressure on. So the driver has now made the overtake in that number 4. But yeah, slight mistake there, just coming out of the hairpin. Got it all squirmy on the exit, flirted with the grass, and lost that momentum. Drops down to, like you say, the effective 3rd place in this one. It's all over the back of him. They're going into the S's, but I think the number 4 just about being able to shake him as they head down into the tower yet again.
So very nearly at the halfway point in this race, so teams will be starting to think about what's going on with the second mandatory stop. Oh yeah, I can definitely hear the Mazda going past then. You heard that. That was a real sound, wasn't it?
Beautiful sound heading down the front straight, just past Mark Corrin in that Clio, as they put a lap in them as they head down into the first section once more. And there is another Mazda getting overtaken down into Sunny Bend.
We've got the real picture now. Sorry, John.
Number 4's just been held up there through Sunny. They've got a problem.
Yeah.
Back through goes the 33. It was slow off the exit for the 4. I think they might have an issue. Well, that is gutting for the number 4. If so, they were pressing on so well. They've just taken that effective second place, but they are slow into the complex. Now, will they speed back up? They've gone a bit wide yet again into the right-hander. And it looks as though it might be a swift re-entry to the pits here, sadly, for the number 4.
Yeah, Peter Molsdale and Stephen Kent did I think, if memory serves, no, I was going to say did one of the first events that they did as a guest in the championship, but coming into pit lane to sort out whatever problem they've got. They can, of course, should they decide to do so, count this as a second mandatory stop, but this looks like it's going to be diagnostic as well.
It does indeed. Shall I have a run down to the pitch again?
Yeah, feel free to have a do it. Thank you, John. It's going to go and see what the issue is. Got a long walk. It's one of the garages nearest the Park Ferme area. As our front of the BMW comes down, driver extricates himself from the car. And I'm wondering whether this could be second stop. It's not being parked up as such. It's like, I think there's some refuelling going on. So they've obviously taken the decision to refuel. Martin, our pit cameraman, thinking about going and having a look. He will be joined by John in just a moment as he makes his way down there, but we are, as I say, heading towards our halfway point, up towards the okay, race leader now in. So Lee Collins in the Caterham having his stop dash going on there. You see the safety protocols, which are very well detailed in the class regulations in terms of a driver extricating themselves from the car, fire extinguisher on hand to keep everybody as safe as possible, and full protective clothing should anything happen. And with this hot weather that we've been having, it's a little bit colder today, but the hot weather we've been having, you never quite know whether that kit is going to be needed. We hope not. There's nothing worse to see, very little worse to see than a fire on a race day. Without drivers in the car, I'm going to say it can be pretty alarming, but that stop looks as if it's complete. And our next leader, by virtue of not having stopped, could be this car, the number 19 Audi TT, Alessandro Ballesteros. Alessandro, 3 starters in Club A, we mentioned earlier on. The Bruce Robinson Paul Shared Mazda is the class leader and second overall in the championship, not having Sheardy having a good run here. He's 3rd in class at the moment, Paul Shared, with Bruce Robinson. So they're going to pick up some handy points again, but only the 3 runners. The main points are going to come from Pro A, which have 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 starters with Kevin Clark. I can't remember if Kevin and Aldo were guest drivers or not. I have to go back to the Brscc's bulletin on that one because it will affect the points. But Alessandro Ballesteros probably due for his stop by now, I would think, the number 19 car. The Audi TT has had 1 class win so far. He's had 3 top 10 finishes which doesn't sound that grand with the 12 cars that we've got out here this weekend, but the other rounds have been very, very good indeed. As the number 4 car exits the pit lane. So we did see a problem for the Stephen Kent Peter Molesdale car, but it is out, and you can just see to the right of shot that John Ratcliffe has made it down there. Now the car's gone, that's not a problem because John will find out the information from the team once he's got it. So interesting, the 4 cars come back out behind Aldo Riti. This is what I'm saying about if you were timing these stops, you look at the cars that you were dicing with and maybe work with them. And he was in the vicinity of Aldo Riti, who is there in the Intersport car. So I reckon if there was a problem, they've used the stop to be mandatory and diagnostic. Possibly a repair stop as well. Maybe they've done that, but anyway, that's why John's gone down there to try and figure that out as we head towards the 1 hour mark on this race. But number 4 car back out and on track. As we get towards the hour, we'll have a quick look at the positions. The race leader at the moment, Alessandro Ballesteros, hasn't had one of the mandatory stops yet in his Audi TT, and he leads the race overall in Club A. Second position, a change on the timing screen as we go through the runners. Second position now, and the leader of the stoppers is the 167 car that qualified on pole position, William Lynch and Ryan Hooker in the flying orange car. 34 seconds down on the Audi, but that will convert to a good lead once the Audi TT has its pit stop. Third and net second place at the moment for the Caterham of Lee Collins, who is in Pro B and leads class Pro B, or did, but has now dropped down the order because Aldo Riti and Kevin Clark have gone up to second place. Let's go down and join John Ratcliffe once again in pit lane.
Hello, yes, back down in pit lane. I've got Peter Molesdale hanging somewhere around here for the number 4 car. Of course, we saw them just dive into the pits a few moments ago. Peter, can I grab you quickly? Of course, you were just in the car. We saw you were pressing on really well, some great pace, but then suddenly slowed. What happened?
Yeah, just coming through the S's on the back straight, I felt a lot of vibration in the car. I thought I'd got a flat tyre. So I slowed down because it was a lot of vibration, and I could hear a lot of banging, which made me think the tyre was flat. But when we came in, we found we've tyres actually overinflated. It's got a big bulge on it. So anyway, it was fine. We've pitted, I think, just about on the hour. So that's us done our 2 stops. So Steve will have to do an hour now, and we'll see where it shakes out.
You look pretty red in the face. It's a tough one out there, pretty hot.
It is very hot, yeah, it's very hot. But yeah, you've got to stay hydrated.
Of course. Well, you made it back into the pit safely, back out again, looking for some good results in this one.
I hope so, yeah, let's see how we get on. Yeah, we certainly got some pace, so hopefully we can finish. But the orange Lynch car is very fast as well, so yeah, let's see. We'll stay on it and see where we end up.
Lovely, we'll see what happens. Hopefully no more tyre issues. Yeah. Wait and see. Cheers, mate, thank you. Right, sending it straight back up to the box then. Richard, let's hear from you.
John, top work. Thanks very much, mate. Really interesting to hear, and that gives us a fascinating thing to watch. Race-wise, Stephen Kent out in the number 4 car, and probably out of the leading cars, the only one to have done 2 stops. So now we've got, everybody else has done 1 stop now. So in net terms, we need to keep our eyes on the Peter Molesdale Stephen Kent car, with Stephen Kent being forced to come in early, and they've used that problem as an opportunity to come in, treat it as a second stop. As we go and look at the Clio, Mark Curran having his first ever motor race. I tell you what, how many drivers get that much coverage of their first motor race? And there are the 2 Club C runners together, because heading him at the moment is the Adam Reed David Drinkwater car. I'm guessing it is David Drinkwater at the controls now, because it was Adam that started the car. It was Adam that John was talking to. So the 2 Class C runners, championship leader going through, championship and class leader David Drinkwater in the BMW compact, even more compact now after the bodywork was extricated from it earlier on. And then the Clio running in P2. What's the difference between the pairing at the moment? They've both done 1 stop each, so there's actually 7 laps between them, which has stayed fairly consistent. I'm wondering whether David has done 1 unlap on Mark Curran on this tour. He's going to be passed now by Stephen Kent, who nicks up the inside. I've got to say, Mark Curran, very well aware of that faster car. That's the thing you're going to be worried about if you're a new driver. He's in the least powerful class and has just been passed by a car a front-running car from the most powerful class, and he read that well. Kept an eye on his mirrors, saw the car coming through, positioned the car well, allowed him through. He's allowed the Caterham to go through as well. So I've got to say, this is good stuff from Mark Curran, who I hope is enjoying his first ever race with Pure Track, but driving exceptionally well. The Audi TT, I can tell you, might see just in pit lane. You might see that in pit lane in the shot back, but the Audi is in there and has completed it. So our first round of stops complete. We are now into our second hour, and now the number 4 car closing up. Let's have a quick look. Did the lap change between Miller and Curran and Drinkwater and Reed? 5 to 12, so it's 7 laps is the difference between the two. So the Clio still looking pretty good. There is the Audi TT back out, one of our race leaders before we had the stops. And it was interesting, John, that we had a problem manifested itself, but they used the format of the race as an opportunity to come in and do that second stop.
Exactly that, yeah. Just made use of it to the best of their ability. But yeah, Peter joking there about how his poor co-driver now has to go an hour totally on his own, poor lad. So yeah, looks warm out there, but I'm sure he'll be able to press on for the rest of this racing action. During the short straw a little bit, but like we say, things get thrown at you during the race. You've got to make the most of it, and that's exactly what they've done.
Aldo Riti's just come into pit lane, so is that meaning that Kevin Clark will take over? This is their second stop, if that's the case. So Kevin will be going out for very possibly 50 minutes. The car down. You can see the front. Aldo's getting out of the car. We've seen a lot of drivers using leaf blower so far today, and I still never know whether it's them or the car in racing heat such as this, and it seems to have been a sort of 50-50 mix as to which was. Cool themselves down first, and then the car can have a bit after. That, I think, is the way, isn't it? So we've got a 3-minute stop for Kevin Clark. He, and again, no disrespect to Aldo, but I think probably the quicker driver of the two, as we saw from the opening stint. So Aldo doing the middle bit. Looks like Kevin might be going out for the best part of an hour as we pick up on our Mazda number 8, which is running down the back a little bit. Club B. He's still the lone class entrant, and you know, is potentially, looks pit bound, isn't it? Hopefully not a problem, but that one, if it gets going to the finish, is a club win. One car or not, is a few championship points on offer.
Yeah, exactly that. At least a few championship points being gained. It was a little bit slow into the pit entry, and they are very slow down the pit lane, so it might be an issue then, sadly, for the Mazda RX-8. Like you say, only team in the class, but
it's that garage
hopefully not getting sent straight into the garage. I think it was still a pull-up in the pits. We'll wait and see if we can get a little camera down there just to double check, but at the moment, yeah, not looking great for team of the car number 8, but we will wait and see how that one will end up.
Still plenty of racing going on track. It's great now that we're starting to get the second stops done, that we'll get a handle on who is where. Kevin Clark still with the fastest lap of the race. That was a 1 minute 28.544 in the vicinity of the Lynch Hooker and also the Hillsdale Kent car. Timing wise, there is the Mazda. So let's see what's going on here. Never need to exercise terrific urgency in terms of the driving challenge because of the amount of time that you have. Looks like we're going to have a splash and dash as well.
Yeah, makes a nice change from the front couple. Guys can actually get themselves nicely bedded in and ready to go for the stint, rather than just being chucked in and saying, go on then, head out, go drive fast, go on then, mate.
They are something to see, aren't they? And again, the streams are a very good way of spectators getting involved in that and watching the stops. We saw some really well covered ones yesterday and well executed ones as well on the stream. You can't always get yourself in a position at a racetrack to oversee close up what's going on, so it's really important to catch up with the streams, isn't it, on Fun Cup?
You know, the Alpha Live coverage is always fantastic, and bringing those pictures, like you say, that otherwise you might not get to see, even if you do come down to the events. But of course, I would always say the best way to have it is to come down to the event and then have the Alpha Live stream on your phone as well, so you don't miss anything.
I agree 100% on that. We want people to come to the racetrack. There's been a little bit of a tendency, a little bit of a move away from that since COVID. People can watch it and like watching the streams afterwards, but yeah, do both. Do both.
And it also means as well you can come to a race meeting and keep up with a different race meeting on your phone at the same time.
Yeah, if it gets boring.
Which it, of course, never would here with the BRSCC.
No,
It's always
absolutely
exciting.
right. But you can do that, but you're better off. There is the pitting car being passed now by the orange race leader with the Clio in. So is that a change for the Clio? Is that job done? Is it for,
It might
for
be.
Mark
It might
Curran?
be. I didn't see whether the driver got out or not.
No, I
That'll be
didn't
the
see
crucial crucial thing. I think I better get my running trainers back on, hadn't I?
Going to see if Mark Curran can give us a word or two. It's probably an understatement about that, but no, he's been good. It's been lovely to meet Mark and his mum here today, and as I say, I really hope that they stay with us to do a lot more racing, and he's on the start, hopefully, of a wonderful journey within motorsport with a great paddock. And we'll see what he can do, but at the moment, potentially on for a class win. Granted, there are only 2 cars. Granted, the Drinkwater Reed car had that issue earlier on, but that is the way the cookie crumbles in motor racing. As we look at what I think is a change of change of driver for the 33 car, the Intersport car, now perhaps with Kevin Clark in. He exits the hairpin along the grid lines, across the stripe again goes Kevin Clark. And that car at present is the top of the 2 stoppers. The other one we're going to have to look out for is the 167 car, which is now the race leader again. So with 1 stop, William Lynch and Ryan Hooker are the race leaders. The Caterham in 2nd position at the moment, again with 1 stop under its belt. The 104 BMW M3 of Tom Evans, Ben Hudson and Matt Parks occupying 4th place at the moment. So Lynch and Hooker the overall leaders. Pro B led by Lee Collins in the Caterham. Club A still headed by Alessandro Ballesteros in the Audi TT. As we look down, our next class winner or class leader is the James Millar Mark Curran Pure Track Clio, which is running well. Pure Track has got another Clio and a McGann that they can offer to run for people in this championship. As we go back to our race leader, the Lynch Hooker BMW M3. Are we going to be in for a little bit of a battle between these 2 and the Intersport BMW as we head in towards the closing stages? They've both been driven exceptionally well. It was Kevin Clark that grabbed the early lead in this one, and then the Lynch Hooker car managed to get in front after the first round of stops as Aldo Riti had his stint in the car, but still maintaining a very good pace in that one, and has now handed over to Kevin Clark. Here is the Caterham, 2nd position at the moment for Lee Collins, running in the Pro B category. It's the only Pro B runner out there this weekend. See plenty of others over the course of the season in Pro B. We've had Porsche Caymans in Pro B racing BMW M3s, Seat Super Cup cars in Pro B as well. So a really good mixture. The Caterham 310R, as we said, we've got out there with Lee Collins doing the business. I think it's probably a decent run through of the cars that we have had over the course of the season in class, but you've got to be in it to win it, so it's not his fault that there aren't other drivers entered, but the Caterham has been very quick over the course of the season. Right, John has made his way down to the pits, and I think it's possibly to catch up with our debut driver Mark Curran, so let's see if it is Mark and how he's getting on in his first race meeting.
Yes, indeed it is. We're down here with Mr. Mark Curran, of course, was piloting the Clio a few moments ago in your first ever race stint. How was that?
I tell you what, it is tough out there. I mean, it doesn't feel that hot now, but once you're in there, oh my God, everything feels, you feel everything. But I told myself I wanted to go for at least 40 minutes, and apparently that's exactly what I did. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy. My pace apparently was fairly solid, considering it's my first time out there. Yeah, I've got no complaints. Everything felt good. I sort of blinkered them on the finish line. When I felt I wasn't feeling bad, but I felt the mistakes just starting to creep in. So I was like, let's just be safe, let's just be cautious, because I know we have a bit of a lead over Drinkwater because of his problems. So I was like, I'll come in, let James go out. If he does feel a bit bad, I'm ready to go again, maybe later on. But if not, he can go to the end. We'll see.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you did everything you need to do.
Absolutely.
You were very impressive. And first stint done then. Like you were saying, it's rather warm out there. You were sweating from places you never knew you could sweat from.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I'm going to definitely have to have a shower later, that's for sure. But yeah, no, it was definitely hot out there. Towards the end of it, I was literally sticking my hand out of the little flap just to try and get a little bit of cool air through my glove, and it actually helped quite a bit, actually. But no, the car felt great, you know. Had a few little mistakes here and there, but did my best to just keep on track, keep out of the leader's way. I hope I didn't get in anyone's way. I think I was doing okay. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it's a successful first ever stint, and hopefully the first of many, fingers crossed.
Definitely, no, hope so. Yeah, like you're saying, certainly one ticked off the bucket list, but hoping for many more. Was it everything that you thought it would be?
Everything and more. I tell you what, I knew it was going to be brilliant, but everyone in that Pure Track team have been absolutely brilliant. They all deserve a shout out because they've been so supportive. They've always been behind me 100%, and yeah, honestly, I literally could not ask for a better ever first time out going racing. I've absolutely thoroughly enjoyed it, and yeah, I'll be doing it again next month at Brands Hatch, so yeah, see you there.
We can't wait. Well, we were hoping you would be smiling from ear to ear getting out of the car, and you are. Well done.
Yeah, you know I am. Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Well, great to hear from Mark. We're back to you up in the commentary box.
Nice one, John. Some great interviews that John Ratcliffe is getting for us down there, and do you know what? The passion almost matching John's there, I've got to say, and it's great working with John and having his passion down there in pit lane and with us in the commentary box. There is the car on track, buzzes the pit lane, and it is the lead car in class with James Miller. I've got to apologise to Sarah Dennis, who very kindly sent me a message earlier on Messenger saying it is Jamie in the car first, Mark second, when we were trying to speculate who was there. Needless to say, as Sarah's probably worked out now, I don't check my phone during the racing. Many reasons for that, but it can be a little bit of a tricky one. I've had a nice message from Paul Luty, who's on his way home from Scotland as well. He's done a great job in the Audi TTs, thanking us for the help and encouragement. And well done, Paul. Thanks for that message, and hope you have a safe travel home. Look forward to catching up with you very, very soon indeed as well. Now then, let's have a look. We've got a few cars have completed the 2 mandatory stops now, and it's Alderete, Kevin Clark's Intersport BMW that are ahead of the stack of the 2s, but we've still got the Lynch and Hooker BMW M3 ahead of the Caterham of Collins in P2 on the 1 stop. So we really need to kind of work out how that pans out. We're seeing Clark 2 laps down on the race leader. How is that going to pan out with the remaining stop as we look across the track? Now we go back to our pit wall cam. I was just pausing there so we could hear the RX-8 Mazda going through. That is still going. It's the 11th place car at the moment, the Mazda, with the Drinkwater Reed BMW Compact still going, which is absolutely the key thing. This is the 104 car, another one of the front-running BMWs, the Evans Hudson Parks M3, and these two back together again. It's almost like they've been tied together the whole race, just taking little breaks coming to the pit stops, but it's the Lynch Hooker car. That is lead overall. The number 4 car behind it, with Stephen Kent at the wheel, is 3 laps down. So I didn't think their stop was that long, despite what Peter Morgenstern was saying. So I reckon he's possibly a lap down, but they're still so evenly matched, those two.
They are indeed, yeah, still producing some great racing. It's all just sort of murmuring away at the moment, isn't it? We're getting ready for the crescendo towards the end of the race, and to see where they do all end up stacking up at the end of 2 hours of racing. Of course, those 2 mandatory pit stops as well. How lovely was that to chat with Mark down in the pit lane? You could feel the passion coming through the screen, couldn't you? He was
with
just
the
so
two of you
excited.
together, people are going to have to turn the passion down. I'm not knocking it. It's a great thing. It's wonderful to have your enthusiasm for and love for the racing come through.
Yeah, it was so lovely to chat with them, and so lovely to see all of the team getting behind him as well, and all just so excited for him. It was just great.
It's a great story, isn't it? And you know, I've probably laboured it a little bit now, but you know, he's gone from interested party to a participant.
Yeah.
In a short space of time, and potentially, and we say potentially, touch wood, is there any wood here? My head, that will do, for a class win, albeit with only 2 cars across. That doesn't matter. The championship lead is the class lead. Yeah, a win's a win. Whatever, so you take it the way it comes.
Exactly that. You've got to be in it to win it.
Yeah,
and they're certainly in it. They're doing a great job out there. So we continue to watch and wait with bated breath for this all to crescendo to a finish here. Just less than 45 minutes to go.
Not looking forward to that. So still some more stops. The top 2 stopper remains Kevin Clark at the moment, who I think did take over in his car. And you can see on the timing tower, he is in 5th position at the moment. And the yellow square on the 5 telling us that Kevin set the fastest lap of the race. I can't remember how old Kevin is. He won't want me getting into age, to be perfectly honest. But as I say, he was it 97 or 98 that he was double champion? Which is a good few years ago.
Before I was born.
Well, thank
Sorry,
you,
mate.
John. Thank you, mate. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I've been in the comms box that long. We're talking about the double-decker bus commentary box here, and that's probably been gone for 30 years, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, I didn't know what you were on about. So. Well, this commentary box is absolutely lovely. One of the few I've ever been in that has air conditioning, so it's been divine for this weekend up here at Croft.
It's one of the newer ones on the tracks up and down the
it's
country as
lovely.
you go to. I'm trying to think what the worst one is.
Let's not call them out.
No, I think we probably should. I haven't been to Mallory for a while.
I think you were mentioning Pembrey earlier as well.
Pembrey's all right, yeah, because it's kind of near the Clark's office.
Okay, I've not been there myself. So.
You have to be a marathon walker to do Pembrey, because you look out of one window if you're doing the circuit box, and then you have to walk the entire length of this long room to see the cars on the other part of the circuit.
You're going to have a long commentary cable.
You do, yeah, or wireless. We have wireless now, don't we? No, you don't want the long cable. Is that the 104 car?
Right, it's impossible to actually. Yes, there you go. Thank you for having me about that. Fantastic. He is a sweaty boy now down there. He's been running up and down that bit a number of times. He's really getting the steps in.
I don't do a lot of the other commentary boxes now. Brain touch is nice because it's sort of in the middle of the top. That's okay. But you get dizzy because you kind of go around in circles with brain touch.
A little wave from the driver hopping in, ready for their final stint of the day. I've never commentated on Brant's. I've raced there a few times. I love racing.
Anglesey sort of doesn't really have one, does it? Just a room.
In a room.
It's
a good vantage point though.
Rockingham was nice. Love Rockingham. That was alright.
I was only there as a kid when my dad used to race there in the catering rooms, and all I remember is the chicken burgers underneath the big grandstand were unbelievable. That's all I remember. That's all I remember. Being as a kid, the chicken burgers were unreal. So
I miss Rockingham so much.
Oh, it was such an amazing track. Sad to see it become a car park. But anyway.
Yeah, I don't think there are any bad commentary boxes. We have a shed that we do for ITV, if you've ever seen our coverage on ITV. And I used to do social media. I haven't done it this year. I always do travels with our shed and take a picture of the shed wherever it goes. And people have been asking me where the pictures of the shed have been this year. We only had it at Thruxton, or we had it at Alton Park as well. And it leaks as well, you know, with the amount of rain
lovely.
we've had. And I really felt for David Addison at Thruxton, because it's on a metal floor, and it was leaking, and we've got all this wire, all this electricity, and a metal floor, and rain. And what do they teach you in physics? Water and electricity do not mix.
Surely there's got to be some extra hazard pay for that one. Danger money.
Well, here, another story, and we'll get back to the race in a minute, I promise, but I digress again. We were talking about Rockingham. And we were commentating for ITV at Rockingham, and we had a fire alarm go off in the middle of a live broadcast. So the fire, and it didn't stop. It wasn't a 10-minute quick test, because you wouldn't do that in the middle of a token. No. Anyway, so the fire alarm's gone, and it's carrying on, and it's carrying on. And I've gone on the lazy button, which is the button which stops your commentary, and you can talk to the director. For those that are at home. And I've said, we've got a fire alarm here, because the production people are in trucks outside.
Right, understood.
Fire alarm going off, what do we do? And the answer came back, stay exactly where you are.
I think that's pretty much the opposite of what we usually told.
We would have had the next programme dedicated to us had we burnt to a crisp, but there we are.
Well, luckily, despite the heat this weekend, no fires in the comms box. That's a positive, at least.
Yeah. Where's Kevin now? He's moved. He's in up to 4th now. So we're getting some more 2 stoppers. So we've only got the interesting one is going to be the 167, the orange Lynch Hooker BMW M3 when that comes in for a stop. Ballesteros has had a really good run. Here he is. You probably won't even know the famous Ballesteros golfer, will you?
No.
So it's just the age difference creeping in again, isn't it?
Sorry.
Do you follow golf? I can't remember if I had this question with you.
Not hugely. No, not really. I used to be really into it as a kid, actually. I played a lot as sort of a young pre-teen
Oh, I bet you're really
age.
good. One of these annoying people that's good at everything.
I'm definitely not that. I'm definitely not good at racing, that's
oh,
for sure.
you are. You're out there. You're out there, mate. You know, do not sell yourself short.
Only thing as a kid, because I've got a bit of meat on the bones, I could knock a driver super far. As soon as I got on the green, I was having about 10 putts, so it was useless. So stick to racing, I think.
But yeah, Severiano Ballesteros, who was the world #1 golfer back in the day, ages and ages and ages ago.
Tiger Woods was sort of when I was into it.
Yeah,
That's when I was into it.
He was good. I do love a bit. I keep meaning to start playing, but it
just takes so much time. So much time.
It does. I think it's probably good fun. I bought a set of clubs off one of the other guys at Toka, but I've just not used them.
In the dealings of golf clubs.
I'm wondering if he's related. That's what I was going to. It is loosely related. Andy McEwen's going, I know why I didn't come to this meeting now, because I can hear Richard whittering on. That's right.
Or does he usually sit in this seat and tell you to shut up?
He just looks at me in disbelief a lot of the time, you know. What are you going on about now? Back to the race, he would say, as David has back to the race, Richard. But yeah, Ballesteros, having a good run, Ballesteros. Must be a winning name. Club A, class leader, running well, and he's beating other people in his class. So this is really good stuff. And a difficult effort, isn't it? A really great value for money coming out and getting 2 hours of racing on your own. And you can see, and this is kind of a hot, people probably haven't thought about this, but this is probably just a hop away from track days.
Yeah. You know, it's a great way of getting proper track time, and like I was mentioning earlier, specifically in racing conditions.
Yeah.
Because like on those test days and track days, you always got to think about the rules of where you can overtake and whatnot, and that can always scupper your laps and scupper your session. Whereas this, it's full green flag conditions. You can go whichever way you want to go, and you can keep on herring round for 2 hours and really getting a lot of experience under your belt, which is great to see. Drivers heading on through, and of course we've been chatting about it loads about Mark Curran, but he's just the perfect example of it, of getting all that track time on and progressing through racing really, really speedily. So it's lovely to see more drivers swapping places, at least out on the circuit. The 728 getting back ahead of the 8 out there at the moment. The 721 of Murphy, they're pressing on by, like you were saying, Ballesteros doing well out there on some good pace in that Club A class. The closest challenger to him, he's in 4th overall at the moment. Closest challengers in Club A down in 8th and 9th, and both haven't stopped either. So he is doing a really mighty fine job out there. And I will say as well, those lap times continuing to tumble as well. It was, I think, at least when I last checked, Lynch and Hooker that had the fastest lap of a 28.6. It's now a 28.5 for Reedy and Clark there in 3rd place, the first of the drivers who have made both of their stops so far. Only pipping that fastest lap by, what's that, just less than a 1/10 of a second, about 800ths of a second. So still super close on lap times out there between a number of the drivers.
I kind of wish the lead car had come in so we could see where we are.
Yes, we've got to wait for that. We can't get on the team radio, right, come in now, we want to see how this is working it out.
Maybe we should have a commentator's wild card where we can force someone to come in. I'm going to get Greg Graham to put it in the rules next year.
I think it's bad enough on
commentator's wild card.
It's bad enough on BTCC when we see them talking to the drivers beforehand. I mean, it's great from a viewer and from a commentator's perspective. As a driver, I don't want someone chatting to me on the warm-up lap. Leave me alone. They definitely don't want us telling them what to do out there, and we'll probably make some stupid decisions knowing us.
Yeah, that's. I think when you go into touring cars, part of the parcel of what you've got to put up with, isn't it? And
all the extra
it's
media.
a little bit like a lot of the juniors. We've had some Fiesta Junior drivers who, he's not keen on the interviews. Well, I'm sorry, but you're in the championship. You've got to do it. It should be a championship. And equally, what I would say to them, and we've had this with the interviews this weekend. The Caterham's getting stuck in as well. Just taking a look at the orange leader, 3 wide along the straight. Mark Curran's probably pleased that he's not in the car at that point. Jamie Miller dealing with that real well. I've got to say, one of the things that impressed me when you were going down to, I think it was when you were down talking to Peter Moulsdale, was we saw Mark Curran in the car, and he was obviously in the least powerful class, and then we had a gaggle of cars in the most powerful class coming, and he was so respectful. He was in the mirrors looking, kept out of the way, did a really good job. Massive learning for him doing that, which was really impressive.
Exactly. It can be difficult as well when you've got those higher power cars, because you're sort of having to keep checking in your mirrors, which can sometimes throw you off with your momentum, and you stop thinking about what you're doing in your race, just thinking about what everyone else is doing and trying to get out of their way. But he did a great job of making sure he didn't hold them up, but equally putting in some good times, learning lots and pressing on well. So yeah, great to see. We keep our eye on this currently leading the car, the 167 of Lynch and Hooker. They've been so impressive throughout this race, really, really impressive pace. But like you say, we wait to see when they do peel into the pits of how it all shuffles the order up.
We'll see how that goes indeed. It's not going to be this lap, so we've got to wait a little bit longer before we see how that works itself out. Coming back to interviews and stuff, when you get drivers, your interviews are great. I always say to drivers, if they're nervous about an interview, if you're bad on interview, it's the interviewer's fault. If you're good, it's you. I've all the stuff you've done, I've not seen a bad interview.
Okay, good.
Today. So all the other guys are great.
You've been rubbish, mate, but they've been great to interview.
No, but all your interviews have been good. So that's because I think you've got the right, the right thing, and they're pleased to see, pleased to have a chat, and you're asking the right stuff, which is good. But some interviews I've had kids come to me, mums and dads come to me and say, can you do some media training? And when you say why, and you watch some of the interviews that come back, and it's not the kids that need the training, it's the interviewer.
Yeah.
A lot of the time.
No, you've got to make them feel comfortable, particularly when it's younger kids as well, asking the right questions and being upbeat with it as well, especially when they're at that young age. Like, it is just a bit of fun for them at that point. Like, they are in serious championships doing serious racing.
Apart from when they just trash the car. Hey, you just trashed the car!
And I'm thinking like down towards like Bambino karting level as well, like 7, 8, 9 years of age. Even then, they're starting to get that media training now and getting more used to being in front of camera and just being themselves. I really enjoy those interviews as well because you can have fun with it. You can ask them what their favourite ice cream flavour is and what they're going to get after the race. They've won the race, and you're going to get a McDonald's on the way home.
Well,
that's
patronise me, matey. There you go. If John asks you that question at the kart track, there's your answer. It's Sheardy going in the Mazda now. It's in the pit lane, so I can't remember who was in and who was out. Got a splash and dash.
Indeed, a little bit of fuel getting on board for the final stint of the race for them.
That's Bruce Rob. Just got my wallet out. I'm not giving you any money.
I thought you were giving me a tip for my great interviews.
Oh, they were very good. I've enjoyed this weekend. It's been good fun.
It's been great fun. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been an honour to be in the Cotswolds with you, my friend. But you can see
the honour is all mine.
You can see there the drivers switching places. One of them looking to hop in the car. One of them just readying the fire extinguisher just in case for those fuel stops. Of course, you've got to do that. That's in the regulations to make sure you've got someone there in all fireproof overalls there with a fire extinguisher. Exactly what we have to do in the Fun Cup as well. Driver jumps out of the car and grabs the fire extinguisher, ready to go for the fuel stop. And drivers continuing to press around on circuit as well. Great to have the picture-in-picture here on the Alpha Live stream as well. We can keep an eye on the black stuff out there, but also keep another eye on what's going on down in the pit lane.
Paul Sheard's the only driver I can say in a David Addison voice. Paul Sheard.
Sounds like you're talking about the shed again.
Paul Sheard. It's the only one I can say. I'm sure it's Sheard rather than Sheard. It's always Sheardy to me. Everyone calls him Sheardy, but David's posher than me. He won't be watching. That's the main thing. He has done some BRSC. He's funny though, David. He's very, very funny. Very knowledgeable. He's such an encyclopedia. Yeah. It doesn't matter what it is you ask, he will know. And you were talking about short oval racing. I respect the fact that you know a bit about short ovals as well and watched it. David knows that inside out as well. And I thought I knew a bit about it, and then I just bowed to him. He knows the stuff. Other sports, no.
Just racing. That's fine. That's all we need to know. That's all we need to know.
And football.
Okay, right, fair enough. We saw there down through Sunny Bend the Caterham just looking for that inside line, but of course he's so small comparatively to the BMW, and they just get squeezed onto that inside apex curb, flirting with the grass. Now goes to the outside line here into the final corner, and again a little lock up for the 82. It's so difficult here. There's such different size of cars as well. Not only for the Caterham to pick their way through, but for the bigger car to actually work out where that Caterham is on circuit. And because if those two make contact, it will be the Caterham that comes off worse. And for the moment anyway, down the back straight they go, and a little gap formed once more for the number 4. But again, with this sort of multi-class racing, with the different cars out there, they all have their strengths and weaknesses in different areas of the circuit. So you'll see them close up and then extend again, then close up again. So for the Caterham to find a way through, it'll be easier said than done.
Yeah, that is the absolute beauty of this, isn't it? And great for spectators. One make championship, absolutely nothing wrong with that. And that's where the Brscc have got the mix correct over the course of the 2 days that we've had with the One Make Fun Cup, with lots of different drivers in it. We've had the single make Audis, and then we've had some multi-class racing with the modified Ford series. And I hope they've all gone home peacefully. Fingers crossed that they have. But they had some real interesting action in the multi-class racing here. The Audi was in again, so just having a quick look at Ballesteros. Does it show the second pit stop as soon as you come in?
It does. It
right,
does.
okay.
Yeah. As soon as they cross the
I was
entry
wondering
line,
if it was a
counts
problem.
it.
So
Yeah, no. So this is the second stop for Ballesteros. So all is fine down there. The Audi number 19 getting another splashing dash. More fuel on board.
got a name on the side. Audrey the Audi. It's got a little name.
Yeah, I saw that on the trailer.
Got a Fun Cup car, haven't they?
No, it never did. It never did.
But there's a job to do something.
Yeah, if you give it a name, you become too attached to it, and then if you rip its front wing off, you're like, oh, my baby. You can't think like that in Fun Cup. It's going to have its ring ripped off. So, no, treat it like the machine it is and absolutely rag it.
We know what we're watching now when Ratters Racing's back on track.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. No, just wait for my father to jump in the car. That's when you want to be watching. I'm not sure if there was a race last season where he didn't destroy the front splitter.
He's got stuck in.
I know he's not listening now because the Fun Cup isn't on, so unlucky dad.
A bit of Caterham action. We'll stay with the Caterham then. Having a good run is Lee Collins.
I'd love to see how much that Caterham is moving around and squirming there through the S's. Really playing with the back end.
Do you know, I've never I must do that. I must put that on my bucket list to go and have a go on a Caterham on the track.
It's fantastic.
I've really got to do that.
It's fantastic. I was so lucky enough that my dad had a road Caterham as well that we took on a few track days, and it's what I learnt driving in on a track. An absolutely terrifying thing to learn in, but yeah, it certainly chucked me in the deep end. But they are so much fun to drive when you do have the confidence in it, and you can really play with it. So much fun to drive. As you can see there, heading through Sunny.
A real staple of racing over the year. A lot of people have been to like race days where you have and casual spectators will go when you watch a Caterham day. They're not quite sure which ones are on, and I think it can get lost in the comms as to which one you're watching, and just make sure that if anyone is doing Caterham meetings, just make sure you're explaining the differences between the categories.
There are so many different ones now as well.
There are.
You do need to have a little bit of notebook down.
Super Classic Graduate Academy.
Nice, simple. Fair enough. Are we slow? Are we slow up the final corner for the number 4? Yes, we are. BMW almost grounding to a halt.
Slow.
Trying to drag it back into the pits. I don't think this is going to be a scheduled stop, sadly, for Morsdale and Kent. Yeah, of course they had that issue earlier, didn't they? Maybe it's reared its head once more.
Doesn't sound very healthy going past us. That's a shame, isn't it? Because that was on podium pace, without a doubt. Reedy Clark still the top two.
And we missed as well the 167. Lynch and Hooker is also in the pit lane now for their final stop.
Ah, they are, aren't they? So let's see if they're lined up together.
Some close parking.
They can shake hands and that's a real shame, the number 4 car. These two have given us some really good entertainment, particularly in the early stages of the race, and they come in again. Oh, I was going to say it's like synchronised swimming. That was a synchronised solo spin from the 104. Gets going again. Come on, look. Is that a tyre change going on with the
transport? They went straight up on the jacks. It is, yeah, for the orange. Yeah, it is. Run right change.
What we don't know is whether that was scheduled or not.
We saw the tyre. It was a tyre issue, wasn't it, for the number 4 earlier on? Yeah, it had to change. Now it's the 167 with a tyre issue. The number 4 as well does look like it went up on the edge.
Kevin Clark's going to get a problem in his car as well. Kevin won't be hanging about either, and he's potentially our leader on 2 stops. At the moment, the timing tower will show the orange Lynch Hooker BMW as the race leader with 2 stops, but it is in the pit lane with there, and Collins with 1 stop. Then it's Aldo Riti, Kevin Clark in 3rd place, but the leader having completed the 2 stops. Morsdale Kent on their 3rd one now with their issue in the pit lane. So we'll see how it alters over the remainder. Not that long to go now. We've got a shade under 25 minutes to go. 23 minutes 33 to go. John, I think, has gone pit bound. Try and find out what's going on there. But the key thing here is going to be the stop for the 257. Sorry, the 167 car, which is going out now, and the number 4 which goes out as well. Which is we know that this car is not a scheduled stop. They completed their 2 from the interview we heard earlier on. The Jeff Steele racing car. I think there was another Jeff Steele car due to enter its scratched its entry, which was a little bit of a pity. But we'll see where the 167 car is in relation to the Kevin Clark Aldo Riti car, and I'm suspecting it's going to be behind it. The race leader will be the Caterham, which has still got to have the second stop. And they've only got around about 7 or 8 minutes to go before the Caterham, plenty of time for the Caterham to execute its final stop, but they will leave us with all the cars on parity pit stop wise with 15 minutes to go. So go the regulations. Quick look round. Aldo Riti and Kevin Clark's car coming up into the hairpin now, and the 167 car, which we're not quite sure is on the same lap or not, is around about sunny at the moment.
There you go on your screens. He is indeed.
With the Mazda right behind. So, yeah, I'm not sure that was scheduled or not. We've seen some great race. Really, it just fascinates me the way with endurance how it all pans out over the course of the race. Chris Murphy has come up as well. Chris Murphy in 4th place now and has had 2 stops, so he's benefited from his stops. The Drinkwater Reed car crosses the line and ticks off another lap. That has done 50, that's 15 laps adrift. Has caught up 1 lap on Miller and Curran, but the Pure Track car running well at the moment. Again, don't want to put the curse to the commentator on our first-time racer, who could well get his class win. Now, what we've done, as we look at Lee Collins in for his final stop, that's everybody. This is our last scheduled stop. To come in. Class-wise, obviously, end of the day, we can spend as much time doing the interviews as we've got in pit lane. I don't know who's organising it today, but what we normally do is get them in class order: Pro A, Pro B, Pro C, and then Club A, B, C. Get them in a line. Whether the guys can do that, Lindsay Close did it for us. Silverstone, I can't remember.
I'll do my best to work it out.
It's not your job to line them up. that'll be the 2 Andrews if they get the chance to do that. But what we tend to do is get them to line up, because there isn't another race at the end of this. It's always the last race of the day. So I'm hoping they'll get ABC.
I hope so too. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, always makes life easier for me. I usually go and beg from actually. Oh, you did that really well. Well, thank you very much, but whoever lined them up. You know. What I'm saying is, ultimately, we should get a chance to talk to our class winners. We haven't got all 6 classes represented today. So this is the 167 car, and it actually, has it come out back in the lead? So I wonder if Kevin Clark had a longer pit stop than we thought. It's going to cross the line now. Collins still showing us the leader in the Caterham and in the pits. We've got the Lynch Hooker BMW still showing as second, but dropping from the race lead. And then Kevin Clark, Aldo Riti in. There's always the danger you've missed something, isn't it? Like an off or a slow past the lap for a car.
Here we go then, end of the final pit stops of this race and of the weekend here at Croft. The Caterham and the Mazda both heading back out onto the black stuff then, with just less than 20 minutes left to go on the clock. I can't believe it. We've had so much racing this weekend and we're nearly done.
We are nearly done. We are 17:20. I think we managed to kick this one off early as well, which is pretty good. So we should meet the 6 o'clock. I think it's the 6 o'clock curfew here. I think the race has to have started by 6 o'clock or something like that as we go through. Right, Kevin Clark goes through again. And he's showing in peak. So how has that worked out that Kevin Clark is 53 seconds down?
That's down at the final hairpin, isn't it? Yeah.
Shame.
104 stopped just before the pit entry as well. That is gutting for the 104. But a few mechanical gremlins rearing their head once more, sadly, for the 104. We saw them off about 10 or so minutes ago. Yeah. And this time off again, but looks a little bit more terminal down there at the final corner. We'll keep a watchful eye as to whether they can get it going yet again, or whether that's race over for the 104, sadly. Right near the end as well.
It is. 18 minutes to go, and the gap between the William Lynch and Ryan Hooker M3 and the Kevin Clark Aldo Riti M3 is 53 seconds. I thought it was going to be close to that after the stops. I'm puzzled, particularly as there was a tyre change as well, but they've obviously managed that really well, getting that out. That was great work.
Yeah, impressive stuff from the team, and that just shows an endurance race. You can do everything you try to in the car as a driver, but things can so quickly change in the pit stop. You need your team to be absolutely on it with you, and they clearly were. They've got that straight back out on circuit, and with a gigantic gap over second place. The 157, that bright orange Beamer, has been beautiful to watch throughout today, as we've got another car with issues here down into the last couple of corners. Is that the 33, our second place
That's
car.
Kevin Clark,
Yeah, of Reety and Clark slowing through the final sector. The car's dropping like flies here. You saw a little puff of smoke there from the back of the BMW, as it looks as though they've got back up to speed there into the final turn. Let's see if they go into the pits or not. No, they'll carry on. So maybe just a brief issue there for the 33.
Wondering whether he's carrying a long-term problem, because I was kind of expecting him to be closer to the leader.
Yeah.
And I wonder whether that's Kevin deciding to keep the car out there and maybe consolidate second place rather than risk another stop. He's having a problem there.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? He's got a serious issue. He's going to try. Have we got a safety car? Yeah, we got a safety car. Safety car out on circuit here with only 17 minutes to go. That'll be due to that stricken car down at the final corner of the 104. So let's see how this one plays out really late on in the race. The first safety car that we see here today on the Sunday.
Now we know that Kevin Clark's car's not behaving itself, so we've got a potential issue here. Is Kevin going to drive around the problems? He can have a free visit to the pits if he wants. He doesn't have to extend it to 6 minutes. Remember, we said that the scheduled stops, the mandatory stops, were 3 minutes, but if you did it under safety car, it's 6. If you have a normal stop, an unscheduled stop, you can do that. That's free.
The safety cars just missed the leading 167 of Lynch and Hooker. They were just going around the first corner there as the safety car exited the pit. So how are we going to work this one out? Will the safety car wait alongside and wait for things to come around again, or will they simply send Lynch and Hooker around and they gain the lap on everyone?
That's a good question, isn't it? The runyourfleet.com safety car.
Of course, like we said, there was a 53-second gap, but the 167 and the 33 were still on the same lap. So, of course, we've seen the Fun Cup, lots of safety cars in the Fun Cup yesterday, and how they sorted all those out and reshuffled up the order. But we wait and see whether they do just the same here in this one, or whether, again, with it being so close to the end, whether we just decide to continue on. Or we'll wait and see how quickly the 104 can be dragged back in. Luckily, it is at the final corner, so not too far to have it dragged back in by the JCB, which is going behind the back of our commentary box at the moment. So I do think we will go back to green flag racing here in this one in a few moments' time, once the stricken 104 is dragged back into pit lane.
Yeah, it should be a quick recovery, shouldn't it? Just waiting at the moment to get the all clear, so they know where all the cars are. It looks pretty clear at the moment. There's one more car coming round, which is our race leader in the area of the event. I think once that's gone, race control will know via our marshal team. It's not just about recovering marshals, it's about informing race control what's going on and where. Rescue vehicle still stays for the moment. It might be that car clears the start-finish line before they get it going again. So which car was picked up? Is that the David Drinkwater car? It's the compact.
It is, yeah. The one missing the front end from the earlier incidents. They've done a great job though, getting that fixed super quickly, and it's seemingly not had any issues since then, at least from our vantage points. They've done a great job, haven't they?
They're only going to drop a few points, aren't they?
Yeah, an impressive start to have that kind of off and really not lose too much from it. Well done to everyone at team number one.
View of the Skegness tyres. I don't know if that's one of the drivers' operations. I don't know where the drivers come from actually in that one, but a nice little plug for that company. You never know, someone might have seen it on the stream and go in and get the next set of rubber from there. The Mazda behind, bit of a Mazda day yesterday for Brscc at Alton Park with the 3 sets. We've got Mazdas here in September, which we're looking forward to at Croft as they head, actually is it in September or is it August? Their final is September 6th and 7th, so yeah, the final round of the year for the Mazdas I think is at the end of September stroke beginning of October, which is at Silverstone.
That's where we have a moment as well, of course, under the safety car. I was just having a quick look through the live chat, and I'm pretty sure it is Mark Curran who's in the live chat. He's under Light Shock 16, but from the message I'm going to assume it's him. It says, thank you all for the support, lads. You guys supporting me definitely makes me know how well I've done. Loved every moment of my racing debut, and I can't wait for Brands next month. So lots of positivity coming from the pit lane down there. It's great to see him out on circuit, and here you go then. Well, a beautiful shot of a plane coming into land, but of course, what I was going to point out here, the safety car is waving everyone through here to pick up our race leader. So the lap that they had gained will instantly be lost. Now they'll bring all the drivers back round. Now, frustratingly, at least from us as a neutral perspective, it looks as though the 33 in second is sort of nursing a bit of an issue. So what could have been suddenly a nose-to-tail fight here for the victory might not be so if they're unable to keep on that leading pace.
We're certainly going to be able to see what Kevin in that car has got left in it for the remaining 10 or so minutes of the race. Knowing Kevin as I do, he'll probably have a go for it. The cars, if you're wondering why the cars are waved through, it's to give us the fairest opportunity. In terms of the rescue, which the vehicles are going out now, Thunderbird's theme tune?
Yet again.
They're going out to repair it. The drivers, of course, all know where the point of danger is on the track, so there's not going to be an issue for those fast ones closing up. There will, and there are still very heavily waved yellows at that point, so the drivers that are going at a reasonable pace to try and catch up with the lead car will do so safely. Usually, as I say that, a car spins off, but
hopefully not on a safety car.
I'm sure they won't with these drivers. We've seen some exceptional driving standards from these guys over the course of the 2 hours so far. But when they get to that point, they're greeted with the waved yellows and the double waved yellows, and they will see that and they will respond to that and then continue the chase. They'll look across and they'll see the lead car, ironically, with his kind of real lead, pretty much what it was. Kevin Clark's got a load of traffic between them as well, hasn't he? So even he's not going to be on the boot lid of the car. Is he about to put a lap on the Clio again? He's thinking about it, but he can't pass on the safety car.
No,
that's Kevin wants to go. He's itching to get up there and get past.
Exactly, rejoin the back of the train and get back involved with the squabble for the last few minutes of this one. The 167, sorry, Lynch and Hooker just all alone there behind the safety car, all lonely, waiting for the rest of the drivers to come and rejoin him. But yeah, like you were saying, the racing's been awesome, not only in this one but throughout the weekend, and the respectfulness and the camaraderie between all the competitors out there involved in this Brscc event has just been brilliant to see, and it's been so lovely to chat to them all and get all their thoughts and opinions for the weekend as well. And mostly all of them smiling from ear to ear when I've chatted with them, which is good.
Yeah, it has been a good one. The weather's always helped, hasn't it? And again, I'm not one to complain about the hot weather. I enjoy it while it's here. We moan enough when it's raining, don't we? So
that's true.
We enjoy a little bit of sunshine. And it has been made easy with the aircon.
Yes. Oh yeah, definitely. The aircon is a blessing. Thank you so much to Croft Circuit for installing that one. But yeah, usually I'm pretty happy when it's raining because I'm the one in the warm commentary box, so I don't usually mind with the rain. And out there as well, I do enjoy racing in the rain as well, so I'm always pretty happy when it does rain in the UK. Heat, I deal a lot less well with, so I like the...
Very cross with racing nowadays when they... Oh, there's a bit of rain, we've got to put the safety car out on the red flag. We had that last week with the F3 at Silverstone, which I was watching, and they stopped it and they abandoned it. And back in the day, they would throw everything at it. And I was reading reports of, the race carried on with so-and-so's car being a chicane on the straight, a stranded car. That's what it used to do back in the day. But they didn't put lives at danger doing that, and I guess it is construed as that now. But back in the day, we didn't. And it was, I get safety, I really do, before any of the officials decide to have a go at me. But it's just why can't they race in the wet?
Yeah, of course. It's a difficult line to tiptoe down. Of course, some people are going to be on one side of it, some people are going to be on the other. They've got to try their best to make everyone happy, which is always a difficult one. So yeah, things always changing. Everyone has their opinion.
Formula cars have been made too fast. I think that's probably the answer.
That is true.
Too big and
they're
too
ridiculous.
fast.
Ridiculous now. Yeah, Formula One. I'm glad they're sort of shuffling things a little bit back in terms of the Formula One stuff, making the cars a bit smaller and a little bit slower. Should make for more exciting racing. And hopefully, like you say, when we do get those tricky conditions such as those, they'll be more able to continue on. Put on a show for us. Well, the drivers out there in this one have certainly put on a show for us. I'm really hoping we will go back to green flags relatively soon. We can see the 104 now getting lifted up by the JCB at the final corner. Hopefully it won't be too long until he's dragged back to safety in pit lane. We saw the driver as well just hopping into a following car, and he'll be whisked back to the pits in only a few moments' time as well. So safety car continuing on down to Tower once again, keeping everything nice and slow. And to be fair, for the singular drivers out there who are only the singular driver for their team, they're probably pretty happy about this. A little break before we go to a last few lap dash here at Croft to finish off the meeting.
Should maybe go to the Toker idea, and so if you get a safety car, you get another 3 laps.
I do like how some championships have started putting that in place now. Yeah. Extra laps being added on at the end, and it means we do get a spectacle.
It's a difficult one for clubs to cover off, because I know I was lucky enough to be asked to join the board last year of Brscc, and I thank them for that privilege. And it's been interesting. I knew about the commercial side of it before, but I know more now, and what the club do, what the clubs do in giving that extra laps is trying to give everyone value for money. They do desperately try and do that.
Yeah, of course. You want to keep people happy. If you keep them happy, they keep coming back. So everything you can do to try and make that experience more positive is always good. But yeah, Brscc do a fantastic job of putting on great events that the drivers enjoy out there on circuit. We enjoy up here in the comms box, and hopefully you've all enjoyed out there on the banking or watching from wherever you are at home. Thank you so much for joining us as we bring this race weekend, this race event to a close. It's been absolutely fantastic. Keep our eyes out, and there we go. Looks as though the stricken car just about being brought into the pit lane. I think maybe the safety car a little bit too far on the lap. He's just exiting Sunny, so we might get one more lap of safety car running. As there you see on your screens now, the car being dragged into pit lane. So like I say, one more lap of safety car running, I think, and then maybe we'll have around 5 minutes or so to go racing.
That's a car per minute if Kevin Clark's car's working to pass to have a nibble at the race leading car of William Lynch and Ryan Hooker, who have shown great pace here. At the moment, if I was going to be a betting man, I'd say that Ryan and William are going to get this win. As the car comes in, yeah, we are going to get another lap of safety car. Huge work, well done to rescue crews as well.
They've done a great job.
Thank you for doing that over the course of the weekend in extreme heat, in multi-layers of clothing.
Yeah, but better than me. I would not be a very happy boy. They're out in full jumpsuit overalls. But yeah, fair play to everyone working around the circuit. Whatever they're getting up to and adding to the event, they're making sure that they put on a brilliant show and keep everyone as safe as possible, which is obviously the main thing when we go racing. So thank you all so much for getting out there and enduring the heat for us so that we could all go racing and enjoy it from the sidelines as well. I think with you, like we were saying, one more roll-up lap probably before we go racing again. Only a couple of minutes to go. I think I might let you guys guide us through this one, and I'll head down and get ready to have a chat with some of the drivers.
John, thank you very much. I'll catch you before the end of the day for sure. But thanks for what you've done.
Cheers, mate.
The final podium interviews as we watch the lead cars. David Drinkwater fancies having a go at trying to get back into the... Is it David Drinkwater? Or is it going to be... Could well be if it was a changeover. It's probably Adam Reed, isn't it? Long stint in the middle, so I'm guessing it might be Adam Reed in the car. The championship leader, remember, in Club C, the least powerful of the classes, and running in second position on the road here behind the safety car as the clock ticks down. Quick look across the circuit at the safety car from a commentary position here. Wonderful views here at Croft. See many a car. Do you know what I haven't seen this weekend is a car going off into the crop at Tower. Normally you see at least two cars do that, but driving standards have been really good. Having said that, now we probably get in the last 5 minutes a car do that, but it's something we haven't seen this weekend. So driving standards at this club need to be absolutely superb and showcased really by the driving we've seen from William Lynch and Brian Hooker in the orange BMW M3 that will lead this one. A reminder that they are currently third in class in the standings. It's Chris Murphy that leads the class standings at the moment, fourth overall in the championship, but the class leader, second in class, not with us this weekend, so William Lynch and Ron Hooker could go into P2 in the championship, possibly get the championship lead. Where is Chris? He's fourth, so he's still going to pick up some good points. But lights out on the safety car, and we're about to go racing and controlling things at the start. It's the Lynch Hooker BMW. We've got several other class cars in between. Kevin Clark looking to have a go. He's going to have a long wait before he can squeeze past the Clio, and he's waiting for his moment a little bit further back before they get to the start-finish line, and then we'll try and power his way through. But that was a good start, a good restart for the race leader. Not so good for the second place car. He's got to deal with some other machines there. He's struggling, isn't he, around Clervo. He's dealt with the Mazda. He's dealt with the Clio as well. So two cars done between the start-finish line and turn one. I'll tell you what, the race leader has checked out. A streak of orange goes up past the flashing green lights on the way up to Tower Corner. Then we get the Lee Collins Caterham, second position on the road as we look at them. A little problem for the Mazda, which runs wide. There was I talking about nobody going wide at Tower. He didn't go into the crops, but he did stay on track and just have a little bit of a moment wide. That car third in its class. Alessandro Ballesteros winning Class CA at the moment. The Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart car running second in Clubman A. That's the fourth most powerful class, and there is
Kevin Clark, I think, at the wheel, busy trying to close in on the race leader. The gap was 6 seconds as they crossed the line. 2 minutes 59 remaining on the clock, so just a couple of laps remaining. There isn't going to be time for Kevin, and there is that element, as John said, of that car to a certain extent being nursed a little bit. Still making progress, Kevin Clark. Having a quick look at him, he's got clear track now. His next target is going to be the Caterham. I don't think he's going to have time to catch the Caterham of Lee Collins, who is a lap down on the race leader. Kevin goes across the line. He's also a lap down Lee Collins on the second place car. There's a big puff of smoke coming out of the Kevin Clark car again as he goes down into that. He's looking very terminal at the moment, not looking good for the Intersport car at all, and that is going to be, I think, a retirement for Aldo Riti and Kevin Clark. The other car's beginning to catch him. There's the pass. The car expiring. Such a shame. A great effort from Kevin Clark, but it looks like the car's gone pop. And is that going to deposit any fluid on the circuit as well? Kevin, mindful of that, pulls over to the outside of the circuit. Does that mean we're going to see Lee Collins now in the Caterham complete enough distance to take second place? Kevin's going to try and nurse the car home. It does not sound healthy at all. It's going to be, we said he was nursing it, or at least John did. That was very well diagnosed by John. Kevin Clark was hoping it was going to stay right the way to the end of the race as the Adam Reed, David Drinkwater car about to be challenged by the number 90 Mazda of Bruce Robinson and Paul Shared. Back with our race leader though, 1:17 on the clock. The lap times around here, of course, around about the 1:28. So this will be the final lap now. The race leader going on to the final lap. See the last lap board going out there, or the yellow plane reverse side of the board going out to say that it's the last lap of the race. And it's a good one. Collins still in third place in the Caterham. I'm just wondering distance-wise whether that Caterham can complete second position. The other class leaders at the moment, Collins leading his class, Alessandro Balasaros leading Class A, Club C being led by Jamie Miller and Mark Curran. And I think there were issues. The Mazda's still going, but that's actually down in 11th place. Car number 8, the RX-8, driven by Wes Payne, Darryl Cresswell and Paul Herndon. So they are our potential 5 class winners for our interviews. And it looks like William Lynch and Ryan Hooker may be off the gas a little bit at the moment because the Caterham is staying with them. The Caterham probably would do wise here. If he could get past, he can then gun for another lap. The clock is ticking down. It reaches the final point now. And the Caterham, I'm wondering if the Caterham passes, he'll have the opportunity to maybe beat the Kevin Clark car. But is he going to sit behind for the moment, or is he going to make the move and see whether he's going to content himself with third position in the race? Or is he going to have a go? No, he's going to sit behind. At the moment, here we come up to the flag, and it is going to be a win in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup for William Lynch and Ryan Hooker. Massive congratulations to them, a very well judged race, and they take the win. The question is, who is going to be in P2? Again, some very warm applause we can hear on the cameras from the pit lane. Side-by-side stuff going on now as Chris Murphy moves up into third place. A great job by Chris Murphy. And the class leader, solid performance. That's why you need to keep going. That's the kind of thing that's going to maybe take him the class championship trophy by the end of the season. But Murphy has moved up into third place ahead of Aldo Ricci, Kevin Clark. I don't know whether they made it back into pit lane or not. No, they didn't, I don't think, looking at it. Still trying to nurse that car. May well be parked up on the outside somewhere. It has made it. Okay, thanks to our directors for letting us know that that car did make it back to the pits. Sometimes difficult to spot these things when you're looking outside the window as well as the screen to cover things that are going on. But good news for Aldo Rito. He's in the pit, so that's going to be at the very least a fourth position for Kevin Clark and Aldo Riti. But it's not going to be a podium. It's not going to be a class win. So I'm just having a quick look at the timing. Lee Collins in 82 is Pro B, so he's in. He's going to be a class winner. It's going to be an overall podium for Kevin Clark, but not a class podium. Lynch and Hooker taking the win. Lee Collins in second.
Chris Murphy third from Reedy and Clark, and then we saw problems for the number 4 car, Stephen Kent bringing the car home, I think, towards the end, with Peter Mulsdale sharing it in the early stages. He comes home 4th in class, 5th overall. Alessandro Ballesteros will win Class A, followed by the Evans and Hart Honda Civic Type R, which we didn't really get to talk about too much over the course of the race, number 27 car, but did well coming up from 9th position on the grid as our race leader, our race winner, comes through on his slowing down lap with the Caterham in very close proximity as well. Fingers crossed, if championship coordinators are listening, if we can get the class winners in the class orders, that will be pretty helpful interview-wise, and it will give us enough time to respect each of our class winners. If not, no problem, but always get the chance to ask. It does depend on marshals being able to get the cars down to us as well. It's not just about the coordinators, it's about the marshals getting the class winners in as well, as they receive some warm applause coming down the pit lane from the marshals and officials here at Croft. It's been a splendid 2 days, I've got to say. Wonderful weather, some great on-track racing, and we look forward to doing it all again. Just a reminder, the next big meeting at Croft, the British Touring Car Championship weekend, which is the opening weekend of August. If you're here at Croft with us today and are regular or semi-regular with us, I hope you can make it for that. Looking forward to that one immensely. And BRS streaming, Brscc streaming. Details on the brscc.co.uk website on when you can catch up with our next streamed event, which I think will probably be another Fun Cup event, which we look forward to in a couple of weeks' time. But big thank you to PBS Brakes for their sponsorship and patronage of the SUPERSPORT Endurance Cup here this season and for today's round at Croft Circuit. It's been another good round and always a terrific way to wrap up our racing event with the Brscc. They've got 2 more rounds to go with Brands Hatch and Silverstone towards the end of the year, and I wonder what those events will bring forward for us. But the 12 cars that have put it on, some really big stories there with Kevin Clark in the closing stages. Here's the result. The Lynch Hooker car takes the win with Lee Collins in 2nd place in the Caterham. Chris Murphy up to 3rd ahead of the pit bound in the final stages, Aldo Reedy, Kevin Clark. Next up was Peter Mulsdale and Steve Kent after their problems in 5th place. Alessandro Ballesteros next up from the Evans and Hart Honda Civic Type R. The Mazda MX-5 with Paul Sheard, Bruce Robinson coming home in 8th and 3rd in class. A class win for Club C for Jamie Miller and Mark Curran on his racing debut. 10th position, the 104 car of Tom Evans, Ben Hudson and Matt Parks. Problems for them in the later stages. They caused the safety car. And of course the other drivers that were disappointed, Wes Payne, Darrell Cresswell and Paul Herndon in the Mazda RX-8. And finally, of course, those early problems causing race-long issues and a race-long battle for David Drinkwater and Adam Reed, the championship leaders. That is us done commentary-wise. I'm not quite sure if we can head down into Ferme. We're very nearly there as John Ratcliffe. John, I've got to say a massive thank you for your company and your good other half as well over the course of the 2 days. It's been an absolute pleasure to have met you. And Lucy, and cracking work, mate. Love your enthusiasm, love your sense of humour as well, and it's been a real pleasure to have a chat with you. And we'll be heading down to you in a moment. I'll say a quick thanks also to everybody from Alpha Live, who, as ever, it's been a joy to work with. A real professional team. Thank you ever so much for all you've done. Hope to catch up with you a little bit later on in the year. But we still have the final interviews of the day to go and a close down from pit lane. Let's go down and join for the final time this weekend, John Ratcliffe.
Lovely, thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, what a race that was. 2-hour endurance race there in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. It was a nail-biter throughout, particularly there at the final few moments. Safety car, bringing everyone closer together. All very exciting. A couple of cars, sadly, giving up the ghost right at the dying moments. Let's have a chat with some of our winners in the classes. I mean, I'll jump straight in. Sorry, chaps, I obviously haven't chatted you throughout this weekend. I know, which car were you from? Which car were you from? Were you both from this one? Yeah. Oh, perfect then. Thanks for coming straight over to me. Very helpful. Well done. You guys had some amazing pace out in that car. That was brilliant.
Yeah, no, we're very pleased with the pace. Thanks to Will and the boys at Jeff Steele Racing for putting it together for us. It was faultless throughout. We're really, really happy with the prep, and what a wonderful car to be able to drive. So fantastic. Thanks to them. And awesome. Thank you to my partner Ryan, first time in the car with me this year, and drove that fantastic middle stint, set us up for the victory. So thank you.
Well, it looks like a fun car to drive. It looks awesome as well. So you were saying first time in this car. Have you done any testing in it, or was it first time under race conditions?
So certainly first time in race conditions. So yes, Will very kindly a couple of weeks ago said, "What are you doing?" And I was working for Ginetta the last couple of days. So I managed to get released to come up here and turn up on the day and obviously do the business with Will. So yeah, we've done one track day together earlier in the year just to have a little feel of the car, but to get dialed into this car, this track in a short time, which was great. But yeah, car ran faultlessly, and yeah, combination obviously works really well. Both done a solid job, and it was interesting to see whether the safety car was going to put another spanner in the works at the end, but fortunately it still went our way.
Yeah, a bit of a shaky one at the end there, but out of your control. But it all came good in the end, and you've taken the win. Well done, guys. Yeah, no, a little bit of ventilation in the Caterham, but not much.
No. But yeah, safety car gave me a chance at the end, but wasn't quite quick enough to get the win there. But second overall, pretty happy with.
You know, you're still flying. The thing I was mainly noticing with you, of course, you're quite a bit smaller than the rest of the cars around you out there. It seemed as though sometimes when you were looking to make moves, that maybe they hadn't quite seen you and you had to rethink things. Is that something you really have to take into account in one of these?
Definitely conscious of that. I'm not sure if. Yeah, sometimes maybe they can't see me, maybe they can, but know the situation. I don't know, but yeah, no. And trouble is, I'm obviously quicker through the tight stuff, but down the straights, it's difficult. But no, it was good fun. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Exactly. That makes it exciting in the multi-class race. Well done. Class win. Good effort.
Cheers. Thanks.
Fantastic. Cheers. Well done, mate. Great to hear there from Lee Collins. We'll see as well. Again, all the drivers, understandably so, have headed over to mechanics and families and whatnot to go and have a chat and excitement after their race finish. I'm going to see if I can find the man that was driving this car. Is it you? I've got so lucky on this. Everyone just happens to be around their cars. Mr. Ballesteros, that was an impressive race. Again, another driver doing it all alone over 2 hours. You don't even look like you've got a sweat on.
I can assure you I do.
Well, how is it driving an Audi TT for about 2 hours' time? Must be a challenge.
It's yeah, it is a challenge. It's actually a very nice car to drive, though. It's very well handled. It's all very nice and planted, but the size of the tyres is absolutely enormous, so you'd expect so. But it was a brilliant race, really well handled by our pit crew. Huge thanks to my sponsors, as per usual, for helping me make it here. It was a very good race. Really enjoyed it.
You did a cracking job. I think we heard similar things from the guys out in the TT Championship earlier of how fun these things are to race. What do you think about the Croft Circuit as well? Is it one that you enjoy?
Yeah, I really enjoy Croft. It's probably one of my top 3 circuits that I like at the moment. Over the past, I've raced it every year. I've raced cars, and it's never failed to impress me. So
good. You did a smashing job. Class win as well. Well done.
Oh, thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Have a nice evening. Cheeky beer, maybe. Enjoy. Right then. So that was Mr. Ballesteros there, Clubman A Victor. I think we've got 2 more cars to talk to. One of them's this one, the number 8, the Mazda RX-8 in front of us. So they've got 3 drivers. They should be relatively simple to spot, but I'm still struggling out here. We've got them to talk to, and of course, Mr. Miller and Mr. Curran as well on the 1, 2, 3. Now, I at least know what he looks like, but I'd love to grab the number 8 drivers. I'll see, I can just ask someone else and see if they know where they are. Sorry to jump in, guys. Do you have any idea where the drivers of the number 8 Mazda are? Are you able to point me in their direction? Are you one of them?
He's the guy who got out. He's the guy. Do I look as I was driving? It was him.
Well, I'll drag you then, since you are this side of the barrier. I'm the one that I can grab.
Great.
Class win. Must be pretty happy with that.
I'm very ecstatic about that. It's the first class win. We are the only car in class, but
don't mention that. That's fine. Class win.
Yeah, class win. It was great. It was tough. There's a lot of competition out there. It was tooth and nail right to the end, and we managed to just pull it off at the end and got the class win. It's brilliant.
Yeah, no, good stuff. One of the few teams actually with 3 drivers. Do you find that that's a better way of doing it than 2 or 1, or does it not really make too much of a huge difference?
Since we are both drivers and our own mechanics and support. So it's a lot easier with the pit stops and doing fuel and things with just the 3 of us. And it's just good for team spirit having 3 drivers. It's also an extremely hot car. That rotary engine goes up to about 9,500 revs and it gets really hot in there. So it's quite nice only doing 40-minute stints anyway.
Yeah, no, that definitely helps. I mean, is there, so you've got 3 drivers in the team, you all help out behind the scenes as well. Is it one sort of leans to more the being better at the driving, one's a bit better at the mechanicking, or is it all very much a team sport?
I'm actually best at everything.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it's
humble as well.
Yeah, no, I'm terrible mechanicking. These guys are much better at mechanicking. He's actually a very quick driver, and he's a pretty quick driver. So.
Shall I grab them for some comments as well?
I think you should do.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Who have we got here then? Well, you've been dragged in. You're in the high vises, so at least you're nice and safe out here waiting to go. Firstly, tell us who you are and tell us how that race went from your perspective.
Wes Payne, didn't go great. I was dealing with fuel starvation because the guys forgot to fuel me very well. So
blaming the rest of the team. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm sat in the car, so there's not much I can do about it. So yeah,
the fuel gauge broke, and so we didn't know how much fuel we had. It still shows a half now, and it showed a half for most of the race. So it was.
That's not helpful.
Guesswork going on. A lot of guesswork.
Good excuses.
Yeah.
You made it to the end, so the guesswork worked.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly.
And what's your name as well?
My name's Paul Herndon.
And how was your stint in the car?
I actually had the first stint with no problems whatsoever. Obviously, just poodling around really and just keeping out of trouble. So these guys were giving me lots of grief, speed up, stuff like that, really. So, no, it was good race. We love the circuit, really enjoy it. We were up here last year with MX-5, which we also raced with another 3 guys as part of the team. So, yeah, it's a big team effort, as Darryl said. It's everyone pitching in.
That's fantastic. Yeah, the right way to do it in terms of racing. You want to say one final thing?
I just want to say thanks to the marshals and everyone here.
Big shout out as always. They let us go racing, don't they? So fantastic. But a proper team effort there, and you come away with a class win. Ignore the fact there's no one else in the class. You come away with a class win. You guys done a great job, and good to see the team spirit as well. It's fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Right then, I think only one more to go. I'm trying to see if I can spot the team. Do you want to come over here, sir? Right then, final little interview. Of course, with the Clubman C's.
Yep.
First time out.
Yes.
You've taken a class win. Well done, guys.
Couldn't ask for more than that, could you? P9 overall and P1 in class. I mean, that's about the best debut you can ask for, really, isn't it?
Definitely. You drove faultlessly, and the car just kept going. Credit to Matt and Seth and Pure Track for giving us such a good car to race with. We just kept pumping the lap times in, keeping it on the track with P1.
Fantastic. Did everything you had to do. Well done.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be out there, and one of the best weekends of my life, so what more can we say?
Amazing. You're going to have a great sleep tonight. Enjoy it and enjoy that class win.
5-hour drive home now.
Oh, good luck. Good luck with that. Well done, guys. Well, great to chat with everyone there in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. What a way to finalise the weekend here from the Brscc Summer Weekend at Croft. And it very much has been a summer weekend, very hot out there for the drivers. It's been an honour to be in the commentary box with Richard John Neal. We'll see you out again very soon. Plenty of Brscc events still to come this year. Make sure you stay tuned and we'll see you then.